Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 402. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, what is the meaning of life?
I haven't seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in a long time. I don't remember what the number was, but I think it's a number.
Yeah, right.
I think it's 42.
42 sounds right. That's ringing a bell.
How
There
are
you
you?
go.
How's life? What's going on?
Not too bad. I'm flying out soon, next couple days. So wrapping things up here in New York. I'm going to be back next month though, because of course.
Why don't you just move back to New York like where you belong?
I'm going to be back here anyway. I got a house. So like there's no rush.
Yeah, that's
Is
true.
the way that I feel about it.
That's true. So yeah,
But,
your parents' house, you'll inherit that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So like I figured like I'm going to be back here at some point anyway. No need to rush it. You know, what if I want to live in Japan for 3 years and then get kicked out?
Yeah. They're whatever version of ice they have. Anime ice.
But I'm doing all right. I got up stupid early. Well rested. I don't know. It was one of those things where like I woke up not being able to go back to sleep because I was like, well, I've slept all I could. And it was like 6:30 in the morning. I was like, okay, I guess this is it.
Yeah, I have that sometimes myself where I'll like sleep for 5 or 6 hours and then I'll wake up to pee or something. And then I'm like, I feel like I should just stay up. And then like, nah. And then I go back to bed and then I wake up 3 hours later and I feel like I got hit by a fucking truck.
Yeah.
Stupid. Oversleeping.
Yeah.
My dad would always say that. He would say like, when you wake up, just get out of bed. And he'd be like, Dad, we're not all firemen. I think you're just used to getting fucking startled awake. And so you I always used to ask, I would ask him that when I was younger, like, what do you do? Like, what do you sleep? And he's like, not really. You know, when they're on tour, you know,
not really. Do you have an alarm? Do you have an alarm that you wake up to or do you not? I
have my phone alarm goes off, but I would say 2 out of 3 times I wake up, I don't wake up to it. I wake up before, and then I shut it off. So
I feel like an alarm ruins my day.
Me too.
In some way. Like if I wake up with an alarm, it's kind of like, this is already starting off on the wrong foot. You know? Alarmist.
When I worked in the corporate world at IGN, I would have to be at work at like 9. And so I had like a very good circadian rhythm where I would just kind of get up at like 6:30 or 7. It was really weird. Like there was a moment in my life, not a moment, it was years, where I wasn't so dysfunctional, you know, but now I'm back to dysfunction. And what, in my world, in my family, we call it DBS, dirtbag shit, going to bed at, 4 or 5 in the morning and it's just like, it's a mess. But if I don't get up, I've said this many times, guys, if I don't get up to an alarm, I feel much better. Like just getting up to an alarm is the worst. It makes me, when I hear that, you're watching something like a YouTube video or even like a movie or TV show and some of those classic ringtones go off it gives me agita just hearing it.
Yeah. It's like it takes you back in time to different stresses.
I watch I recommend this YouTube channel very much all the time, Paolo in Tokyo. It's a really great channel. It's like an expat or like a Westerner that he's an American. I think he's Filipino maybe or something. And he moved to Japan many years ago. He's fluent in Japan. He married a Japanese woman or whatever. And so you're familiar with him, right, Dustin? He does a bunch of different stuff. But the cool shit he does is he goes to the day in the life. So like the day in the life of a Toyota worker. He did the day in the life of someone at Square Enix, I think, in Capcom. And it always starts with them like getting up in the morning to that fucking alarm. And I'm like, oh, it'd be horrible, horrible feeling. Anyway, it's good to see you. Welcome to the show. Dustin Furman, executive producer, good to see you today as well. Is it as good to see you? It's different. It's different to see you.
Oh.
Than it is to see Chris, I think.
Oh, okay.
But good in a different way.
I feel like there's a little bit of implication of something there.
Yeah.
But, it's fine.
College says, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like how we, I have 3 siblings and we always bust balls about who's favorite and and I'm like, I'm my dad's least favorite. I know. Doesn't mean he doesn't love me. It just means that I know he loves Dagan more.
Because your mom's most favorite.
Right, exactly.
So, it evens out.
Yeah, Dagan, that's dad's favorite. I know that. Right. I'm okay with that.
Sure.
I'm okay with that. What's going on? How are you?
I'm good. I was just thinking because Chris, you were saying like I have a house here that you'll inherit someday. And when my parents were moving back to Butler and they were trying to find a house before they bought the house that they're in now, my dad was like, "So what do you think?" And I was like, "Oh, I think it's awesome. I think it'll be great for you guys." He's like, "Well, no, like eventually this house is going to be yours." I'm like, "You are 16 years older than me."
Yeah.
I could die. I didn't say this to him at the time, but I was thinking about it. I'm like, there's a very real chance that I will die before my mother at an old age.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Which, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but like my mom and I, and maybe my dad, he's a little bit older than my mom. So maybe it's possible we could all be in the same retirement community someday. I'll be 70. My mom will be 86. We can just hang out.
I'll be 80.
I gotta, I'm working on it, but we gotta pump out these kids.
Yeah.
Take care of us.
Yeah.
Someday, because there's going to be the ratio is all fucked up now.
Yeah.
Because of my parents.
You're going to cause problems with the too many kids thing, though. That's the situation I'm in, where my sister Dana is the executor of my dad's will, and he told us, like, I think it's very morbid, but he sat us all down, was just big, like, I want to talk to you about what we have the house on Long Island and all these investments and this money and whatever, and I will haunt you. I think he said something like, "I will haunt you if you fight over this," and I'm like, I know they always say that, like I can't imagine fighting with my siblings over any of this stuff, though. Like I don't want anything from my parents. I'm fine. I would rather die first. I've said that many times.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. I think that's the ideal.
Well, the fighting, I would have to assume that fighting over a will comes from a more desperate standpoint, where if you were, struggling to live, and then
none of us are
parents,
struggling. Yeah,
so I think sounds like you guys would be all right, but
I think we'll be fine. I want the house on Long Island, but I'm not going to. What's going to end up happening is that we're going to have to sell it, probably. Yeah, but that's okay. I'll take the money and invest it in crypto. How are those NFT bros doing right now? They're hanging in there?
No.
Was there a worse idea ever?
I think I saw.
Can you think of a worse idea?
I think I saw something. I can't I don't know how true this is. I saw it as like a passing glance as I was scrolling through social media, but I saw that this was the first GDC in a while, or maybe not the first GDC in a while, but like the most recent GDC just had no blockchain oriented anything. Good. For the first time in a minute. I think last year maybe fewer than the year before and stuff like that. But like I guess 1 year it was kind of big to have a lot of blockchain technology talks at GDC, and now nobody gives a shit. Good. I haven't been to GDC in forever, dude. I've been to GDC probably 10 times, but I haven't been there in probably a decade at this point. I was honestly, as a huge nerd, my favorite show. I loved that show. I loved it. Like, I loved going to all these panels and like random things. Sometimes I was in way over my head in these panels. But it was always interesting. Those are my favorite panels to watch. Yeah. Like when as like a nerd about that shit. I loved that shit. You weren't into it. Lego talk, narrative Lego. That talk is amazing. That's right. That was at GDC many years ago.
I considered going this year because I assume from my Summer Game Fest credentials, I got an auto invite to GDC this year. Oh, I was like, man, I really want to, but that only covers your pass to get in,
which is very expensive, by the way.
Which is very expensive, certainly. Yeah. And I talked to Ben because Ben is there right now for his work. And
it's like probably a huge place for Ben to be right now. Yeah, go ahead.
He mentioned to me, like, you could stay in my hotel room with me and then you wouldn't have to pay to, exist there. I was like, I still have to fly out. I was already out in California a month or two ago.
And what's the big thing?
What's the big thing?
You got to be in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that was part of the consideration. I was like, I was kind of hoping to never go back there. But if Holly wasn't very pregnant right now, I probably would have done it. But yeah, I felt a little bad last time when I was gone and we had the biggest snowstorm of 10 years.
She's fine. Your parents.
And my pregnant wife is by herself. And my parents had to come do my, shovel my walk and stuff like that. So
she should have gotten out there and did it herself.
Yeah.
What is this?
Doesn't she have the strength of two people technically?
Yeah, right.
I don't know how. I'm not a science man, but like, I feel like that's how that would work.
There's something to that, I think. God, San Francisco. I was just talking to. We'll talk about it in a little while. I was talking to my lawyers. My lawyers are in San Francisco because I lived there when I started this company. So I've always just worked with them. And they were like, "Oh, when are you coming to San Francisco next? We'll bring you to lunch." Like we did. And I'm like, the last time I was in San Francisco was the last time I saw you people, which was 2018. And I heard it's just really bad now, and it's a shame. As everyone knows, I lived there for 10 years. It's such a cool city and premise. It's like the perfect climate, the perfect.
What, San Francisco?
Yeah, it's perfect. Like the microclimate there is perfect. Like the topography is beautiful. It just kind of sucks, you know, but that has nothing to do with like the location or even the people. There's just something about the government there and just the lack. Like go to Mission and Fifth or something like that and tell me and see if it looks. It's like I'm sure because that's where the San Francisco Chronicle building is, and that's where I used to buy weed at a dispensary. And it's like you're like taking your life in your own hands down there. And that was like years ago. I'm sure it's way worse now.
You just reminded me of something. I mentioned my parents were in New Zealand. They're back now. But they flew back in and they had to stop at the San Francisco airport. And they were waiting at a terminal because they had like a, multiple hour layover. And they look up and it's James Hetfield sitting in the terminal with them drinking a coffee. And they were thinking about saying hi to him. But there was like my dad and him made eye contact. And it was like I know you know. And I know you know situation.
Yeah, like leave me alone kind of.
And then he boarded his flight and that was it. But I was like, holy shit.
James Hetfield flying commercial.
Yeah.
I mean, I would
flying to
believe
Mexico.
That. Yeah, I would believe that. I mean, it's just San Francisco is their home base. So that makes sense. Yeah, that's interesting. I spent a lot of time at SFO. It's actually a really nice airport. Depending on the terminal. There are terminals there. Like Terminal 1 is I mean, this was 10 years ago. Who knows what it is now? Terminal 2 is the terminal you wanted to be in. That was like the brand new terminal. But sometimes if you flew I would fly to LA all the time for like publisher things and they put you on Southwest and you go to Terminal 1 and it was like a fucking mausoleum. It was awful. And everyone would be so crestfallen because it's like, oh, I could have gotten this option, the food, the restaurants. And then you're in this place and it's like, oh, we got a Subway.
I just hate
I'd rather eat a barrel of a gun than eat Subway. So.
I hate every international airport, man. Such a negative experience being in any one of them. I hate them.
Yeah.
I stayed overnight at the San Francisco airport once. It's the only time I ever did that because I didn't want to pay for a hotel because I was trying to go to an IGN event to try to network. And it was horrible. It was an absolutely horrible situation. I tried to find a couch that I could just like relax on. And there was like people floating around me. And it was just never stay overnight in an airport. If you can avoid it.
Yeah, no, I would never.
Spend the money.
Yeah, you got to go to
No, I couldn't then. I was.
Hey, you were broke.
I was broke.
Makes sense.
I don't have any problem with that. I slept at terminals before and it's like, whatever. It is what it is. If you can find, especially like it gets so late there sometimes that like no one's around, you could just like kind of sprawl.
Yeah,
it's fine.
That's what I was doing. I was sprawling in this like in between terminal section.
Yeah, and
I did fall asleep for maybe like 30 minutes, and then I woke up and there was a man standing right near me, and I was like, now I'm definitely not going to fall back asleep. Yeah, even when he was gone, it introduced the element of like, why is there, of all places, why is there a guy here
at the airport?
Yeah, why are you here right now?
No, but like in this random area,
I know you.
It's like you could be anywhere in this airport, but instead you're standing near a young man sleeping.
It is strange, yeah. I don't know. I'm so used to falling asleep in public places. Like I used to fall asleep on the train. Used to fall asleep on park benches in like what is it, Union Square. I'm just so used to it at this point. If I die, like it's just less. I don't got to worry about anything. You know what I mean? If somebody kills me in my sleep, it's like that's everybody else's problem, really.
Yeah, at that point, what do you have to worry about?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Now they have to solve the crime. They have to fucking.
Yeah, it's literally everybody else's problem but mine. I could just float around as like a fucking, I don't know, like a Casper.
Right, right. Friendly ghost. Good. Yeah, I'm glad you'd be friendly.
I'd be like an ambivalent ghost. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I don't want to bother anyone even in after death. I'd be like, I'll be over here. I don't want to do this to you.
I might want to bother some people. There's some people that I think I would get some satisfaction out of bothering, but it wouldn't be that long. Maybe like a year or two of haunting, maybe. I don't know how time works for a ghost, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little smidge of time.
Yeah. How does the time work for the ghost? I don't know.
Do they sleep?
I hope so, man, because I really like to sleep. That would be like that in itself is haunting, is like the idea you just have to be awake all the time. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I don't have like any respite from this life of being a ghastly apparition.
Rough.
Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each week. We have since the summer of 2018, and you can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access and all the other perks you get over on Patreon. The ability to submit your inquiries to the show. You'll hear those throughout the show, of course. Use the thread in the newsfeed each week for this show. Goes live Wednesdays and is deleted Thursdays, so you have that little bit of time. You can access our Discord. You can get RSS feeds and Spotify access for the podcast, so you don't have to interact with Patreon to get your early ad-free shows. Q&A, name and the credits. You guys know the drill at this point. We appreciate you. Sacred Symbols Plus rolls on. Moore's Law is Dead. My interview with him went live last week. That was great. People really enjoyed that. Talked about PlayStation 6. We talked about what is now known as Project Helix, which is the new Xbox PC, and Switch 2, and maybe the future of that as well, and some other things too, which were fun. We recorded a Resident Evil 9 review discussion and spoiler cast last week. I didn't publish it last week because everyone was complaining that the stream that we did was too soon and was spoiling it for people. So I'm like, all right, we'll hold it for a week. So that goes live this weekend. Next weekend, I already recorded this as well. I interviewed Matt Kapp, who is the indie developer that owns Labsworks, which is the studio that did Lovish. Obviously, as you guys know, I'm in love with that game, pardon the pun. So I talked to him about it and talked about just being an indie developer, working with publishers. Really insightful and interesting. Because he got his start as an artist on Binding of Isaac, and then Nicholas ended up publishing his early stuff. So he's been in the game for a minute, and we had a really great talk. So please look forward to that. Sacred streaming. We streamed Resident Evil 9, as we said a couple weeks ago. Moriarty crossed Jaffe just this last weekend. We talked a lot about the Project Helix Xbox PC and other things that we're doing as well. And that was fun. That's doing well. Now, Chris, you never responded to me in the Discord, but I asked if we would stream Marathon on Monday. So I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I could do that.
Okay, so we'll stream Marathon.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know.
It's okay.
You know what it is? You know what I bet happened? I bet I wrote out like, yeah, and then I just didn't send it.
Yeah, I find that in text messages.
I
do that in text messages sometimes. Where I'll go back to an old text message and there's like a thing I didn't send.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's great.
Great.
So we'll do that Marathon 1 p.m. Eastern on Monday. And Dustin, you'll play along, I assume, and I'll just be there.
I need Chris. The way I envision it is that I've been playing on and off, like just a little bit by myself. I need someone to guide me in the ways of Marathon.
I'll Sherpa you.
And so, yeah, you can Sherpa me and it'll be good because I need it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Let's see here. The ritual network is the key to all of this, Ronan. Said, hi, CDC. I'm a noticer. I notice things. I notice when it's convenient, like being there for the truckers and the shift workers. LSM is a podcast network first and foremost. But when it comes to shifting the best and most dynamic episodes of Sacred Plus with Jaffe to a YouTube exclusive with no audio podcast option, it has nothing to do with the business or the podcast at all of a sudden. You're going to do whatever you want, but I notice. I'm a noticer. People have been asking us to make Moriarty Cross Jaffe into podcasts. I don't want to do that. It's a YouTube show. I don't want to flood the RSS feeds with random things that people don't want. Jaffe is too divisive. I personally love David Jaffe. I love him as a person. I love him as a friend. I love him as a designer of games. I love him as a commentator. I will be honest and say that the more that I've done things with him, the more I have learned that even people in my own circle don't really like him. like people that I love, and I'm like, well, I'm not. So if that's true, then obviously it's like it's hit or miss with other people, and has nothing to really do with the LSM business. So I don't know. I don't want to do it. What do you think?
Jaffe had the suggestion that we could make it appear as a podcast post-release on YouTube.
That's right.
And then it will show up in the YouTube Music app. That could be a little compromise because that requires zero additional work for us, but it will require a little bit. If you really want to listen to it as an audio only version, you could get the YouTube Music app and listen to it that way.
Get YouTube Premium at the very least. I mean, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah.
Christ's sake. Man up.
Man up. Get YouTube Premium.
Merch laststandmedia.store now. Got to talk about this because I got some news.
Sit down,
take a seat.
Sit down for this one.
I will say what's going to happen first, and then I will explain. Okay. We are canceling the pre-orders for the Allegheny Hog shirt, which is very painful for me to do because we sold like 700 of them. So it's a lot of money. But I think you guys will be interested in this inside baseball kind of information. I really like the idea of the Allegheny Hogs and like the logo, like the name. So I was like, we should trademark this just for future use. And I talked to my lawyers and presented them with everything. And the information they gave me was, this is great. I told them the whole story about the chick's tits hanging out of the shirt and all that. They loved it. But they were, and like the whole provenance of the name, but they were like, because we've trademarked so many things. Well, not so many things. We've trademarked like, quite a few things and tried to trademark other things that we couldn't. But these guys are great at what they do. And they went and did research and they basically look for what are called oppositions. So someone trademarks something and then someone that might have an quote unquote opposition to it will file paperwork basically trying to stop it or stay that from being trademarked or copyrighted or whatever the situation might be. And it will be fairly likely, according to my lawyers, that if we tried to trademark the logo specifically, that we might have problems with a few different companies. That won't necessarily stop us from using it, but this is exactly what happened with Defining Duke, by the way, would make it onerously expensive for us to follow through on it. So it's not so much the name as it is the logo. And the logo comes up, as people have pointed out, like the Arkansas Razorbacks logo is kind of similar. I don't really think it is, but it's like they're both pigs. And there are a few like private companies too that have filed opposition to people applying with like these pig head logos. So here's what we're going to do. The pre-orders are going to get canceled. No one's been charged anything. I'm going to trademark Allegheny Hogs, the name. And we're going to see what happens with that. I think we'll be okay with the name. I don't know why anyone would have a problem with the name. And then once we get that through, we will redesign a logo, maybe this summer or something like that, once we pass opposition and all the rest. And we will try spooling it up again with a logo that is more distinct, that will allow us to more easily get through. Because here's what I'm afraid of. And this is what I was explaining to Dustin. We have multiple options. We could just sell the shirts as they are. I feel like we could get like a cease and desist for doing that or whatever if people feel like it's infringing on their trademark. I don't really want to do that. In other words, like I like this idea too much. I think it's too funny. All of the pre-orders that we've gotten show that it's like the biggest merch idea we've ever had. And I want to do it deliberately and do it right and make sure that we have no problem so that for years, and I know it sounds funny, but like for years, we can just kind of throw this and bandy this thing around, make stickers and do other things that are free and clear. I want to do things right. So I'm taking my lawyer's advice that like, there's a decent chance that if we submit the logo that we're going to get pushback and then we're going to have to sit on this thing forever as I pay tens of thousands of dollars to get it over the finish line. Rather, we can just make something way more distinct that no one would ever come after, having to do with the Allegheny Hogs, and then we'll try again. So I hope that makes sense. Trust me, I'm more disappointed than anyone. I'm walking away from a lot of money here. And I also just spent a lot of money with my lawyers. These guys are fucking expensive. But that's, I think, what we're going to do. I take ownership over it. It's my own fault. But I just didn't expect we would have any problems. So when I submitted it, I thought we were kind of free and clear. But the advice I appreciate from those guys is like, they're trying to, they can make a lot of money by just being like, oh, everything's fine. And then when we get opposition, then they get more billable hours to try to solve the problem. So they're telling me that ahead of time. And for people that don't know, this is what happened to us with Defining Duke when I went to trademark that. We own the trademark to Sacred Symbols. We own the trademark, I think, to Punching Up, Knockback, Summon Sign.
We got that from Miyazaki.
Right.
Bitch.
But when we went to trademark Defining Duke, these same people were like, Duke University is incredibly litigious and they will go after anyone that uses the word Duke. And you'll probably get away with it, but it's going to cost a lot of money. Because basically these collegiate lawyers like live for this shit.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing with the Razorbacks, but other brands as well. So and they even sent me the oppositions, like the things people were filing. And I'm like, yeah, this is because what would end up there's something cool about it, because then you'd have a shirt that was bespoke and like would never be made again with a logo that we couldn't use anymore. But like, it's like, I would rather just have like a logo that we can use forever. So Sucks, but that's kind of the way it goes. Now, the cleanest option probably would have been to just do it. But I don't want to be fly by night. Like, I want to do things the right way, and I want to own the things we do, and I want to be able to take advantage of the things we do to the maximum ability of us to do it. And sometimes you just have to be patient. But I think the pre-orders to the Allegheny Hog shirt, which are, again, outrageous, extraordinary, I think show that there will be great interest when we return. And Dustin, I was thinking about this too. We didn't talk about this, but it kind of gives us an option to maybe find different shirts too. I like the shirts we were using, but I know a lot of people were saying like, oh, I'd like a more like the ring tee shirt that looks more like, a 70s baseball shirt or things like that. I'm like, yeah, all right. So we'll figure that out. So we have to reset.
Reset the hogs.
The hogs have to be reset. And they will oink again. I have no doubt that they will oink again.
They will one day oink free.
Yeah, they will oink free. And you know who's most excited about this? I haven't talked to her about it really, but Micah. Because I saw the light in her eyes dying every time I asked her, like, how many, so what's the pre-order? Because I really thought we would sell like a few hundred or something, which is great. Just for fun. Like, this was a real moneymaker. Like, when I was like looking at this and doing the math, I'm like, damn, this is way better than I could even imagine. So trust me, it's really painful for me to pull the plug.
Yeah.
Especially because I'm now in the negative. I paid for the logo that we're not going to use, and I paid my lawyers thousands of dollars to figure this out. So that's great. So rest assured, we'll be back for that.
Yeah. Rest assured, we'll get that. In the meantime, snarktank.shop for the Allegheny Hogs. The reject.
Yeah, you just sell it yourself.
No, we're not doing that.
I just don't want to fuck with any entities that could fuck with us. That's my whole, like, I don't want, it's like what I always say about taxes. It's like, I don't want problems. I just want to do what you expect and leave me alone. Like, whatever it is. Yeah.
You're infinitely more cautious than I am. I don't think any of this is real or matters anymore at this point. Like, I'm totally desensitized to all this.
Yeah. I just, it's so funny because Chris and I have talked about this a million times, but we didn't make the term sacred symbols up.
Right.
That's a term that's used in like religiosity and philosophy and all the rest. But also in terms of PlayStation gaming, you can go Google it yourself. Like, it's been used for many years before the show existed. And so people think that like we invented it. And I'm like, well, we didn't, but I sure as hell trademarked it. Thank you very much. We couldn't trademark the logo, obviously, because the triangle, square, circle, X's are PlayStation trademarks. So
yeah,
not a huge surprise there. In fact, I'm pretty sure Sony could technically ask us to not do that. But they never have. So I don't think they really give a shit. And that's the other thing is you don't really know who cares. But after reading these oppositions and everything, the Arizona Razorbacks sure care. Or the Arkansas Razorbacks sure care. So,
man.
So yeah, and by the way, a few people were even saying like, oh, it kind of looks like a Razorbacks logo. And I'm like, I don't really think it does. Like I've said it before. I was even saying to my lawyers, I'm like, they're both pigs. I mean, like, you own the entire idea of having a pig logo. I don't know about that, but we're gonna put our shoulder into a new design, and it'll be more minor league, I think, and I think that will help alleviate things. So we appreciate your patience, and sorry about that. Wasted everyone's time, including my own. Other merch, lastdaymedia.store though, if you're interested. Keep Micah busy. She needs something to do. She's playing all that Pokopia.
I don't blame her.
Shit sucks. No, I'm like it. She seems to really love it. She seems to really love it.
Jesus.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks, a unique fantasy sports app that challenges players across a litany of professional leagues. Learn more now on the Prize Picks app, where using the code SACRED when you sign up will net you $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Though I, like many of you, lament that football season is over, the reality is that it's a great time of year to be a sports fan. The playoff chase is on in pro hockey and basketball, college basketball is entering its tournament season, baseball is getting revved up, and so on and so forth. And for those that game responsibly, you may want to make things a little more interesting with Prize Picks. Prize Picks has become a phenomenon in the sports world not only because of its novel, more or less gameplay, but because you can actually seamlessly swap between and combine sports into one cogent fantasy experience. Playing is simple. You pick between 2 and 6 players, identify a stat relevant to that player and his sport, and then determine if he'll achieve more or less of something in that category. So, For instance, you may pick my beloved New York Islanders' Matthew Schaefer to net more than 2 points in an upcoming game, while you may determine that Islanders goaltender Ilya Sorokin will allow fewer than 2 goals. You get the idea. If you make the right calls, you win. And because Prize Picks gives you different options in how to play, it's also a flexible fantasy app. Flex Play allows you to still win even if you miss one of your picks, while Power Play is more for the confident player who thinks that his picks will stick across the board. Available in all 50 states, Prize Picks is America's #1 sports app. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED, SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, a novel way to seek the talk therapy you may need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols. There's no doubt that concern over one's mental health is no longer taboo these days, and that's great. But I also know that people still have legitimate qualms with going to therapy that are far beyond what it can do for them, and rather focus on their ability to access care at all. This makes perfect sense to me, which is why I think BetterHelp is such an exceptional product, especially for those who, for one reason or another, cannot or will not seek in-person care. For many people, cost is an issue, especially if you don't have health insurance. But because BetterHelp is done completely remotely, over video, audio, or even just by text, middlemen are cut out, costs are reduced, and the price to talk to someone suddenly becomes reasonable. Some people also have issues getting to appointments, whether because of scheduling conflicts, a lack of transportation, or even the complete absence of local options. But BetterHelp meets you where you are, at a time most convenient for you, to fit into whatever insanity occupies your calendar, even if you're in the middle of nowhere. I dig that BetterHelp lowers barriers and makes access to more than 30,000 licensed therapists a reality. And with a 4.9 out of 5-star rating from 1.7 million client reviews and counting, well, it's obviously working for legions of people, just like you. Being human means encountering problems, pretty much all of them common to the human experience. Talk to someone who will listen. Your emotional well-being matters. Find support and feel lighter in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off your first session at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for accessible, affordable, and convenient therapy that meets you where you are, head to betterhelp.com/symbols.
Sacred Symbols is brought to you by Factor. It's the time of year again when it starts getting a little warmer finally, and some of your spring and summer clothes are coming out, and maybe they aren't fitting quite the way you remember, and eating well stops feeling optional. Factor is a great way to make the change and stop letting a busy schedule get in the way. Factor uses quality ingredients including lean proteins, veggies, and healthy fats. No refined sugar, artificial sweeteners, or refined seed oils. There's 100 rotating weekly meals to keep things fresh. Options include high protein, calorie smart, Mediterranean diet, GLP-1 support, and ready-to-eat salads. And the part that I really love is the convenience. Factor meals are always fresh and never frozen and ready in 2 minutes. There's no prep, there's no stress, so sticking to your goals is easy. Head to factormeals.com/sacred50off and use code SACRED50OFF to get 50% off and free breakfast for a year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Make healthier eating easy with Factor.
All right, let's get into a few topics of discussion to stretch our legs, then we'll get in the news. There's quite a bit to get through this week in the news. We'll talk about what we're playing. We'll end with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience, as we always do. And thus, we begin with Dreamboat, who wrote in and said, Dustin, the audio for Colin last week was notably 1/16 of a second early, causing him to pre-react to what you and Chris were saying. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. How could you not notice this as executive producer? Feel free to forward your paycheck to my account when able. I also noticed that you fucked up the punching up outro. I was told that like Micah was still talking and the music was playing over her speaking. Are you okay?
Oh. I've never heard. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I did go and check this, though. The 1/16 of a second early. I think I'm being rage baited on this one, Colin.
Did you look at the timeline?
No. I just quickly, because you put this in this morning. And so I brought up the YouTube video and I was listening to various parts and I was like, I think you're rage baiting me.
Yeah, I heard this from a few people say this, but I don't know either. I know how these things happen on a timeline. That's why I was curious. Like, you just accidentally hit an arrow over or whatever, and then everything goes over once. I sometimes accidentally, I hate Premiere so much.
Oh.
They put the audio line over the timeline graphic now. So sometimes when you pull it, move it around, you're moving the audio up and down. I'm like,
Insane,
what is
insane.
wrong with you guys?
Insane choice.
It's like, what is wrong with, like, can you just leave it alone? Fuck, like, just leave it alone. Isn't that more valuable?
Adobe Premiere 2014 through 2016, maybe even 17. Perfect fucking program. Such a beautiful program. I loved everything about it. And Photoshop as well. Around that time, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like no problems. Everything worked. I never had any crashes. And now it's like, let's change every shortcut. It's like, okay, great.
It's so bad.
It's very cool.
The audio over the bar was like my last straw with it, where I was like, this is.
I think you can disable that maybe, but like I haven't even, I don't know.
Because sometimes I'll like do it, not realize, and then I'll hit, and it's like, it's so loud that it's like you're coming in from hell. And I'm like, oh, I accidentally rose at 25 decibels. Great.
Yeah, it's like plus 60.
Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, great. So it's just peaking. My speakers are ruined. Yeah, what a disaster, man. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there.
It sucks.
I don't know what they're paid to do, just to push out
collect
updates.
Money.
Collect money, push out updates that nobody wants, change things that nobody wants changed. The thing for me was when they got rid of legacy titles. I don't know why they got, because the new title system that they have for text on video on Premiere sucks. It's way worse than the legacy titles. I don't know why they did it. I don't understand the impetus to do it. It's just objectively worse. Everything about it. I
just don't understand. Like there are it's like two ways, Western man. You can own Adobe and make like Premiere and Photoshop and have like these really great programs like they used to be, Illustrator, all that shit. And a small team of people that sustain them and maybe make minor updates or whatever. Or you can have a bloated organization that needs to justify itself by constantly fucking with the things you're selling, which to me makes no sense and is and by the way, I was talking about this with Jaffe last week. It's like Windows is so fucking bad that it's actually incredible how bad it is. Like it's almost unbelievable how bad it is, because you could tell that people are just fucking with it constantly.
Yeah.
You know? And it's like, just stop.
Just let it be.
Yeah, like let it, you don't need to employ all the, okay, fine, you have a UI, just fire them. This is a consumer product. I don't need you to fuck with it on a constant basis. Chris, I was saying this, we need Windows Classic. Like we need them. I'll pay $500 if they give me Windows 95 and go and fuck off forever. And it just works, you know?
Windows 95 is too. I think we have a romanticized version of Windows 95 and XP in our head. Windows 7, I think, is good.
Okay, 7. Okay.
Windows 7, in my opinion, I think Windows 7 is as far as you need to go. It's perfectly workable. There's none of the extra widget shit that's in all the other UIs. I think that's as early as I would go, and also as far as I would go, because then you get into 8 and 10. Well, 8 specifically is like, Jesus Christ. And like Vista, I think.
Yeah, I had a Vista
before
machine.
Or after 7.
Vista was before 7, I think. I had a Vista
7.
machine in 2007 or 2006. Yeah,
Vista was.
It literally on the sticker said "made for Windows Vista," and you knew it was a fucking shit show.
Yeah,
when I bought that computer.
Travesty.
It's so bad. Like I fucking hate Windows, and I said it before. I've used Windows since Windows 3.1, and I was always a big fan. It always made sense, the nesting of the, like, and I always bring up Windows 95 because it really was like perfect. I know you need a little more now, you know, but especially at that time, I'm like, this is so good. And now I look at my computer performance and I'm like, what is even using all of my fucking RAM right now? And then you look and it's like, oh, it's like 8 million different widgets and things running and Copilot. I'm like, dude, you gotta fuck off. Like I can't.
Yeah.
And then people are like, you gotta use like Linux or something. I'm like, I don't know that I'm smart enough for that. You know? And then the only option is going back to Mac, which I've used in the past and it's fine, but I'm like, I don't want to use a Mac. Like I just don't. I like Apple a lot. I use an Apple phone. I use an Apple Watch. I don't need the whole thing. Micah uses Macs and that's great. But so I don't know why I went on that tirade, but I fucking hate Windows. Hate it.
I understand.
Mm-hmm. And then the whole thing where they were updating you last year and then they're like, oh, your computer's not new enough to update. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, the idea of that is also infuriating because what do you mean? I can make my computer newer by putting stuff in. What do you mean it's not? What are you saying?
It sounds like a bunch of horse shit, personally.
It is a bunch of horse shit. Mac does that too, to be fair, but
I had Windows 98 running when I was a kid on a 486. I don't want anyone to tell me that you can't, that 486, my dad had this, I wish I had a picture of it. It was like the skeletal 486 that we had. That was like just like the family computer. And for people that don't know, like 286, 386, 486 were like processors before like Pentium and all the rest. So we had to get Windows 90, it was Windows 95 actually. We had to get an external CD drive and then an external modem, which was awesome, but it worked. So don't tell me this Windows, what is it now? Windows 11? 12? I want Windows Classic. What I want is for some competitor to come in and make an operating system. Because it is somewhat, isn't it kind of interesting? Like, and again, technology trends towards monopolies. We say that over and over again. It's just the way it goes. But Windows has dominated for like 40 years. There are no other commercial options. There never have been for an operating system. It's kind of wild.
You could say Mac.
Well, no, you have to buy a whole different computer ecosystem for that.
Yeah.
In other words, like you don't go into a store and be like, well, there's Windows and X and Y and Z, and you choose. It's like, no, it's just Windows. Yeah. And if you don't use Windows, you're fucking weird as hell, and that's cool. But maybe SteamOS, some people are saying, will be like could be like an interesting thing. And I'm just worried about the vulnerabilities. It's actually the one attractive thing about Apple and Mac is that like it is just this thing that's continuous and it works and stuff. That's kind of attractive, but everything's on the wrong side of the screen, and I don't like that. And that was really a Windows choice because Windows was obviously copying Macintosh, Mac OS back in the 80s. And so they just moved everything to the opposite side. If you've never read about the look and into the look and feel Apple versus Microsoft lawsuit from the 80s, it's one of the great. It's so blatant, like what they were doing, that it's the movie Pirates of Silicon Valley, which is I love that movie so much, but it's based on a book called Fire in the Valley, which is a great book about all that stuff back in the day. They basically say that like Microsoft acquired Macintosh dev kits to bring like Office over or whatever, and then basically just made Windows 1.0 by copying it. And then I think they revealed it without telling Macintosh at like an NEC conference, and everyone flipped the fuck out. It's good shit. A lot of drama. Steve Jobs getting crazy. Bill Gates getting crazy. Steve Ballmer getting crazy. There's a lot of different people in there.
Developers. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Developers.
There's a lot of good Ballmer stuff out there.
Yeah.
And now he's all caught up in this like conspiracy because he owned, I think it's him, like with the Clippers, the basketball team in LA, and how they were like circumventing the cap by giving their players like these marketing deals with shell companies. It's like so interesting. But who knows if it's true or not? I don't know. Vinny Pepperoni wrote in and said, Colin, how do you feel about the prodigal son, Geno Smith, returning home after all these years? It's a horrible feeling. Thank you for asking. A lot of people wrote in about this. Geno Smith, of course, is a quarterback. He was drafted by the Jets, and we traded him a long time ago. And some 10 years later, he's returned to the team. So it's a great sign. Thank you for asking. And Kali B wrote in and said, my fellow Americans, my neighborhood has very large, beautiful oak trees throughout it. Naturally, this time of year, the leaves fall to the ground and accumulate throughout the community. Wind blows this way and that, and the leaves end up where they may. Individually, we all clean them out of our yards and move on with our lives. With that context, should I go have a conversation with my bitch neighbor, Regina? She keeps getting a leaf blower and pushing all the leaves out of her half of the side yard and into mine. I'm a good neighbor and treat her kindly, but I must admit I've kept her at arm's length after she confided in me. She doesn't care if her libtard daughter doesn't talk to her anymore. And he said libtard in quotes. Because, quote, she loves Trump because he's getting rid of all of the brown people, end quote. My girlfriend is Puerto Rican. So is Chris. Would appreciate the advice, Regina, your daughter of Babylon. I've got my eye on you. Take care. That's shitty. Shitty neighbor behavior. Mm-hmm. You should say something to her. If you don't like her anyway, if she's racist or all these other things that you're accusing Regina, I mean, you could be defaming Regina for all I know. Or if it's the capital of Manitoba, Regina. Doesn't that make you uncomfortable? The city in Canada spelt Regina is actually pronounced Regina.
Is it? Yeah,
it's true. It's a true story. True story.
True story.
When I first learned that, because I knew someone that lived up there, and I'm like, oh, you live in Regina? And they're like, do you know it's Regina? And I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, it is. And I'm like, oh, no.
What are people that are from Regina called?
Reginans.
Reginans, or I was thinking Reginese.
Reginese is pretty good.
Regina. That might not be correct, but I like it.
Reginese.
Regina. I just hate that so much. Like I just had to share that with everyone. Regina.
Yeah.
That's shitty behavior. I am very fastidious about getting my leaves because the leaves do blow around. You got to get them off of your yard. You got to get them out. You don't want to blow them away. You got to like lift them up, put them in a bag, get them out. So I think with Regina, you got something going. You got something brewing here. You should take all the leaves and put them in bags and then just dump them all over our yard. You know?
Yeah.
You have an HOA? Because if you do, you might not want to do that. But if you live in like a free-for-all neighborhood, you can fuck around with this woman forever, probably. So have at it, I say. Regina. Dustin, do you rake your yard?
We don't have many leaves that show up because we don't. There's like my neighbor has a few trees, but they don't really get into our yard very much. So very little raking. But as fun as it would be to fuck around with Regina, you know, there's nothing worse than having an enemy as a neighbor. So I guess how much additional work is she really putting in, like, for your leaf raking time? You know, because if you're keeping the peace to some degree, though, you did literally quote that she said loves Trump's because he's getting rid of brown people. That is very directly racist. Yeah, if that is an actual quote. So maybe it's worth not keeping the peace.
Yeah, I mean, why would you want to keep the peace with someone like that anyway? Because
you live beside them.
Yeah, but it's like you could win that battle too. You can make them twice as scared of you as that you are of them.
It's this constant battle of attrition.
I know.
Oh my God.
It's like, for instance, I play the drums. I can make my neighbors miserable. You know, I play like only in the mid-afternoon, basically. But I can play at any time. I can open the windows. You know, I can do that, all that. So I probably talked about it at the time because it was some years ago now, but I've only ever had a quarrel with one neighbor in my neighborhood. And she actually moved, which was awesome. She was like one of the first people, you know, people start eventually leaving the neighborhood and new people come in or whatever. And she was the first one to leave, which I thought was like so serendipitous because I had like real beef. It was like awkward almost. But like this woman lives next to like a communal kind of field. And everyone brings their dogs there and like walks their dogs and all this kind of stuff. But she would just let her dogs go and poop there and then like come back in like as if it was their backyard. And I got in like an argument with her over it. Like straight up, I'm like, this is fucking rude. You're crazy that you do this. Like you need to pick up, like I'm sick of my dogs almost stepping in your dog shit and all the rest and all these things. And very awkward. I was pretty heated because I was like, this is bullshit. Like I hate dirtbag shit. I hate it. I want to live in a nice place, like a nice society, no degeneracy, high trust, respectful. But you fall out of that and you're my major enemy. And it was just, so we had this really awkward thing going and then they moved. And I was like,
maybe you made the move.
That would be awesome. I hope so.
Over dog poop.
It's pretty, you know what, dude? The second, the third, the fourth time you step in someone else's dog shit.
Yeah.
Or your dog steps in the dog shit. Yeah, I don't give a fuck how crazy it seems. It's like, no way, man. If I'm not doing something to someone, I don't expect it to be done to me. Period. That's like the whole thing. I expect to be treated with respect. And that's so disrespectful. You know, and a few of the other neighbors caught wind that I like had an argument with that lady and were like, thanks. And I'm like, well, someone's got to do it. Yeah. I'm from New York.
Oh man.
Kali, good luck to you and thank you for writing in. And good luck to Regina as well. Sounds like she's going to need it. God, what's wrong with Canada, man? I'm looking it up now. Regina is the capital city of the Canadian. Oh, Saskatchewan. I said Manitoba. My bad.
Fact checked. Snopes.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm shot today, man. I don't know what's going on. Anything else to say before we get into the news?
No.
All right. Then let's go. My friends, let's get into some of this news here. This starts with gamesindustry.biz. Just thought I'd throw this out there. We know that Sony, based on reporting from Bloomberg, looks like they're moving away from PC releases for AAA single-player games. And a lot of this probably comes from the fact that obviously there's a threat from Steam Machine and all of the rest and the ubiquity of Steam, but also from just the lack of there being any real reason to do this comparable to the amount of money Sony makes on its own consoles. And of course, what you lose by bringing your games to other consoles, which is sometimes unquantifiable. But gamesindustry.biz reports on a Newzoo study, and they write sales data indicates Sony's PS5 ports are increasingly losing audience share on PC, but only because of release timing. And they write, quote, following a Bloomberg report that Sony will no longer be publishing first-party PS5 games on PC, which suggested the decision was driven in part by poor sales for recent titles released on the platform. An analysis by Newzoo for gamesindustry.biz has suggested the company's release strategy limited its reach on PC. The company's strategy for releasing PC ports well after the PS5 release, save for the notable exception of 2024 hit Helldivers 2, led to lower audience, they write lead, lead, I think they might have meant led, to lower audience share on PC compared to games that released on multiple platforms simultaneously, the firm said. The trend applied to all publishers, not just Sony. And the director of market intelligence at Newzoo told gamesindustry.biz the following, quote, Newzoo's data shows that PlayStation titles ported to PC after their console launch typically see PC account for around 13% of total players in the first 3 months across both releases. By comparison, when comparable AAA titles launch simultaneously on PC and console, PC contributes closer to 44% of players in the same period. What's notable is that this pattern is not specific to Sony's first-party portfolio. We see almost no difference between first-party PlayStation titles, 12% PC share, and third-party PlayStation exclusives, 13%, suggesting the outcome is primarily driven by the staggered release strategy rather than franchise demand on PC, end quote. There's a little bit more information if you guys want to go and check it out. You can go on there on gamesindustry.biz. They have some more of the study. Dustin, this is fairly obvious, isn't it? It seems like it's more I wanted to talk about this because it's being circulated a lot and I want to acknowledge it. And yet I think we know, don't we understand that that's what hurt? It's a matter of what that means to Sony if you're selling 44% of your copies on PC as opposed to 13%. Yeah, good.
Well, I think that they began to understand that it's like, well, because I've seen this point out, it's like, well, they're not selling well on PC because they're not day and date. And that's true. There could be, in a different reality, if Sony did decide to go day and date, their PC sales would certainly skyrocket. At least I think so. That would be the case, is that, people would be more excited at the launch. All the marketing's there. People are wanting to play it. And so that would maybe help, and maybe even help them sell more copies of a game on launch day. But it's, as you were saying, Colin, the hidden cost of that, where it's like, okay, well, you may get more day one sales, but certainly that's going to erode the console base of people. Maybe not everyone. There's always people that are going to be console only people, but it's certainly, if you are a PC gamer, or interested in getting a PC and playing more there, that you don't really need a PlayStation then anymore at that point. And I think it makes sense and we had this conversation last week about like, yeah, maybe Steam Machine isn't a problem now, but the idea of PC becoming more accessible in the living room, maybe not this year or in the next 3 years, but maybe in the next 10, certainly could be an issue for them. And also makes sense, Colin. They mentioned the third party stuff. Why Square Enix wanted out of the exclusivity deals for Final Fantasy Remake and Rebirth. And they finally got those out on other platforms, and why Part 3, I would imagine, is going to be a multi-platform release at launch, as long as they haven't locked it in. It doesn't, from the way they're talking about it, I don't think that. Yeah,
I think they got out of that. On one hand, I'm annoyed at Square Enix just because I think they're kind of assholes with some of the shit they just, nothing's good enough for them. Yeah. Again, I will reiterate, dude, selling 3 million copies of Final Fantasy 16 in like 4 or 5 days when PS5 had like 40 million units, that was crazy. And it's still looked at as they were complaining about that. It's like, you're fucking nuts. That is such a heavy adoption for your third party game. So I've kind of enjoyed that, like, their fortunes haven't necessarily sharpened up any when they've gone multi-platform. Not because they're multi-platform, I don't care about that at all, but because they were like blaming it, like it wasn't, the PlayStation audience wasn't good enough. And I'm like, well, no one else is showing up for you, huh? They sold like 30,000 copies of Final Fantasy 16 that first week, apparently, or whatever, on Xbox. It's like, yeah, well. But again, how would to your point, how would they have done with day and date? Chris, where are you on this? I feel like I wanted to acknowledge it, but I feel like it's obvious Sony would sell an enormous amount of copies day and date if they had Intergalactic available on PC, but that hurts PlayStation at that point.
Yeah, it also, I mean, I don't think I have anything else to say that wouldn't just be reiterating what you guys have already mentioned. But like, yeah, I mean, you want to make a case for people owning your machine. And if the stuff that is on your machine that is almost meant to sell it is just available elsewhere, especially in an ecosystem that is becoming more and more approachable and more and more digestible as time goes on, the current economic situation notwithstanding, that does erode a reason to buy the machine. I feel that with Xbox at the moment. So like, why wouldn't the same thing apply? Like if PlayStation games came to PC day and date, as Xbox games essentially do now, I'm already in the position now where I'm feeling, even as an Xbox fan, where it's just like, well, I don't really need a new Xbox then. I'll just get everything on Steam.
Right.
I have a PlayStation because I know that there's stuff coming out on that on that machine that's not going to be accessible on PC. And if it is going to be accessible on PC, it's not coming right away. And I just want to be able to get to it first. And I think that's the obvious thing that I don't know why it seems weirdly controversial to even bring up that fact now, or like it becomes like an argument for some reason, as if it's debatable. But it's just like, no, this is the reason why consoles exist in the first place. This is the reason why you bought consoles, is for the games that came out on them. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, and the coherence of everything too, like, which we'll talk about in the next story about. Consoles remind me, we were talking about Apple earlier, kind of like the Apple ecosystem, like this linear storefront and like ways to absorb things within that ecosystem, the way everyone kind of experiences things the same way. It's controlled. Yeah, it's why like when we were talking about Project Helix, it was interesting because I was like, I'd be kind of upset that my console manufacturer was turning me into a PC gamer. I'm not a PC gamer. I'm a console gamer. I'm proud of that. I have no problem with that. Sure, like, do I come off like a Luddite compared to PC people or whatever? Sure, like but that's the whole point. You know, like, yeah. So I will say, man, like Push Square did an interesting study with their audience where they polled them. Like, people in the PlayStation ecosystem, like hardcores, are so overwhelmingly happy about this PC failure. It's just so funny. Like, they're into it. Like, everyone's like, yeah. And it's like, well, that's fine. I don't necessarily agree with this, of course, but got to show up and buy these games then on PlayStation. Or I said this to Jaffe. I'm like, Sony's going to be back to this territory. That like this PC decision isn't forever. I don't think. They're going to have to figure it out at some point. And I think Steam Machine is a potential problem for them. Or at least they look at it like that. I think there was someone reporting some rumor somewhere, some insider saying like that Sony's well aware that like Valve is serious and needs to be dealt with as like the new entrant. And, you've kind of vanquished Microsoft. Sega's been long vanquished, all these things, these kind of bodies on the road, but like there's still new challengers. And Steam is going to be very, very formidable indeed. But I agree with you with this new Xbox. It's what I was saying. Like you give access to Steam. I don't know why you wouldn't just buy your games on Steam. And then I don't understand how anyone makes money but Steam. So it's going to be a bit interesting thing to see how that all works out. But this fits in perfectly with this next story that I wanted to discuss as well. And it's a smaller story and it's only in one territory, but I think it's interesting and emblematic of where this might be going. The BBC writes, court hears millions of PlayStation players charge unfair download fees. So we knew this was happening, that there was going to be this lawsuit over PSN's closed nature and this hearing in the UK, and it's actually beginning. So here's what they write. And by the way, I make fun of Push Square for this too, but BBC does the same thing where every paragraph is a new sentence. Stop writing like this. What are we doing? What the art of the paragraph, dude? Are people that illiterate?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. It looks like shit just looking at it. looks like I'm reading the fucking Our Father or something. You know, it's just like a bunch of lines. All right. Millions of UK PlayStation users have been victims of excessive and unfair download charges, a tribunal has heard. A $2.7 billion class action lawsuit, that's £2 billion, brought against Sony by consumer campaigner Alex Neil, claims the console maker prevented players from purchasing digital products outside of its own closed ecosystem. Anyone who bought a digital PlayStation game or an in-game download over a period of about 10 years to February this year could be eligible for compensation if the case succeeds. Defending its business model, Sony told London's Competition Appeal Tribunal that third-party stores posed a security risk, and it also used software sales to subsidize sales of its consoles. Opening the case for the claimants, Robert Palmer KC said Sony had, quote, implemented a sustained strategy to exclude competition over digital distribution of products by monopolizing their sale through the PlayStation Store, end quote. In order to publish any content at all for the PlayStation, he said, developers must sign a contract agreeing that it won't be distributed outside the official shop without Sony's consent. The case claims the shop built into PlayStation's operating system was designed to make players a captive class. Mr. Palmer further claimed users face restrictive license conditions that prevented them from seeking to bypass those controls and obtain digital content from elsewhere. He said, quote, the result is that Sony can and does set the retail prices of all such content itself without facing any retail competition for digital content, end quote. That's not true, by the way, and we'll talk about that. He continues, quote, it allows it to obtain monopoly profits from digital distribution, setting retail prices at what it refers to as a target margin of an excessive and unfair 30% above the level of the digital wholesale prices, end quote. Again, there's no such thing as digital wholesale. The case claims Sony has unfairly profited from shifting consumer habits, with more players choosing to buy digital games over physical versions supplied on discs. So, and people can read more about this. The team estimates 12.2 million users could be in line for £162 each. So that's like $220, I think. If this goes through, I'm curious what you guys think of this. This act, and again, it can come off as pro Sony, but I would feel this way about any storefront. This pisses me off. This is kind of a version of what Epic has been doing, with some success, specifically with Google. No one is captive to PlayStation. You're buying the console. With the understanding, as has been the case since the 70s, that when you buy a console, you buy the games through the console manufacturer that either makes them directly or licenses those games. Nintendo would sue people for unofficial, as you guys probably know, like Color Dreams and Tengen, like these other, and Game Genie. They would sue anyone that tried to go out of bounds for them. And with mixed results. The reason this pisses me off is not because people are challenging the system. What pisses me off is that I like the way it is. And I think most players on PlayStation like the way it is. And I think that there are incredible downstream consequences if this actually goes through and happens. And PlayStation is somehow opened up to other storefronts or whatever. It would be basically the beginning of the end. So I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say about this, but I encourage people to pay close attention to this because I think this is total bullshit. It reminds me a lot of what I say about, like, when I reference Walmart, and I'm like, well, Walmart decides what it sells. If you have a tchotchke that you want to sell, you're not guaranteed that Walmart's going to carry it. And Walmart's very existence doesn't mean they have to give you an opportunity to sell your good. And if you don't want to use them, then go sell it somewhere else. I just don't understand. These lawsuits are brought up by people that don't understand the business. And I'm not saying that 30% isn't egregious. It kind of is egregious, but they use things. It's like digital wholesale prices. What the fuck is a digital wholesale price? Wholesale is buying physical goods at scale. No, Sony doesn't buy the games ahead of time. They facilitate the sale of that game from one person to the other. That's the other thing they say is like Sony determines the prices. It's like, no, they don't. I can tell you that straight up. We can charge whatever we want for our games. We can put them on sale whenever we want. You know, it's like I don't know what you're talking about. So like there's stuff in here where I just feel like it's not even accurate, like the way they're attacking it. But I think that there are major consequences. It's why I'm happy that Apple, for instance, has fought so hard against this idea of like opening up their storefronts. It's like we know what we're getting into. We've been doing this for a while. If you don't want this, then go do something else. But I liked the closed ecosystem. And I don't want, they're right about the security stuff. Like it could fuck a lot of things up. It's not only about security, about your passwords. It's like none of that. It's like they can't vouch for like the credit card not being stolen. They can't vouch for you getting what you paid for. They can't vouch for like, they can't vouch that they're breaking trophies. They can't vouch that people are selling save data. They can't like, it's like, what, like, don't you understand how crazy it would become and why it's important that these things remain closed? And if you want the open ecosystem, then go and Steam's not even an open ecosystem. There, I guess you'd have to go to like what, some of these DRM free websites that sell some PC games and stuff like that. And that's cool if that's what you're into. This just bothers me a lot. I feel like this could really, I don't think this is going to succeed, but I also think it could fracture like what it means. If, by the way, this will fuck up Nintendo's shit and other people's if it goes through too. So I don't know if you guys have anything to say, but I think this is something I wanted to keep on people's radar.
I agree with you that I don't know how a third-party seller on the PlayStation Store would work. I do agree, though, that it appears to me that Sony does take advantage of pricing on PlayStation Store over physical, which that mentions. And I looked up just an example, specifically a first-party game, though this applies outside of first-party as well. A copy of Horizon Zero Dawn Complete Edition New physical from GameStop, $19.99. PlayStation Store, $39.99. It's not on sale at GameStop. And there's numerous occasions where I've looked and found games. It's like, oh, well, it's not even just that a game is on sale physical. Just the actual retail price of a physical game that's older is significantly cheaper than it is on PlayStation Store. And like I said, this applies to both first party and third party games. So I do think there is an element of truth that Sony does take advantage of their, if you want to call it a monopoly or whatever, of being the only place to buy a game digitally on PlayStation, that prices are more expensive. I don't know what you do about that, and I don't think that what they're proposing is the right solution. But I do think that digital only gamers, not always, because of course there's sales there too and stuff. No denying that. They often are charged higher prices.
It's funny though. I feel like that's an incomplete. I think you're right, but it feels like an incomplete analysis in that the $20 version of Horizon, for instance, wasn't sold at a discount to Amazon to sell it for $20. They overbought the game at wholesale prices, physical. So now wholesale does come in and they're selling it at a price that they think it'll move. They still bought it from Sony for the same amount of money. You know, that's my whole thing. But because they're buying it at scale, they're trying to sell it to either lose as little as possible or to make a little bit of money on it or break even or whatever. So in other words, I agree with you, but that would only that analogy would only be perfect if Sony was actually undercutting itself on purpose, which it's not. They don't give a fuck about physical games. So I just think I don't know.
They want you to buy it from their store where they can charge whatever they want.
Right. But what I'm saying is that Horizon did cost the same amount of money, digitally and physically, when it came out. And that people overbought that or invested in too many copies or had more copies coming from second and third printings, that's their problem. Right. And now they're playing capitalism, which is good. It's like, well, our shit's cheaper. It's cheaper because they want to get rid of it. They have to, as opposed to the digital good not sitting anywhere on a shelf somewhere. So you're always going to get undercut physically, especially because there's not that much demand for physical games anymore. You know, so do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't think you're wrong, but I think that like, it's not quite complete to say that either. Because in other words, what you're saying would only be true if Sony was literally selling the games to be sold at $19.99, which they're not.
Well, this copy is a PlayStation Hits version of Horizon Zero Dawn Complete Edition, so it's not like the launch copy. Right,
that's what I'm saying about second or third printings. Like, they're buying these at premiums and expecting that they're going to sell more at $29 or $39.99. Like, there's no way those were made to be sold at $20. You know?
PlayStation Hits?
Yeah.
I think they might have been.
Back in the red label PS2 era. I don't know that.
This is a red label PS4 disc. I mean, I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
But I think when they did introduce that PlayStation Hits line, they were either $20 or $30.
Okay. So maybe there's something to that then.
I'll make sure, but
well, no, I think that makes a little more sense though, Dustin. I think the only way it's funny because the only way you would solve this, I think, is to be more. I don't even know how you can really force anyone to do this as opposed to just withholding goods from them, but to say like, you literally can't sell this for any cheaper than this. And if you do, you're not going to get the next good big, bundle of games. In fact, I'm pretty sure Nintendo does that, right? To some degree. Their games never go on sale. That must be for some reason. And it has nothing to do with the stores not wanting to undercut themselves. It's to not spurn Nintendo.
Right.
So Sony could use that level of force, I guess. Everyone would win except for the consumer that wants the cheaper good. But I don't know, whatever. Chris, do you have anything you want to add to this?
I mean, I don't really indulge in physical games anymore. And really that's a personal choice. Like I'm aware that I could find like games for cheaper if I look physically. I just prefer the convenience of not having to keep track of a disc or worry about the health of a disc or worry about where it is or whether or not it gets scratched or whether or not I borrowed it to somebody who's not going to give it back. It's more convenient. So like if there is a disparity there and there is like advantage being taken, I just don't care.
But what about the monopolization of digital sales? Like, do you think Sony should have access to all of the storefronts or
no? I just we're making a choice. I like the walled garden. Like I appreciate that. I also have a PC also, by the way, which, if I want to go outside of that, I can. I'm not like restricted from doing so. So I don't see how that would make. I don't know how that would make business sense, and I also don't think from a user experience that would be all that much nicer either, because it just seems like it would turn the. If that were to happen, it would make I feel like the PS5 UI would just be a convoluted mess of just. It doesn't sound enticing to me. I understand like where people are coming from the sense of like, yeah, you don't want to be taken advantage of, and like I can appreciate that, but I don't know if the solution is to just open up proprietary machines to every single storefront just because you don't like how the business is shaken up. You know what I mean? Like that just seems kind of off to me.
It just doesn't take into account the economics of how the industry works. And I don't like this idea that like a store exists and therefore must be forced to sell everything at whatever price anyone wants. It's like not the way it works. It's like, so like, what is wrong with everybody? It's just so strange. I went and bought past weekend, Micah and I went to Lowe's to buy a like hedge trimmer, and they didn't have it. So I ended up buying it online, which is fine. But we use Cobalt because, you're kind of, it's kind of funny. They capture you in a way because they all share batteries. So as you get like 3 or 4 of these things, it's like, well, we're kind of like a Cobalt family now. And Cobalt is a house brand of Lowe's, which I didn't know actually until more recently. And
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, because I learned because we were at like something else. I'm like, let's go to Home Depot and see if I can get this thing. And they just didn't have any Cobalt shit. And then we looked it up online. It's like, oh, Cobalt is like a brand that's only sold at Lowe's.
It's like Sears and Kenmore, right?
Right. And Craftsman used to be like that too at Sears. Craftsman's now Craftsman, yeah, right. Which was a huge mistake, but they had to do it. And that reminded me, it's like, so what you're basically saying is like, I can go and bust and be like, Home Depot has to be able to sell Cobalt. And then Lowe's can't say like, well, that's our brand. Like, we want you to come to our store, And it's like, well, it's too bad. It exists. And thus it needs to be sold here. It's really the same logic. Not for nothing. And nothing's stopping me from going somewhere else, getting a different hedge trimmer, using a different company, not buying things at all that kind of stuff. And it's the same thing here. It's like, well, if you want Wolverine, you're going to buy it on PlayStation 5 from Sony. If you don't want to play Wolverine or you don't want to do that, then too bad. It's the way Nintendo's operated forever. And I understand. I think what they're really getting at, if you read the language of the suit and like what people are saying, is like they especially want you to be able to just buy in-game goods directly from the companies without Sony taking a cut. So like if you're in Fortnite, you just buy straight from Epic and Sony gets no cut. And it's like, I don't know. Why? And this is why I'm saying, like, you don't want this if you're a PlayStation fan. I'm telling you right now, you don't want this. Not only because it will degrade the experience, but because PlayStation will quickly die. I'm just letting you know. They're talking about subsidies. It's not subsidizing, like, because the consoles aren't really sold at a loss. It's like, it's how you make money. It's not a VCR. Where like, right. Dustin, who's the company that made the VCR? JVC, right? And then they would license it. And so like you'd always see that logo, that VCR logo. Famously, we didn't have a DVD player because they didn't want to license the DVD technology. for the Wii. That would have cost them literally like 50 cents a unit or something.
Yeah.
So that was like that syndicate exists, and like people are getting their money. It's the same reason like Sony makes money every time a Blu-ray is sold.
Right.
But if you're not, that's already baked into the cake. If you're not going to do that, then I don't know. I think the economics of everything falls apart really badly, and I like the way it is. I don't want it to change. You can wait for discounts. You can get games for free, basically, if you wait long enough. It's on you. There are games, I see sales all the time where I'm like, this is what? Like AAA games that are like $3, $5. I'm like, dude, just wait.
Yeah, the thing is too, it's like it's not like an imperative thing to be a part of the conversation or whatever. Like you can just wait. And if you don't want to wait, that's fine. But like that's a choice. We have free will. You know what I mean? Ostensibly.
Right. Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah.
You know, maybe there's a debate about that.
Yeah,
but like,
Jaffe thinks it's deterministic still, but yeah, I think it's
to the extent that it matters. You know, we have free will, and so like you could just wait. Like I've gotten a lot of stuff on the PlayStation Store and on the Xbox Store for dirt cheap, just because I didn't buy it at release, and I got some really great shit for $5. Same thing on Steam. Steam's outrageous with that shit. I can't even. I feel like I'm robbing Steam half the time. Yeah, I'll pay $3 for 10 games in this like iconic series. It's like, all right.
Well, that's what I was saying, Chris, at the time. Mass Effect Trilogy a couple years ago, I remember, was $5, and I'm like, $5?
That is such a steal. It's insane.
I bought it just like I was like, all right.
On principle.
I was like, okay.
You buy that on principle. You know?
Yeah, I'm like, all right.
Because what was that? What was it? The guys who made Peak, they were talking about like the math of how pricing works in people's heads or whatever. How like $1 is free, $2 is free, $3 is $5.
Yeah, right.
$7 is $5, $8 is $10. You know,
yeah, it's very interesting.
Funny.
It's very interesting.
It's totally true though. It's such a nonsense. That was such a nonsensical tweet or like statement, but I remember reading it and being like, that all of this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, $2 is free. Right,
exactly. It's a shame. It's a shame that money has been eroded so much that that's all true. That like you could be integers away from the actual number, and you still feels like that. Not a good sign.
No, not great.
So I appreciate people want the best prices. They want the most options. I just don't think you get into like, who plays console gaming for the most options? What are you talking about? Like, it's like, are you fucking new? It's like, I bought an NES. I want to play Master System games on it. It's like, shut up, little kid. Go buy a Master System. It's like, it's always been this way. Or be a PC nerd and go emulate your games. Like a fucking dork. I saw one of these massive ROM repositories is shutting down.
It
has like, I don't know the name. I just see it circulating on social media the last few days. That's been up for a really long time. I literally haven't even looked for ROMs in probably, no joke, 20 plus years at this point of anything. I'm too afraid to even look.
It's been a minute for me.
Zophar's Domain, that used to be the spot back in the day, if people remember that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I moved this story up because we were talking about this, and this kind of all plays into it. PSprices.com reports, and this has been widely circulated, Sony is testing dynamic pricing in the PlayStation Store. Now, we've known that dynamic pricing seems to have been going on since maybe last year in certain international localities, but it seems like it's now found its way into the United States and other Western countries where PlayStation makes the most amount of its money. So they're no longer testing things. And they write, quote, Sony is running a large scale A/B price test. The same games are shown to different users at different prices with discounts of up to 27.8%. The experiment includes over 190 games in 70 regions, including the US, the largest PlayStation market. The testing has been running for more than 4 months. Since November 2025, Sony has been running A/B price tests in the PlayStation Store. Over 4 months, the experiment grew from 50 games in 30 regions to 190 in 70 regions, including the largest market, US. Sony is testing prices on its own AAA titles and launched a new IPT LTM program with elastic pricing. Some PlayStation Store users are seeing experimental prices that are significantly lower than the standard retail price. It looks like a controlled A/B test. Users are placed into different groups and see different prices for the same games. So the pricing shows that Spider-Man, for instance, is shown at a 12.5% discount, while The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is shown for a 10% discount. In the US, the price differences are much more severe. So Helldivers is being shown for some for $28.89, which is a 27% discount. The Last of Us Part 1 for $52, assuming all these games or most of these games start at $49 or $69. God of War Ragnarok, for instance, $57.99. And then there are third-party games in there as well. These seem like a random assortment of games, kind of, but then if you look at them kind of more closely, it seems like maybe they're working with willing partners, because they have WWE 2K25, Red Dead Redemption 2, Civilization 7, and Mafia: The Old Country in here as 4 of the 7 games. Dustin, what do those games share in common? Who published them?
2K.
Right. Take-Two is definitely in. So it seems like Take-Two is in.
Why do you never? Hold on. Why do you never
pop quiz?
You never pop quiz, Chris.
I never get a pop quiz.
You want me to pop quiz? I'll pop quiz Chris next.
Thank you.
But I don't want to do it. Give it time. Like, let it. Like, we don't want him to expect it. Now he's going to be expecting it.
Sure.
So it seems like they're not doing this randomly, and it might be that your games have to be opt-in to do this, which I think is interesting. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is one of those games. Doom of the Dark Ages, which is excellent, is in there. And Space Marine 2 is in there as well. By the way, the Space Marine remake still hasn't come to PlayStation. Don't know what that's all about.
Oh yeah. I forgot that even happened.
Remember, Xbox doesn't have any exclusives, though. So, all right, guys, people are upset about this. Chris, I'm curious what you think about the dynamic pricing. I have to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds nice, but you think about it for a minute and you're like, well, someone is getting the shitty price. Am I getting the shitty price? How do I know I'm not getting ripped off? How do I know I'm not getting the dynamic price? How can I manipulate this to give me the dynamic price? It seems like it's kind of unworkable, actually.
You open yourself up to too much for no reason, in my opinion. Like, just sell the game for how much you're going to sell it for. It's completely equitable. It's completely fair. There's no real reason to explore shit like this. Like, I don't know. I don't see any real benefit for not only the reasons that you're laying out there, where it's just like, oh, well, it kind of opens it up for people to scheme or figure out like, oh, how can I game the system? It turns it into a game, basically. Whereas if it's one price and that's what it is, there's not really much you can do about that. There's no finagling to be done. And so I'm not a fan of this generally.
Yeah, I actually, it's fun. I mean, it's easy for me to say, I guess, but I kind of like Nintendo's system more of like, we don't discount anything. At least you don't feel like you're getting ripped off. There's always this razor's edge with PlayStation games where if you don't buy them in the first few weeks, you're going to get got and you're going to see it because it's going to show up on like and it's going to be like, oh, I saw that with Borderlands. That's why I haven't bought Borderlands yet, because I didn't buy it at the time, but it was like, oh, it's 20% off and now it's back up to full price. And I'm like, well, now I know you charge that much for it. If I inherently know you're charging less for this thing at some point somewhere to someone, it makes it more difficult for me to maybe put the money down, as opposed to that's not a problem with Nintendo. Everyone knows they're not going to discount the games. And it seems like it works fine for them. Pokopia sold like, I'm pretty sure as many copies as Ghost of Yote has sold already. Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
So things are going fine over there. Chris, who was the 4th president of the United States?
J. Edgar Hoover.
Close enough. All right. It's James Madison, by the way. You almost got there when you started saying J. I was like, oh.
No.
Interesting. Very good. See, I got him for you, Dustin. Fucking nailed him. No? Not satisfying?
No, topic was a little bit off.
Yeah.
Wasn't exactly timely.
Yeah.
But we know, timely.
Well, I wanted to listen to what you were, I wanted to try to please you.
Sure.
When he did it, I did notice it though. It's like he always goes for Dustin. Always like this like targeted airstrike.
I'm sorry, Dustin. I don't want to make you feel like you're being targeted.
Oh, that's okay. I'm usually targeted. I'm used to it.
All right.
If I seem distracted, by the way, it's because there's a fucking stink bug in here. Do you know what those are?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Dude. That's happened to me while recording. That's landed on my mic.
Yeah.
And it's not a comfortable feeling.
I hate them so much because they're not even dangerous. They're just nuisances.
Yeah. dynamic pricing. I hate this. I think it sucks. I think I'm in line with you, Colin, that I am overall a capitalist, but I can't deny the increasing amount of late stage capitalism happening. And this, I mean, it's not just video games, because there's talk of like dynamic pricing where there's like grocery stores that have, digital displays that they can just change things on the day.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily new. Supply and demand, things go up and down based on how people are buying. And of course, demand, right? That's why it's called supply and demand. So I get it. But when we start to apply dynamic pricing for everything in order to just squeeze as much as we can out of people, it's too much at this point. And I understand that some people, it's like, oh, well, we're not charging you anymore because we're not raising the price dynamically. We're only dynamically lowering the price. And I'm like, it doesn't work that way.
It has the same effect.
It does not work that way, because if someone else, for some unknown algorithmic reason, is getting a lower price, I am being charged more. It's just the way it is when you have two prices like that, and one's the higher price. Yeah, it's not an increase to the base, but I'm paying more than this other person for whatever reason your AI algorithm decided that person, that we're dynamically changing in order to get the most profit out of everybody.
Yeah.
It's the other thing too, is that it just feels like a slippery slope situation to me, where it's like, you don't flinch when we're giving you discounts. But then it's like, oh, but now everything on the PlayStation Store has a dynamic price. And this is what did you say, Colin? Scumbag?
Oh, DBS, dirtbag shit?
I think this is some dirtbag shit that's disguised as trying to do something nice that will eventually, once we've all gotten nice and comfortable with it, is going to try to bite us even harder.
Well, I think it's them commodifying the immense amount of data that they've garnered for many, many years now about people's buying behavior. And I think that they have probably a great idea of exactly how to do this. And this is them being, as opposed to having these passive sales, they're now being active about going after people, like even on an individual basis. I mean, that's why it feels a little shady too, is that it's obviously individually targeting people likely that buy games on sale, or they probably have data where it's like, person looked at game A, backed out. Person added to wish list, backed out. Wish list told him game was on sale. Person went in, bought game.
Yeah,
like,
but then the other thing is, it's like you probably have people like us, right? Where like we a lot of games that we buy on day one for the maximum price. They probably look at that guy's going to pay full price anyway. Don't show him any sales.
Right.
Because why would we?
Right.
And it's just like,
I just want the same. Yeah, it's fucked up just because I want the same rules for everyone. And again, that's why I just appreciate the overwhelming transparency of the Nintendo store, of them just saying like, we charge the same amount of money no matter what for a really long time, and you're never going to get a discount. So you might as well just buy it now. And in fact, the only argument you can make about waiting is that inflation will erode some of your value of your money. The price will remain the same. So the game will technically be cheaper if you want to play it like that. But otherwise, like the game, like Animal Crossing is going to cost this and Mario is going to cost this and so on. And there's something like really honest about that. What's funny about this too is that Sony has adopted some really cool, transparent shit over time that people used to complain about to make it more consumer friendly. Like, you guys might remember, it was probably for the first, I don't know, not 10 years, maybe like 8 years of PlayStation Plus. Like, you didn't know what was coming until it was live. And people used to be like, dude, what the fuck? I just bought that 2 days ago and now it's free. And so they were like, oh, well, let's start telling you when things are going to go. And then they'll start announcing sales. And then now they have little modules where it's like, this was this price on this. Yeah. It's like, so you're doing all this cool, transparent shit, very pro-consumer. And then you're kind of shading it up a little bit with dynamic pricing. And I understand. But again, I think it's them just deploying everything they know about you. And I'm fascinated by that they probably have they probably pull out random individuals and use them as examples in meetings and stuff like that. But really it's about like this wholesale. We know exactly what you're doing, and some of you have been on PSN now for literally 20 years. we have every one of your purchases. We know exactly what you went to the cart once and you added it to the cart and you removed the cart. What was that? And then like, and they can have AI scrubbing all this and analyzing it. So yeah, it feels a little shady. I just want to know that I'm not getting ripped off. And you're right, Dustin, like them saying like, obviously it's like, we're not raising the prices dynamically. It's like, yeah, but it is the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only lowering the price for some people, then you have effectively raised the price for everyone else.
That's such lawyer speak. No, we're not raising the price.
You're right.
It's like,
like we're only lowering the price. And it's like, okay. Except for those that didn't get the lower price. It's weird.
It's hard for me, man, because like I just look at, this reminds me of when I worked retail and I just kind of, I caught a peek behind, I saw some shit that I definitely shouldn't have seen because it completely jaded me to how everything works. Where it's just like, oh, this $3,000 TV, it cost, this $3,000 TV that's not on sale cost Sears like $23, you know? And I'm just like, ain't none of this real, man. Ain't none of this real. It's all fucking nonsense.
And it is it is classic late stage capitalism. I don't like the term late stage capitalism just because it suggests that capitalism is going to go somewhere, and I really don't think it is. I think it'll just become increasingly absurd. And because it's still the best solution there is, ultimately, it'll always revert back to it. There's got to be a better term for like the insanity of whatever this is. And I'm not talking even about dynamic pricing, but literally just whatever this is in life generally. Markets and all that are
sucks
good.
Now. Everything sucks. Everything you buy now is worse than it used to be.
Definitely.
But and it's because like there's just I agree with you, Colin, that I don't think there is a better solution. But as I've gotten older and have seen the way the world was before and now, I'm much more like, why is no one doing anything? Why are these companies unchecked? You know, like it's just
they make a lot of money, man.
Well, yeah, the people that are supposed to be checking them are certainly making a lot of money from them too. So it's just everything sucks.
I think ultimately, I don't know, man. It's just like this is kind of where it will trend inevitably. Like I've used this analogy before, but it's like capitalism can work. It just needs consistent trimming. It's like a garden. Like you can't just like leave it because then it smothers everything. You get weeds everywhere and you can't do it. You got to kind of have, it's almost like a live service game. You got to have resets sometimes. Right. You got to update the meta. The meta is this part of the game design's busted for a lot of players. No one's having fun. Only this group of people's using it. We got to tweak this a little bit. Otherwise, it's a dead game and no one cares. So like, I really, I don't know. I don't know where we go from here really, because you're totally right. Everything that we get now is like worse than it used to be. Nothing you own anymore. Everything's a subscription. Your car has subscription services in it to activate the fucking heated seats that are already in the car that you're using, that you're driving around. It's insane.
That you paid for.
That you paid for, that you own. It is actually crazy. I actually think we're like late staging ourselves into a situation where we're like, we're going to kind of, we're eventually going to have to just jump into something that we probably shouldn't be jumping into. Like, I don't know how you answer this without like completely subverting everything.
Yeah, that's true. I think
it's getting worse.
I think there's like, you're right too. I mean, both of you are right. Dustin, you were saying the enshittification of everything. That is true. I mean, Micah and I have been talking about that a lot. She's experiencing that right now with it's just like the most random things, like
the coals, right?
Yeah, the charcoal, where it's like there's like this really famous brand of charcoal she used for, and everyone loved it for, many decades. And then it was purchased by some other company and now it's not the same anymore. It's all fucked up. I was talking about, it was a big thing with a few years ago when EL Fudge changed their cookies. And I was like flipping out about it. And the saddest thing about that was I was like, dude, I've eaten these forever. You change them. They're different. They suck. No one cares. Like you're such fucking consuming pigs that like they changed the thing you eat that now tastes way worse. And it's like, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to get away with it. You're going to continue to buy it. And we're probably going to raise the prices too. Yeah. And it's like, damn, dude, everything is like, not only is everything broken, but people are so beaten down. like when things like everything does suck. And you guys are old enough. Mike was old enough. I was like, I'm old enough. It wasn't always like this.
No.
And it's going to be so interesting with the 25th anniversary of 9/11 this year, where it's like everything changed after that date. And it has nothing to do with, well, some of it has to do with the terrorist attack itself, obviously, and like the reaction to it. But like that just happens to be like this shift date. It really might just be because it's kind of like the millennium. But like everything before that was better. Like I'm telling you, like it was like all the products were better. The entertainment was better. Lifestyles were better. People were happier. Like, you know, it was more equitable. Like everything was just better. And now everything kind of fucking sucks. And you see it at restaurants, you see it in the grocery store when you buy something and it's full of a bag of chips full of air, and it's like what is going on here? And it is an indictment of capitalism, but it's also an indictment of people's comfort with the excesses of capitalism being foisted upon them. And I think you're right, Chris, like it needs to be trimmed back. There's a major part of late stage capitalism and the whole philosophy around that, like the Marxist philosophy of you know, dying capitalism is wealth inequality, which is what we're seeing in a major way now. But I still believe that it's the best possible system. We should have just rolled right into Moscow in 1945 and put this shit away.
It's the best system for certain things. You know what I mean? Certain industries and certain things like that. I think it makes sense. In medicine, I think it makes no sense. I think it's actually crazy. Well, but like in video games and shit, like make the best shit. But then at a certain point, it's just like, I don't know, man. Like if you can't, we're going to talk about it soon. But like if you can't, I'll save it. In fact, for when we get to that, when we get to the Battlefield story.
Okay.
But like brother, like,
yeah.
How do you not make money on, or how are you not secured by?
Well, I'll bump that up. Go ahead, Dustin, and we'll go next.
I guess to conclude about this being with Sony, correct me if I'm wrong. Was it a Sony patent? Was the idea of like showing you an ad and the device that it was on, you had to like acknowledge the ad.
Yeah, it was a McDonald's ad.
McDonald's!
You had to say like Big Mac or something. Yeah.
So
it's so dystopian. It's
when
crazy.
When I see them start to implement this, and it was Sony, right, Colin?
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, okay. They patent everything.
When I see them implement stuff like this, and they're cooking up shit like that in the back, that is so crazy, and I'm like, dude, stepping stones. You know, they are constantly testing you to see what you're willing to put up with. Constantly. And I don't know. I don't know if we'll be screaming at the TV, like watching an ad for McDonald's and screaming McDonald's in order to get your PlayStation discount in the future. But they are literally thinking about it. They are literally cooking this shit up right now. So,
they want AI podcasts of your favorite characters fucking harassing you. It's all so weird.
You heard of Persona 5 Royal? It's on sale on the PlayStation Store. You know what I mean? Like,
what do you think, boy? Oh man, this sucks.
And then Alex Jones shows up talking about the Ritual Network.
The Ritual, yeah.
Ragnarok is coming.
I'm telling you right now.
All right, well, let's talk about the Battlefield. Let's talk about the Battlefield stuff next.
Yeah.
IGN had a scoop last week that EA had layoffs across all of the studios that are working on Battlefield 6. They write, quote, EA has laid off an unknown number of individuals from across its Battlefield teams, including workers at Criterion, DICE, Ripple Effect, and Motive Studios, IGN understands. Individuals are being informed that the layoffs are taking place as part of a realignment across the Battlefield studios as the team continues its ongoing live service support for Battlefield 6 following launch. All 4 studios will remain operational, though the layoffs seem to be impacting a variety of teams across multiple studios and offices. IGN asked EA for comment on total number and types of roles impacted, as well as specific reasons for the layoffs. An EA spokesperson told IGN, quote, "We've made select changes within our Battlefield organization to better align our teams around what matters most to our community. Battlefield remains one of our biggest priorities, and we're continuing to invest in the franchise guided by player feedback and insights from Battlefield Labs," end quote. They write, Battlefield 6 was the best-selling game of 2025 in the United States. Sold a record-shattering 7 million copies in 3 days, and it was the best launch ever for a game in the franchise. Obviously, it's fallen off a bit. I mean, quite a bit, I think, since it launched. Its user base is kind of eroded. It was at, they note here, 747,440 people concurrent peak on Steam when it launched. Now it's at 67,000. It's still a huge game. at 67,000 plus you made all of your money up front because it's not fucking free. Chris, I know you have a lot to say about this, so go on.
Well, dude, it ties in a little bit to what we were talking about before, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, you had the best selling game in the entire series. You've made a shit ton of money. You dethroned Call of Duty for the first year, and that's still not enough to keep people there.
Right.
Like, what do you mean? Like, you're just irresponsibly managing these things at this point. Like, there's no real way around it. It's not. How is that not a definitive win for you? I don't know what is the expectation. Also, is I think they said something about how like we expect 100 million players or something. Do you remember?
Yeah, right. That? It's like, okay,
as if it's just like, what the hell are you? Who do you think you are? Like, I love Battlefield. I think Battlefield is stellar. And I even think this last one was pretty superb, at least in the beginning. I don't know if they've changed anything and made anything worse. I can't imagine that they would have done too much to it to make it worse. I think it's the natural cadence of those games where you kind of just play them as you feel like it. But I just, that was never going to hit 100 million people. Like, be real.
That's an insane thing to say. Have you guys seen the Jeff Kaplan interview that's going around right now?
I saw the clip.
Yeah, the clip where he basically, so for people that don't know, Jeff Kaplan was he was the director of Overwatch, but he was like, a designer on Warcraft, and he was there for a really long time. And he was giving an interview, and he said that one of the reasons he left was because he was summoned to the CFO. This was on Lex Friedman. He was summoned to the CFO's office when they were making Overwatch or like expansions or whatever, and he was like, "You have to hit this much money," and they actually blurted it out, which is interesting. So they did him a solid, or we're going to lay off 1,000 people, and it's like. The margins are so thin and you're hiring so many people that it requires that level of out. Like, what are we even doing? Like, how the shitty thing about it to me, Chris, is it's like you were saying, the game sold extraordinarily well. First of all, 7 million copies in 3 days at $70 is $490 million.
And I'm pretty sure there's, I could be wrong because I don't interact with these elements of these games too much at all, and I don't know if I remember even seeing anything in Battlefield. But Battlefield, I'm pretty sure, has microtransactions.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm pretty sure there's a storefront. So that's the minimum of what they made.
Right, exactly, and that was the minimum of what they made in 3 days.
Right. Yeah, not even. Yeah, and it was still selling pretty well, like on word of mouth and like all that throughout the several months that followed. So like. I don't know. I look at that. I think about the interview with Kaplan, where it just like, dude, like I know that this is like a standard observation or whatever, or like you can call it shallow if you want, but I mean, just dude, like this is just unrepentant greed. I don't know how else you describe it. Like this should have you set for a fucking long time if you managed your shit properly and you weren't spending inordinate amounts of money on shit that you didn't need to be spending money on. I just don't get it. Fundamentally, I just don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know what it is to be on a team that delivers a game that sells like that, and then you become expendable. It's like it's not like you made fucking Turning Point Fall of Liberty. Like you like, and then you shouldn't be surprised that any of you have a fucking job. It's like, oh, we were the best selling game in the United States. Call of Duty didn't finish #1 for the first time in 13 years. Like, we should probably be set for years in terms of just like what we did. Like, we did it, and
right.
if the lack of support for the game is the problem, which it seems to be, like they can't move fast enough, that's not their fault. They delivered the game. Like, they should have better planning or communicate better that it takes time and effort to get these things going, or have the game be more robust when it launched. This all falls on leadership, in my opinion. And I do think there's a lot of blame to go around in development, but I think this time it's completely fucking crazy. What do you think about this, Dustin? This is a really interesting story, I think.
Yeah, Battlefield's an interesting case just because it was so incredibly successful at launch. And clearly, I mean, the article points out there's 67,000 peak players as of, the day before this article came out or whatever. And so it's not that it has died by any means, but I would imagine that EA is like disappointed with the long-term legs of Battlefield. What's interesting too, I know it lays out the complaints of monetization, generative AI, and fewer content updates than expected. But I think that Battlefield's lack of longevity, certainly Arc Raiders, has something to do with that. I mean, that's what took my crew away from Battlefield was Arc Raiders. And we just have not gone back because there hasn't really been anything exciting going on. I mean, I haven't really been following it, but I haven't heard anything like, oh, you got to check out this new whatever in Battlefield right now. It's awesome. No one's really had the desire to go back to this. And so while I agree with both of you, to play devil's advocate a little bit, which I know absolutely sucks to defend giant corporation after I just shit on Sony so hard in the last segment. But like, and it does come down to a leadership thing where it's like, if they thought this game was going to be way bigger and they overhired for it, and now it's simply not as big as they expected, then I could understand them laying people that would make sense in their mind. But it's as you said, Colin, if the problem is that the content updates aren't coming fast enough, laying off your people is not going to solve that.
No, it's going to make it far worse. But I mean, reasonably so. You want to definitely, balance the economic realities. I just think I don't know how you did so well and you're still over your skis unless there are other things that are true too. And I think there's a really important component to this that a lot of people are not bringing up. And it's that EA has $22 billion in debt now. So they had, as you guys remember, the Saudi wealth fund leveraged this buyout through borrowed money. EA's debt was $2 billion beforehand and is now $22 billion, and they have to pay. And if things are not like whatever's going to pay that bill, I mean, this is why this was a stupid thing to do. I mean, the stockholders of EA got what they wanted, but it's like, I don't know what you thought was going to happen. You have to service that debt. That's why when you hear things like 100 million players, it's like, you better hope so. Because just the interest on those payments is going to be insane. And again, it's like I think the biggest leveraged buyouts ever. So that's a major financial component to what happened. Like everything that EA does in the future has to be looked at through that lens of servicing that debt. So that's number one. Yeah. The second thing is what you were saying, Dustin, is it's just about team structures and expectations. I know I've been beating a dead horse with this recently, but I really think we have to start talking more seriously in the industry about how we make games in a way like that is more sustainable. And I know people are having those conversations broadly and generally, but what I mean is like making the hard decisions, which is like, we probably shouldn't have the studio structure we have. Like that's good for moneyed, confident, talented teams that really prove themselves. Otherwise, you have these ships of Theseus, these cover band studios that aren't really original studios anymore. And it's like, what is the purpose as opposed to people coming together? So Battlefield in a different world might have been made by people where it's like, yeah, your contract is through when the game launches. Your job is done. Let's see how the game does. We can retain people. We obviously need people to design the new content or whatever, but maybe we don't need X, Y, and Z. I think there's better ways to do this that are more respectful of people's, not only their jobs and their lives, but like their specific disciplines so that you move from project to project more nimbly as you're needed without this overwhelming expectation that the studio or studios that work on these games could exist after your game comes out as you take 5 or 6 years to make the next game. It is economically perilous. And it's not the way entertainment is made in any other scene. So like there are production companies and there are showrunners that like working with the same directors and the same producers and all that. Of course that's true, but it's all a la carte. And I think it keeps things safer, but you probably need to have real unions to be able to execute on that. And I mean like interdisciplinary SAG-AFTRA style industry unions. And I don't think that's ever going to happen because the scene is just so internationalized. And you're seeing movies erode away. Like, I don't know, Chris, if you see this, especially because you live in LA, but everyone's kind of saying like LA is kind of dead in terms of the movie scene. Like if you like really, if you like zoom out, people are just filming everywhere now. Some union, some not union, some international. It's just strange. Like everything's decentralizing. So I think we should also look towards that, especially because our products are typically more expensive and take longer to do. But
Yeah.
like Lily, I mean, Lilymo's not a great example because we're not a big studio, but like it's just me and Barry and then whoever we decide we want to work with on a specific project, because we can't ride everyone. Like that's just not realistic. And that's probably the case for most studios. And if studios didn't have that overall, if studios existed on a one-off basis to not have that overwhelming burden after the fact, then like you're paid to make the game and then hopefully you make a lot of money afterwards, but you're not riding on that. I think it would be better, but I don't think we're ever going to get to that point. All right. Let's go on to the next piece of news. I moved around a lot of things so we can talk about all that in sequence, which I think was good. Glad we did that. This next story though is from Bloomberg. This is a strange one. They write NetEase to stop funding Nagoshi Studio as it cuts back on gaming. And this is a strange one just because this game was revealed like 3 months ago. But they write, NetEase Inc. will cut off funding to the studio led by Yakuza franchise creator Toshihiro Nagoshi, the latest to be affected by the Chinese company's broader strategy to shrink game development activities. Employees of Nagoshi Studio Inc. were told of the decision on Friday, so this is this past Friday, a week from when this will go live on Patreon, according to people familiar with the situation. Nagoshi Studio's impending closure underscores the struggles of a broader gaming industry that surpasses Hollywood in revenue, yet in recent years has faced growing competition from alternative entertainment outlets such as social media. Nagoshi Studio was created in 2021 after Toshihiro Nagoshi, one of Japan's most famed game creators, decided to leave Sega Sammy Holdings Inc. and go independent. NetEase and Tencent Holdings Limited, which were both actively recruiting Japanese gaming talents for their expansion overseas, competed for Nagoshi at the time. NetEase began cutting its game investments in recent years under founder and CEO William Ding's initiative, leading to job cuts and studio closures around the world. In Japan, Oko Studio, a team that pioneered NetEase's overseas push, was closed in late 2024, while Nagoshi Studio was given time to complete its first game in development. The studio unveiled a teaser for its first game, Gang of Dragon, in December, but the decision to stop sponsorship before the game is released came after NetEase discovered additional funding of at least $44.4 million would be needed, 7 billion yen, for the project to be completed. Nagoshi is trying to find new sponsors without success so far, the people said. The studio is in discussions with NetEase on the handling of game materials already developed. Of course, NetEase's guy's been getting out of a lot of their investments, and I think reasonably so. I think a lot of it is blowing up in some of these publishers' faces, not unlike what happened with Embracer. This is a surprising one. First of all, $40 million in the Japanese game scene is a lot of money. That's what, 3.5 times the budget of a Pokemon game. That's like what they need to finish the game. They just revealed it. Nagoshi's a big name, very big name. Was at Sega since the 80s. I am, there's got to be a suitor for this, right, Dustin? Like someone's got to come in and finish the game. And I wonder if it would be Sony. $44 billion. So I was talking about this with Micah. We were eating one night. I was like, let's call it 100 million. Because you're going to have to market it. You're going to have to ingest them. It might not really be 40 million. So let's just call it 100 million. That's kind of good for what this game is. And I think will command on the market out of sheer interest. You basically let another shareholder fund much of the game. I think this is a great opportunity for a Take-Two, for a Capcom, for even a Sega, although they wouldn't do that. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that would make sense. I think that one element, again, like for NetEase, is that they are more intimately familiar with how the project is going. And maybe maybe they're reading the tea leaves a little bit. Obviously, you mentioned earlier that they are divesting quite a bit in gaming, but maybe they're looking at what's there and you're like, oh, you need another 44.4 million. And this is what you have so far. So maybe there is some skepticism there for that. But I like your idea of, I could definitely see Sony doing something like that, or even Xbox, because they've done a lot to have Yakuza games on Nintendo or on Xbox as well. So I could see someone coming in and wanting to get this game. I'm just curious about, like, is there something amiss with what's there currently that is causing them to be skeptical about putting more money into it.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible as well. I'm looking at their published games list, and they really don't have like huge hits to rely on, which is probably why this is blowing up for them. I mean, I guess Marvel Rivals would be their biggest thing. Where Winds Meet was also published by them. And then Destiny Rising was co-published by them. That game Fragpunk was published by them, but I don't know that it seemed like people kind of cared about that game. It's also interesting if you look at some of the studios that they both invested in, purchased outright, or are publishing on behalf of. They've closed 7 Western studios that they like basically funded from the embryo, and then they never even got a game out. They do have a quote unquote strategic investment in some cool stuff like Rebel Wolves, which I think will do well. They own a piece of them. So like they're keeping their investments going. And also Quantic Dream, I'm pretty sure, is the majority owner. NetEase is the majority owner of them. So I wonder if they're a little nervous now. They haven't put out a game, an internal game since 2018, which is pretty crazy. And Grasshopper Manufacturer, I think, is also, or at least was with NetEase, but I think they still are. So they still own a few notable things. Chris, do you think some publisher, some Western publisher will come in and save this thing?
I don't know. It seemed pretty, maybe pretty far along is the wrong word, but it seemed relatively, it didn't seem like I was looking at something that was like early, you know what I mean? You'd see like trailers for things and you'd be like, oh, that needs some polish or whatever. It looked fairly competent and fairly complete. I'm sure there's a lot of work to be done, but it seems like it could be saved, you know what I mean? For relatively little in comparison to, I don't know, spooling up a whole new IP. I think it's likely, or it's I should say it's possible. I think the issue is with the economy the way it is right now, and like investments kind of not being as as abundant. A lot of things don't seem to be moving in the space, so it is kind of the worst time for this kind of thing to happen. I think would probably be wise of someone to scoop this up. I don't know who or for what price or for what release date or what the plan would be, but I don't know. There's like the investments are not coming.
Yeah, I don't. You're right in that we have to know like what the state of the game is. I feel like he left Sega in 21. Let's say he got everything spooled up in like 22, 23. I mean, the game should be fairly far along, maybe for a 27 release. $44 million, especially in Japan, sounds like a lot of money, like multiple years. And again, I keep saying that because I don't know if you guys saw that it was released today. I think Genki actually had it, of the average annual salaries in Japan at the game developers. And it's like, oh my God, dude. Now, because we were talking about entry level stuff days ago or weeks ago about like college graduates being on this pay scale and that they're increasing those pay scales. But according to him, Sony pays the average person in Japan that works at Sony makes $63,000 a year. The average person that works at Square Enix makes $43,000 a year. These are high skilled, white collar jobs that make games that sell for hundreds of millions of dollars. So if you're spending $44 million in that market, it's a lot of money. So something definitely worth keeping in mind. But I feel like Nagoshi, man, I mean, being in business with him would be wise. He's incredible. Like, if you read about him, and I'm sure a lot of people know, like, he was like an incredibly important person very early on in Sega's like push in the 3D era. He was, I'm pretty sure, Virtua Racing and Virtua Fighter. He worked on both of those. He was the director of the Daytona series, which was a massive series in the 90s, racing series. He was the director of Monkey Ball. And it's funny, if you read about Monkey Ball did really, really well outside of Japan. It wasn't like a really irrelevant game in Japan. And he says how Sega gave him a lot of credit for like having the idea of doing that and like how it focused on the external market. And he kind of took credit for it, even though that wasn't his intention at all. And he was like, I didn't mean. He's like, I didn't mean it. Like, I didn't have any idea what the Western market would like. And obviously he was at Ryogo Kodoku for many, many years and was the creator of Yakuza. So I think he's an interesting person to be in business with. And I wonder if you can kind of get this game over the finish line. If you're Take-Two, then you have like maybe, I mean, what I would do, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do this. I want to see the game and see like, and obviously study it. But if you're going to do the deal, what you might do is say like, listen, we'll do $100 million deal. We'll market it. We'll make sure you have the money you need. We'll ingest you into our production pipeline. And we want the IP and we want the first right of refusal on your next game or something like that. So it could be a good way to grease the skids towards getting more games out of it in the future, especially if this game is big. It's kind of what I was surprised about with Stellar Blade. I don't really give a shit if Sony publishes it or not, but I'm surprised that it seems like the new game is going to be multi-platform. It's like, how did you not nail that down? And certainly you didn't say no to the sequel. So it's like, that was just so things are changing. And obviously the creators are in the driver's seat. We see that with Kojima as well. But I think this would be a really interesting person. Like Sony really is should be like the insider for this, along with Capcom or something, because they're Japanese and it's going to be easier to do. So I would not be surprised to see this game picked up by someone else personally, unless it really is like in horrible shape. But I doubt it. They just showed it. And I'm not saying that means the game's done, but I mean, it feels like you hit a milestone, like you're good. Like it's time to show the game and announce it. And it's like, dude, that was in December.
Showing the game is a big, I mean, not for everybody, I guess, because some people just show it and then they fucking cancel the entire thing. But generally speaking, I feel like if you show the game, it's far along.
Definitely. So we're wishing you the best, Nagoshi. I'm sure you guys will figure it out. It's kind of how I feel about Bluepoint, where I'm like, I feel like you might live. We'll see.
Yeah.
People are sniffing around Bluepoint. That was what the article said. All right. A couple more pieces of news to get through. This is kind of neat. This comes from Lego Minecraft Goat, who's apparently, I was reading a little bit, a Lego insider that leaks Lego sets all the time. So on Instagram, he leaked Lego code name P or Play. It's number 72306 in the Lego line, and it is the PlayStation 1. Includes at least the controller and the console, 1,911 pieces. And it'll cost $159 for a December retail release. This is obviously true, I would assume. This isn't the first Sony Lego set. Of course, there's a Horizon Lego set. Not the Lego game, but the set, which I think was a tall neck. Which is kind of neat. Lego is amenable with working with lots of different people, so that's not a surprise. Sony obviously is very happy to license these days as well, as we've been talking about on recent shows. Are either of you guys going to check this out? Chris, do you want to get the PS1 Lego set?
It's cute. I'm not big on Lego, really. At least not these days. I played with the big blocks that came in like the bucket as a kid.
Oh yeah, I had that too.
But I never really had any of like the sets. You know, I thought about the Seinfeld set when that came out.
That was cool.
I did think about that cool. One. I ended up not getting it. Probably won't get this one either. But it's a cute idea. I like these littler kind of niche ideas for Lego sets. I dig them, but they're not for me. It's $150. That's a lot for me to build something.
It is a lot. Legos are so. I mean, I don't mind. Like, there's a market for it. It's like people love Lego, but it really is like
enthusiast kind of.
It's
thing.
Gratuitously expensive, in my opinion. Like I feel like I look at Lego prices and I'm like, it should be less than half of what you're charging. Now, charge what you want. Charge what the market will withstand this, obviously. And by the way, in my local area here in Chesterfield, Virginia, we're getting the very first American Lego factory. It'll apparently employ 1,000 people. It'll be the first domestic manufacturer of Lego, which is cool. So it'll be good for my neck of the woods, I guess. But I look at that stuff and I'm like, yeah, it's like I have the money to buy this stuff. It wouldn't hurt, but it's one of those things where I'm like, I just don't want to. I just can't do it. Why is it so expensive?
Yeah.
And the one thing I really like, my nephew's really into Lego, and so I talked to him about it, is like, well, two things. There's like these third-party stores now, like Minifigs and something or whatever, like where they resell Legos and stuff. And then I like the idea of just people like kind of selling their Legos and reselling their Legos. And I used to get those buckets as well. I had that bucket, Chris, when I was a kid. But then I would sometimes get like I was a little kid. I was a dumb little kid. So I would sometimes get like a Lego set. And there weren't licensed sets when I was a kid. It was like Lego, Knights
Pirates.
And Lego, right.
Yeah.
Lego car, whatever. And I would just combine everything. like a fucking moron, you know? So like I basically my Lego bucket, which I still have my Lego bucket as a kid, it just has like all of the shit in it that is not even like from the core Lego sets, but is from like, you know, some spaceship or something. So I ruined all of that as well. Intellectually, Lego is very attractive to me. Like it feels like it's very peaceful. You put it together. It's very fun. It's cool. High quality, no doubt, high quality. Cool licenses, you know, all that's good stuff. But yeah, the $150 for a PS1.
Yeah.
Even a scale PS1.
You could buy several real PS1s.
Right.
Let's check.
I was going to say the PlayStation 1 was $200 when it came out. You're charging me $150 for a Lego facsimile of it. You know?
Yeah, it just seems kind of like I like putting together, like I think I did like with some friends of mine years ago when I first moved into my new place. And we had like just a lot of space to kind of sprawl out and build shit. We built like, I think somebody bought the Infinity Gauntlet and we put that together, and that was fun. And I liked it. It was a cool experience, but we also split that set. So it was like, yeah, that's a reasonable kind of thing. Like I think I would probably buy this and have a good time putting it together if it was like $80.
Yeah, $80 bucks. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
You know?
By the way, PS1 was $300 when it came out. I don't know why I said it was $200. It's I think one of the most famous moments in PlayStation history. I don't know why I said that. Dustin, are you going to buy the PS1 Lego set? Are you a Lego guy?
I love the idea.
You going to play Magic after that?
Magic the Gathering?
Yeah.
I've never played Magic the Gathering.
Play Magic the Gathering, cast a spell.
You can buy a complete in box PlayStation 1 on eBay for $100. But I totally understand that it's the experience of building it, the fact it's made out of Lego. So I'm not saying that's a full replacement, but an interesting fact. I love the idea of Lego because anytime I've bought them, I've really enjoyed building it. The most recent one is my Mario World set that Holly got me for, I think, my birthday. And we got it like very discounted. I think it was $80 or something. I think it was normally a much more expensive set. And I had a blast building it. It was so much fun. And I love the way it looks in the background of my set here. So that was good. But I do have the problem with some of these other sets. You guys had the Seinfeld set that was interesting. I was really interested in the Lego Rivendell set that was huge and looked so cool. But it's like, dude, I already don't have enough space to display half the shit that I want to put up in my house. It's like, where am I going to put this? It'll be so fun to build that. But once it's built, it's like, now what? Unless you've got and some people do have like very dedicated Lego shelves for all their builds. And I think that's awesome. I think it's super cool if you're super into that, but it's not for me. And in specifically my case, and again, I know this won't be everybody's, but I would rather have an awesome real PS1 display than a Lego version. And it would and it would be cheaper. You wouldn't get the experience of building it, of course.
No.
But
well, you can go into Foxconn and build one if you want.
Dude. I'll
a day in the life of a Chinese slave
in their quarters.
Yeah.
They have bunk beds there and stuff.
You'll be fine. They'll
be like
a
sleepover.
You'll get the company money, go to the company store.
Yeah.
Fall into the company suicide net. Sleep in the company bed. After they put the company tranquilizer in you. And then it'll be
the dream.
Yeah, it's going to be perfect for you. Love that. I love that for you.
Let's do it.
All right. Lego PS1, we'll see you in December. I'm sure many of you will buy it. Again, intellectually, it's like when the tall neck was announced, I think I was like, yeah, maybe I'll get that. But then like when the time comes, I'm like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. If I got that as a gift, I'd be stoked. I'd be like, I'm definitely going to put this together. I'm going to have fun.
Yeah, I haven't put a Lego set together in many, many a year. And it is something very satisfying, but it's just so expensive. I imagine 3D printers. It's the same thing I know is happening in Warhammer, where it's like, and other figure kind of minifig games where it's like 3D printers are going to destroy this shit at some point. And probably already are. Like once you get really high quality ones and you could just print really nice blocks and stuff, I'm sure this is going to be the end.
Yeah. Warhammer is a similar thing for me where I'm just like intellectually, I think I would probably have a really good time painting like a figurine or something. if I like really sat down and like really like committed myself to it, but it's just like, this is expensive and it's going to take so much time.
It is expensive. It's
know.
really expensive. I was never exposed to it personally until one of my nephews got into it. And I was like, wow, this is like how much it costs to like get all these supplies. It just seems like you can be much more, your money can go much further by having other hobbies instead. But well, you're right. It's super cool. Like a lot of those like hardcore war games, board games, like it's all good. It's just Magic, the card games, like it's cool. But well, cool, maybe not cool. I don't know if I want to say it's cool. Let's not get carried away.
Let's slow it down a little bit.
By the way, it's crazy. It's Micah texted me. It's snowing. I want you to know that I want you to know something. It was 87 degrees yesterday. Okay? Like the trees are budding.
Yeah. It says on my on my weather thing, it says rain and snow.
It's like, what?
It was 60 degrees.
I was dying yesterday, dude, when I was walking the dogs. Like, it is so hot out. Oh my God. It's like the summer is almost here. And then it's like, oh my God, now it's 34 degrees. It's like, okay.
This is disgusting.
Whatever.
I don't like this part of this season.
For the tension between winter and
March
spring.
and April suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it's just like it's going to be 60 degrees and then it's going to snow. No. I don't mind a blizzard in January. I don't mind like a heat wave in May. Or like June or whatever. But like this, I hate this non-committal, wishy-washy fucking Owen Wilson rom-com bullshit. Get this out of here.
Get it out. All right. Saw this posted over on Pearl Abyss's website. Pearl Abyss, of course, the South Korean developer that is prepping Crimson Desert for launch imminently. Comes out, next week? The 17th, I think, right? Is the date? Something like that.
Yeah, it sounds right.
People are really, really excited about it. I think it looks great. We'll talk about that in a minute. There are PC specs, of course, but there are console specifications as well that I thought we would get into. So for PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro, each, there are 3 performance options of performance, balanced, and quality. And Dustin, I know you're a little bit of a tech nerd. I wanted to get into this with you. Are you surprised by what they're showing here? It seems like on PS5 Pro, on performance mode, you can do upscaled 4K at 60 frames with high ray tracing, which is awesome. Also, I saw this morning, and I have not watched it yet, and I don't really want to see too much of it because I don't want to see too much of the game, but Digital Foundry posted something about the console builds and PS5 Pro, I think specifically. It's because I think a lot of people are skeptical about Crimson Desert, reasonably so, on console. It's very ambitious, but it seems like it's going to work out all right. So what do you think about these specs here?
Yeah, I watched the Digital Foundry video. I didn't get to watch all of it, but I wanted to make sure I saw the performance part of it. And it's looking on PlayStation 5 Pro pretty good. It's definitely not a locked 60. Particularly in the video, they show off like the section where there's like all these bug enemies. And so it seems like the more enemies there are on screen, that's where the frame rate tends to dip, even down. And again, in a high stress point down to 30 FPS or in the higher end of 30 FPS, to be totally clear. But in general, for the scale of the game, the PS5 Pro version is looking pretty good with this performance mode. The other thing to point out from the Digital Foundry video is that the build they were playing on was not PSSR 2. It was PSSR 1. So it had some of the issues that PSSR 1 has. I have been a little bit skeptical about this game because of the way Pearl Abyss has been treating the console versions of this. It seems like all the reviewers playing it right now are playing on PC. There has been no one has said that they are reviewing the game on console. So all the reviews, as far as I can tell, on launch day are going to be PC reviews. That's concerning to me. Now, they went ahead and did this thing with Digital Foundry, which I think is good, a good step in the right direction of transparency of this game. But I just saw that this so the Digital Foundry video is only PS5 Pro. And the reason is, if I'm looking at the creator of the video, John Linneman, they only were able to test on PS5 Pro because they sent them a PS5 Pro console with it installed on it. Now, in other tweets, John Linneman was pointing out that this is because the game is not live on the PlayStation Store. So they weren't able to like send them a game code where they could have it on an account.
Yeah, and they could send them a build. Like, I'm sure they have debug consoles. They could probably send them a build, but then it would be in the wild, and they probably don't want to do that either, I would assume.
Right. So between the fact that, as far as I know, I don't think there is any footage of this game running on base PS5 out there. I don't know if there's going to be before launch. I mean, we're a week away at this point, but they are acting weird about this game on console, specifically on base PS5. I really hope it means nothing and the game comes out and it's really good regardless of where you play it. Oh, and this also applies to Xbox Series X and Series S, which the Series S, the performance mode is 720p 40 FPS. So maybe don't pick this up for your Series S. But I think the way they're handling this whole situation is really weird. It's definitely red flag territory for me. If I was, and I'm sure many people listening to this podcast are on a base PS5 and you're interested in this game, I would not pre-order it. Like, I would wait until it's out and you can see how it's performing and how it looks before you go ahead and buy this, because from everything they've done, they are hiding how this game looks on base PS5. So take that as you will.
Yeah, the game only being reviewed on PC can go both ways for me, because obviously they want people to play it there, but it's also probably most complete there, and they really could still be patching the PS5 version and the Xbox version, getting it ready to go. So there's something there, but it's not uncommon for people to want you to play and to force you to play on the best possible platform. Like, that's not in and of itself a red flag to me. I do think that like the caginess around it generally is more of a red flag, but then them sending like an entire pro unit is kind of a ballsy thing. And like they're sending it to the people that will tell you the truth. I don't think Digital Foundry is dishonest, right? I mean,
No.
they don't have that kind of reputation. No. And so it's like, I feel like that's kind of buying as much goodwill as you can. But I agree with you. It's like, there is no reason to not wait, unless like you must be part of it at minute one. Like, I don't know why you can't just wait 2 minutes for someone to upload a long play of it from Pro, and then you can see like what it actually looks like. So I agree with you there.
Let me present it a different way. The SKU of this game that is going to be on console, that is going to be the highest sold and played on the base PS5. They have not sent to Digital Foundry. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, base PS5 will definitely be.
That is the thing to me. That's like, this is where maybe not, PC is probably going to be is the lead platform on this game, and that's going to be where it's played most. But secondary to that, it's going to be base PS5. And that's where they have not shown, as far as I can tell, once again, anything on base PS5. And that to me is the problem, where it's like, dude, a huge, huge slice of the purchasers of this game are playing it there. And if we're seeing the PS5 Pro version, which is looking very good, and they have similar CPU specs, so I can't imagine it being that different. But it's like, why are you hiding it?
It's interesting. On PlayStation 5, they claim performance mode will be 1080p at 60 with low ray tracing. Balance will be upscaled 4K from 1280 at 40 frames, and quality will be upscaled 4K from 1440 at 30 frames. So I would never want to play a game like this at 30 frames, but that's going to be pretty stinky. Xbox Series S, performance mode 720p, 40 frames, no ray tracing. Quality mode 1080p, 30 frames, no ray tracing. But they managed to make it work, I guess. They even have a little thing for ROG Ally, which is cool. Like a little sheet for that.
And they have Mac.
Yeah, Mac as well.
Which is very interesting. I don't know who's doing that, but God bless them.
Yeah, there are Mac gamers, I guess. I mean, they exist.
It's a nice option for people that are very casual that only have a Mac. There are some games for them, which I think is cool.
Yeah, it must be worth their while to do it. It must sell appreciably enough that people still do it. In the AAA space anyway. All right, a few more pieces of news and then we can get into what we're playing. We can move fairly quickly through this. This happened the day we published last week, but I wanted to acknowledge it. Pragmata got pushed up a week, which I think is kind of weird. And when things like this happen, I'm always like, why? I always try to figure out why. I look at like the release calendar. I try to look at Capcom's other releases in this case. It was originally supposed to come out April 24th. It'll now come out April 17th. I'm really, really looking forward to this game. I think it looks awesome. But yeah, like why? Especially because I think Dustin, you would know this better than me. I'm pretty sure if you move the date on Nintendo specifically, you have to cancel the pre-orders and shit like that you've accumulated, I think. So it's like it's not nothing.
Yeah.
Because you're hurting yourself in some way. All of those people will not pre-order again. Some of them will.
Well, Pragmata is coming out on Switch 2.
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
So them do.
Did that happen to them?
I think that what do you mean? Did they have to cancel?
Because did they have to cancel all the Pragmata 2?
I think so.
Pre-orders?
I think that's like a rule on Nintendo. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is like moving it a week. Like, like why? And then like doing that to yourself. I'd love to know more about that. But it's cool that it's available. I mean, it's probably gold and just sitting there. Maybe they just want to get it out. But it can't even be a thing. Like I would understand, for instance, if it went from April 24th, or let's say it's supposed to be like April 2nd. And they're like, now it's coming out March 25th. I'd be like, oh, you want it in that quarter. Okay. But like this movement doesn't even move it out of any, like it doesn't move anything for it. It's just like, okay, now it's still in the second quarter. It's still in April.
Yeah.
Very weird. But that's happening. So please look forward to it. And let's see. Oh, I didn't read this inquiry, but we don't need it. I saw this. So Push Square noted this, but I saw this on PSN profiles myself, is that Myst Remake and Riven Remake trophies have both been published, though ports to PlayStation have not been acknowledged. Are you guys Myst and Riven people by chance? You would have been very young when they came out, but those are iconic adventure games.
Yeah. My dad played Myst.
Oh, you should tell him that these are coming to console.
He played Myst on the PC, and I would sometimes boot it up when I was a kid. I had no fucking clue what to do, but it looked cool. So yeah, I'm gonna have to let him know about Myst.
I had a Myst novel like that, like a young adult novel that I bought from like the Scholastic Book Fair or something when I was a kid. So for people that don't know, Myst and Riven are part of this larger series by a studio that was called Cyan Productions. They're now called Cyan Worlds, and they're based out of Washington State. And Myst, which came out in 1993, I was in 4th grade when it came out. I remember because it was like it was so beautiful. Like it's funny when you look back at games and you're like, Jesus Christ, we thought this was like the most realistic looking thing ever. But it was an adventure game. I don't like adventure games really, but it was like a big hit. Like it was like one of those games that like all your friends had, and they did end up porting. The original Myst came out, I think it was a PS1 launch game, or at least a launch era game. But it was on Jaguar and Saturn and 3DO and all that, which is kind of interesting. It later came to PSP even. There was a PSP port of Myst. And then it was followed by a sequel called Riven, which came out in 1997, Riven. And Riven actually also came to PS1. Interestingly, Riven, I remember, also came to Saturn, which is kind of strange. Yeah. Very late Saturn release. And it became part of the series that I think became called... Do you know anything about this, Dustin? I think it became Uru, U-R-U. The series, and then it went back to being called Myst, and I think there's like 6 or 7 games in the series at this point.
Yeah, there's a whole lore that is well beyond me. And by the way, the PS1 version of Myst was one of the PS1 games that you can buy on PS5.
Oh, okay, cool. So
you can get it for $5.99.
Yeah, get the original right now. I also wanted to say that the remakes, there have been multiple remakes, I think, of Myst over time. This remake, I think, came out on PC in 2020 and has been on Xbox since 2021. So PlayStation's just now getting it. Riven, I think, never came to console, the remake, and it came to PC last year. So it seems like they're releasing them both. So anyway, those are very notable games. And if you're in the adventure space or you just like to know about truly, I mean, Myst is kind of an iconic game. So it's just one of those things that you might want to be aware of that's coming to PSN.
Yeah. Am I misremembering, or does Kevin O'Leary have something to do with that game? I swear to God, he was talking about how he knew the people who like made Myst or some shit, some weird thing. Or maybe it was like an anecdote that he said. I have a weird.
Oh, his Softkey International. He owned, I guess, a piece of. I'm looking at it now. Softkey International, and Softkey acquired the Learning Company. Oh, so they acquired Broderbund. Broderbund was the publisher, I think, of Myst. Okay. So yeah, that's interesting. That's good. That's interesting. I never knew that. Wow, look at you.
Yeah, I was listening to some interview with him, and he mentioned it. And I was like, he was talking about these software engineer guys. They were working on a thing called Myst, and I was like, what? Why are you even? What do you have to do with? What do you? It was just a bizarre thing to hear a person like that say.
That's interesting. He's an interesting guy, actually, in my opinion. He's like popping up a lot more on like, because you only see him on Shark Tank, but now he's like, you see him as like a talking head kind of now.
Yeah, he's in the movie Marty Supreme.
He is.
What is that? I don't even know what that movie is.
It's a
Timothy Chalamet movie about a guy about ping pong or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I want to, but I'm not spending $20 to rent it. I fucking hate that.
It's ridiculous.
All right, let's see. So that's that. Oh yeah, okay. Dustin, Chris won't care about this, but I was especially curious what you thought of this. Falcom, Neon Falcom, Japanese developer, is celebrating its 45th anniversary. So congratulations to them. It's so crazy how things are like outside of Nintendo and Atari and stuff are getting really old. Neon Falcom, of course, is best known these days for the Trails games, Legend of Heroes, and all that kind of stuff. They are apparently, according to an announcement, reviving their Dragon Slayer series. Did you see this?
I did see this, but it's a blind spot for me.
It's a blind spot for me too, and I'm gonna tell you guys. I mean, I know a little bit about it, but I did a lot more research. So this is a fairly substantial deal. Depending on what you read, Dragon Slayer is considered the very first JRPG and the very first action role-playing game. And there's some consideration of like maybe it's High Light or some other things, but it's like certainly up there. So like Neon Falcom went on to kind of pioneer action RPGs more with like Ys later on. But like they kind of pioneered the entire thing and the whole JRPG feel, like the Japaneseization, as it were, of European-centric role-playing game themes, knights, dragons, that kind of shit, castles. And so the Dragon Slayer series, and this is what's so interesting, and I had it's quite complicated actually, but yada, 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 the Dragon Slayer series is like the same series that we still have today in Trails. Like one begets the next, begets the next, begets the next. And I learned a few interesting things. So Dragon Slayer came out only in Japan and has only ever been released in Japan. It came out originally in 1984. There was a Game Boy port, a Saturn port, an MSX port, which Square Soft published, which is pretty interesting. There was a sequel also only in Japan on PCs and MSX called Xanadu, which came out in 1985. Now, here's what's interesting. I didn't know this until last night when I was researching this. And you know how like you don't know something, but then you learn something that you just didn't think was true. Like you just were like, what? Wait, what? Every once in a while, I talk about a game that I love from the NES called Xanadu. Right? And it's a game, it's actually a touchstone for Saint Slayer. It's a wonderful side-scrolling role-playing game. I loved that game when I was a kid. I learned yesterday that Xanadu is a spin-off of Xanadu, which is a sequel to Dragon Slayer. So as a young kid, actually, I was playing Dragon Slayer, and the reason I didn't know is because it was a licensed game. Hudson made Xanadu. So like there was no sign that Falcom, it would have just been Falcom at the time, there's no connection to it. I was like, and as a little kid, I wouldn't know that anywhere. But yesterday I was literally at my desk, like writing notes, my notes here on my bed. And I'm like, wait, I said out loud, like, wait, what? As I was like reading all this stuff, and I was like, Xanadu is a reference to Xanadu? Why didn't I know that? Like, it was just one of those things. I'm like, I didn't know that. I can't believe I didn't know that. So anyway, the series goes on and on. Broderbund ironically gets involved. Legacy of the Wizard is the first time we get a core. And you might know that game, Dustin. That's a fairly, I think, sought after NES game. That's Dragon Slayer 4. That comes out in the West in 1989. That was the first time we really got, outside of Xanadu from Hudson, a Dragon Slayer game. And then we never really got another one after that. There's like Sorcerian, and then I think the series kind of goes away. So I'm going somewhere, I promise. Dragon Slayer in 1989 had a spin-off called The Legend of Heroes. The Legend of Heroes was a TurboGrafx 16 game, and it came out in the West in 1992. So there's that game as well. And then Ys begins in 1987. It comes to Master System in the West in 1989. So all these games are kind of marinating all at the same time. And as we know later on, the Legend of Heroes begets Legend of Heroes : Trails in the Sky, which brings us to, so all these series are intimately interconnected. And now they've decided on their 45th anniversary, they're going back to the very, very beginning, which I think is pretty cool. So I promised I was going somewhere. Maybe some people don't find that interesting, but I thought that whole thing was interesting. I knew, in other words, that Dragon Slayer somehow got us to this. But I didn't realize that they were all so intimately interconnected. And really, Ys is kind of the series that's outside of all of it. But I was reading, I think Push Square was saying, they say it here. They say this in part, quote, "Some would argue that Falcom's never been a very ambitious company, but that's partly why it's lasted so long. It's always kept its spending fairly modest, and it's always retained a relatively small number of employees, rarely expanding beyond the scope of what's necessary," end quote. And so, they're all the way here. And of course, they're doing their Tokyo Xanadu game, which is somehow connected. So shout out to them, dude. Like that's some fucking legacy, unbroken. And they're still going on and on and on and on and on. I don't know. I'm fascinated by them. I wish I had enough time to just dedicate it to it, but I don't. I just don't.
Yeah. Sounds like the Trails fans out there, maybe you're tourists. You haven't played Dragon Slayer. So, you guys are always like, oh, you need to go back and play Trails of the Buttfucker 9000 or whatever. It's like, dude, no, you need to go back and play Dragon Slayer.
You need to go play Dragon Slayer 5 Caesarean, the 1989 Japanese only release, and you need to report back.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was going to say this, though. I'm surprised. Now, these games sell hundreds of thousands of copies, probably. It's enough for them. It's great. I'm a little surprised that some of these games I was reading, it's like some of these games literally still have not been released in the West. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, just release the original Dragon Slayer games like that. Just translate them.
Yeah. They
might not be very playable anymore. I mean, you ever play the original Ys? Like Ys 1?
No.
It's so funny, dude. Like these games, like when we say action RPGs, so there's not even an attack button in Ys. Like you run into enemies to hit them. And so it's like, I understand some people are not going to, can you imagine what Dragon Slayer is? Like Ys came out 3 years later. So I'm sure it's not very playable, but it would be probably interesting to have those games out in the wild for the people that are curious. So, and I'm sure there's like all sorts of, fan translations and stuff if you wanted to go down that route as well. But anyway, I thought that was all interesting. So we got some of these games back in the day. We got Fax Xanadu. We got Legacy of the Wizard. We just didn't know that it was a Dragon Slayer game. We got The Legend of Heroes if you own TurboGrafx 16, like Dagan's good friend John did. That was so weird. Like he had a TurboGrafx and we messed with it, and it almost felt like he was the only person in the entire world that had it. It's like Turbo, like what the fuck is this? Like TurboGrafx 16R, and we played it and it was great, but I didn't know a single other person that had it. So, all right, and then finally, is that this is right. New PS Plus games for the game catalog. So if you're at the extra or premium tiers, you'll have the access to the new game catalog entrance, and these will begin to be available on March 17th. So imminently. Some big ones here. Warhammer 40,000 or 40K. Space Marine 2 is available for PS5. Madden 26 on PS5. That's pretty nice. That's the newest Madden game. Obviously, the football season's over, but I'm sure the sales fall off a cliff at that point. But you can kind of relive the glory days, if you'd like, of last season. Persona 5 Royal for PS5 and PS4. And Persona 5 Royal Ultimate Edition on PS4 as well. Blasphemous 2 on PS5 and PS4. I've been thinking a lot about Blasphemous. Because I didn't like the first one very much, but I feel like it's for me. I just was in a weird place and I got to go back to it at some point. And Blasphemous 2 is supposed to be excellent. Metal Eden. I highly recommend Metal Eden. A great sci-fi FPS. Lord of the Rings Return to Moria on PS5. And Astroneer on PS5 and PS4. And then a single premium game, which is a retro game, Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection will be available. And I assume what is that going to be? The PS2 or the PS5 or the PSP rather port? I can look into that. But is there anything here for you guys?
Warhammer Space Marine 2 is excellent and a really fun romp. Very old school feeling, kind of Gears of War-esque. I highly recommend checking that out. Persona 5 Royal, of course, is awesome. Again, with the PlayStation Plus Premium, we need to do better. It's no offense to the Tekken fans, but you've gotten Tekken games, I think, multiple times on the premium service.
Yeah, clearly Bandai is down, or Bandai's down with would it be Bandai? Namco, yeah, Namco
Tekken,
Bandai.
man.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Yeah. Why was I having a brain fart there for a minute? Scary times in my life.
No, this is. I agree, man. Like, I don't know. I haven't been excited for a premium game in a while. It feels like, which is kind of a bummer because I like retro stuff. But Warhammer 40K, dude, that's a game. Like, I have that on my Epic account, and I remember playing it a little bit and being like, yeah, this is really good. I'm gonna get back to this, and then like I just couldn't find it in me to open that launcher again to play it. It sounds so stupid because it literally is just a separate launcher on the same machine that I play everything else on, but there is something. There's like a psychological.
You're not alone there.
I
don't think at all.
Like, I don't know how to make sense of it logically, but it just exists. So I'm definitely gonna snag this on PS5, and I feel like it'd be a good living room game as well. Like, something about it. From what I remember, I remember feeling like, yeah, this would go really hard on a TV. Actually, like a big TV. It probably looks great on PS5 Pro as well. That's the standout for me. I'm probably going to pick that up easy.
Yeah. By the way, Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, I thought it was the PSP port, and it is the PSP port. The classic stuff is disappointing, but I think it has to be balanced just honestly with like, this is a pretty good collection of games being added to the list this week. I mean, this is a nice high quality list of games. I don't know what's going on with the premium stuff though, and the classic stuff. I just don't think that there's a lot of money in it, and so I don't think people are bothering. And so, and that's unfortunate. And that requires Sony to be more aggressive on their own front, the games they own, to start populating that thing. But I think it's just we're in the insular hardcore community, and I just don't think anyone gives a shit.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But then again, it's like, what are you really selling at that tier then? I guess like game trials. Like why even have that tier if you're not going to truly support it? Especially because if you're only releasing a game at a time, basically, it's like you could just buy that game a la carte for cheaper than an amortized subscription. The premium, these games are like $5 or $10 each. So it doesn't, you have to actually, by virtue of the existence of the subscription, you feel like you should support it more. Just for that reason alone, but whatever. All right. That's all we have for the news. All right. We're back from our little break that we usually take there that you wouldn't know about unless I said something about it. The reason I say that is because I went and saw Micah downstairs, and she's like, you got to see it. I was telling you before, it's snowing, dude. It's like 2 or 3 inches of snow on the ground. It was, I'm kidding, it was
wow,
7 degrees yesterday. It was, I'm not kidding. I've never seen anything like that.
It's upsetting.
Like, what is going on? And I feel bad for all the plants out there that are kind of like, being like, is it safe? And they're like, yeah. Bugs, just all the bugs yesterday flying around, and everyone's fucked up now. Everyone's like, oh my God. All right. Let's get into what we're playing. Dustin, let's begin with you. It says here you're playing Pokemon Pokopia.
Yes. I bought this when it came out last week, and it is awesome. I absolutely love this game. And it's from the team at Koei Tecmo that does Dragon Quest Builders 1 and 2. So if you've played those games, it's very similar to that, though I haven't played Dragon Quest Builders 2. Holly loved that game. So after playing this, I'm very interested in going back to it. But
yeah, I played the first one. I played it on Vita actually, but I never played the second one.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, this is a game where you are building out an environment for Pokemon to come live in. And so it has a little bit of Animal Crossing in it. It has a little bit of Minecraft in it because it is cube based in the environment and stuff like that. So it has those two elements, but it has a lot more. Comparing it to Animal Crossing is interesting because it has that where you're building in like habitats for Pokemon to come live in. And so then they're kind of like your villagers, but it has way more gameplay than an Animal Crossing game where they'll want you to do certain things. Like you need to make this environment better for plant-based Pokemon by raising the humidity in the area. We need you to rebuild the Pokemon Center. So you have to gather all the different required materials in order to do that. I am shocked by how expansive this game is. It is technically level-based, but the levels are absolutely huge, and they each have their own Pokemon in them that you can find and build the different habitats for. The shocking thing about this game, though, it is actually extremely depressing. And I don't want to get into why without spoilers, but it has probably the most compelling story in a Pokemon game. What I can tell you is that you are a Ditto in this game. And a lot of people reacted to this trailer with disgust, including myself, where you play as a Ditto who his trainer is gone. And so he or she, transforms to look like a human. And so you are this fucked up human Ditto abomination. And lo and behold, you find out that there are no humans around for any of the Pokemon. And so you find all these lore documents left behind from and it's all like totally dystopian as well. Like everything's fucked up, destroyed. But there's all this evidence of people that used to be there. And it's really sad because you find all these Pokemon, they're like, man, like you find a Lapras and it's like, man, I remember my trainer riding on my back and we would go out in the water together. Where'd he go? And it's really fucking sad because all these Pokemon don't have their trainer anymore. And they're not used to like living on their own or like making their own community and stuff. So it's this really interesting story of like of all the Pokemon coming together. And a lot of the goal is they're like, if we could just rebuild enough, maybe humans would come back. And so, and some of the lore that you read, again, not getting into, I don't want to spoil the mystery or anything. Like the fact that humans are gone is what's known in the marketing. So, but you find out like the stories of like what happened, where did these people go, and it is shockingly sad and really I don't want to say it's like super deep, but way deeper than I thought for a Pokemon game. And so I'm having a fantastic time with it. It's always super fun when you create a new environment for a Pokemon, and certain Pokemon require certain things. Like, so there's a very basic one where it's like a 2x2 square of plants, and that will make Bulbasaur show up or something. Some of them are more involved, so you need to get like certain items. For example, last night I needed to get my favorite Pokemon, Porygon. And so he required a computer that was powered on because there's a whole electricity system where you need to wire up everything and create like generators and stuff like that. So you have to like get a computer, put it on a desk. You need to find a science kit to show up. And so you have to make everything perfect for them. And then eventually they show up and it's always like super fun. I knew that Porygon was going to show up with that, but other times there's been huge fun moments for me where it's like, oh, who's here? Who's going to show up? And then it's Charizard. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I love Charizard. Now he lives here. And so it starts with like real basic environments, and then you can build houses and stuff like that and decorate and whatever you want to do. But one of the funny dissonant things about the game too is that the Pokemon, you could be like, how's your living right now? And they'll be like, it kind of sucks right now. I really could use some decoration. Or sometimes they want a toy to play with. And so the different items are designated as like, okay, there's a decoration or a toy. Some of them want to be like a Zubat wants to be in a darker environment. So he's like, please move my house into a cave or I'm going to fucking die out here. I'm like, okay, cool. But certain items, like I got a microscope that was designated as a toy. And so I have like this open grassy field and he's like, I want a toy. So I just give him like a microscope sitting on the ground. He's like, oh yeah, this is awesome. I love this. So it is extreme. It is insanely cute. It is one of the cutest games I've played in a long time. And it's so insanely addictive where I'm trying to play the game and do the story, though it's been very tempting for me to be like, oh, I'm going to rebuild this whole town. But as you play the story, you unlock more abilities that make it easier to do certain things because he's Ditto, he can transform into other Pokemon. So you learn different Pokemon transformations that are like, I can water the grass, or I think I can transform into, is it Hitmonlee? Maybe. So that's like the ability to like punch boulders and stuff to break things. So if you do play this game, it's best to play the story first because it's almost like a tutorial for the game. I was learning about how to make elevator shafts from an Alakazam. yesterday. So it is excellent. And what I think what's really interesting about this game is that it appears to be, I don't want to say the first true system seller for the Switch, because obviously that was Mario Kart World. But this game, at least from what I can see on Twitter and stuff like that, it has people like going out and upgrading, buying Switch 2 because it's only available on Switch 2. And I think I just saw what was like 2.4 million copies in less than a week.
Yeah, 2.2 million in 4 days.
My prediction, it's the tip of the iceberg for this game. If you look at how much Animal Crossing was such a big hit on Switch, obviously the pandemic had something to do with it, but it made a lot of people fans of the Animal Crossing style. And so a lot of those Animal Crossing fans have been wanting a new game. They gave them the shitty Switch 2 update, which doesn't move the needle for most of them. And so you have the dedicated Pokemon fans that will buy anything Pokemon. And now you have Animal Crossing fans, and you've got your first huge system seller on Switch 2. So I am absolutely loving it. It's great. And I'm very curious about how Micah's finding it as well, because I saw she picked it up.
Yeah, I think she's enjoying it, but I don't think she has like too much experience with it yet to have maybe an opinion.
Yeah.
She's really been into a few things recently. So she got really into Brigandine, which I thought was really funny.
Oh, yeah. I saw her posting on Discord about that, I think.
Yeah, so
interesting.
She's got some things on her plate. All right, Chris, it's time to talk to you about Marathon. Brent Lindquist wrote in and said, "Hey, fellas, I want to talk about Marathon. Its hooks are all up inside me and won't let go. The fonts, the colors, the shooting, the lore, the gameplay loop. It's all a big chef's kiss for me. I'm wondering, what classes are Chris and Dustin gravitating to? I'm a triage boy myself. As always, thanks for the show." So, Chris, you're really into it. You're loving this Marathon. Very divisive game right now for some reason, but you're really enjoying it. So talk to us about it.
Yeah, man. I don't know. The more I play of it, the more I find that I love what this game is doing. I think it really is a superbly well designed first person shooter. It's hard to say because I'm aware of recency bias. Like, I'm aware of what that is. You know what I mean? And I'm aware of like, oh, I'm having fun with this new thing. But this really feels like I don't think I've felt this addicted to a PvP game since probably like neither Destiny game did this for me. I loved the hell out of Destiny, but it did not have its hooks in me in the way that this does, because it caters to that PvP side that I feel has been underserved, not only just by Destiny, because Destiny's PvP is kind of just like very casual, and it's like there are hardcore modes, but it's a very different kind of thing. This feels like really like Halo 3 level type of like, this is just excellent PvP game design. And I don't even know why or what, or like, I'm still trying to dissect everything. I still haven't used every weapon in the game. I haven't used every bit of build crafting. There's a massive part of the sandbox that I have yet to even uncover and discover, but like it just plays so immaculately, and there's a learning curve to it, which I kind of expected only because I remember the alpha, but before the alpha, like it surprised me how much of a learning curve there was. Like it kind of demands a lot of you. It demands that you're literate, which I think is a brave thing.
Yes, it is.
It's a brave thing to bet on in this era. Like you do have to know how to read and understand what things mean, which is, that might not pay off. But yeah, like I'm just learning every match. I feel like I learn something new, and the feeling of like getting the drop on another team, or like having the drop gotten on you and then coming out on top anyway, because you just kind of knew the map well enough by that point. This is like your 17th try on this map, and so that, oh, there's a vent in this building and I'm stuck in here, but I know about this vent and I can hide in here and then just get the drop on these people. It's just so satisfying to the point where, like, I mean, dude, I've been up lately. I've gotten myself back on schedule a little bit, but I was up till like the latest I was up playing this game was like, I think I went to bed at 8 a.m.
Wow.
Which
that's hardcore.
I can't remember the last time, even in high school when I was a kid, when the stakes were so fucking low and I had no responsibilities at all. I didn't get that feeling from anything. even the Halo games that I played endlessly. So this feels very, very, this hits something for me. There's a lot of story here that I think is surprising. It feels like there's more story in this first couple days of Marathon than there was in the entirety of like the first year of vanilla Destiny, which might not be, that's either an indictment of Destiny or a praise point of Marathon. I don't really know which one quite yet, but yeah, the codex is really rich. There's BioShock style audio logs that you can find if you extract with the right types of valuables, the right types of relics from like old civilization, and the maps have a lot of character. There's something, Colin, in the world design of these maps in particular. There's a final map on the Marathon ship proper, which we have not had access to yet. I think there's like a community-led ARG to figure out how to unlock it. So that's going on right now. So that's not out yet. But there's a weird element of like you're walking through these play spaces and they feel vaguely alien, even though they're human-made structures, because it's so far away and because it's so far distant into the future. I think it's like in 2888 or some crazy future timeline. It's super far ahead.
That's awesome.
So like you're walking through these facilities and these places, and you walk into a bathroom, and it's like it's kind of uncanny because it's like, yeah, I recognize this as a bathroom, but it's so unorthodox. It's distinctly human, but so like it feels alien and human at the same time. And it's like they do a really great job of like making things feel familiar and uncanny. And I think that's where the art style shines a lot. It's like this like kind of like pristine kind of recently 3D printed shells running through this like kind of like desolate place. There's dust everywhere, but also everything looks like it was printed yesterday. And there's like, I don't know, man, like it's really cool. And what I found most enamoring about this, and I wasn't expecting to, actually, I remember kind of going in and being like, okay, this is going to be a team-oriented game. And, you know, I'm probably not going to like the solo play of this. I'm probably not going to have a good time running through this game by myself. I just kind of got that sense because it seems like a game that's meant to be played with other people. And for the majority of time, like, yeah, it definitely is. Marathon, I think, is at its most stereotypically fun in an action-oriented kind of way when you're playing with two people that you know fairly well, or, you know, even just with a squad that you're communicating with on mics that you just haven't spoken to, even if you're just matchmaking with them. That's when it's the most fun, because it's when you can synergize abilities and you can communicate. It's like, oh, over there, I knocked him. He's on the staircase over there. Throw a drone or whatever. You know, there's team play oriented. That's very, very satisfying. But when you're alone and you don't have your friends talking to you, and you're kind of aware of just like, oh, I can't really make a lot of noise because I'm by myself, and if I make a lot of noise, someone's gonna get the drop on me. Be it enemy. Be it another player or an AI, the AI are really tough. So it becomes this like really tense horror, almost like Splinter Cell kind of like stealth game where like I've had a startling amount of fun playing just by myself, crouching in the grass. And like hearing gunfire and like, oh, there's gunfire to the west, and you kind of observe and you're just kind of like sneaking your way through, making it through an entire match like that without even firing your gun once and just not engaging in combat at all. Sneaking through vents, sneaking through the water, and like just crouch walking everywhere. It's so satisfying, and it lets the sound design shine because, dude, it's like it's surprisingly immersive when you're just playing like by yourself. But that's not going to be everybody's style. Like, I just happen to be this weird mix of a person where like I really like first person arena action, and I also love stealth games. So like this just happens to hit really hard in my really weird niche of preferences, where it's just like, dude, like this game has like I'm never in a position where I'm not in the mood to play some variant of this game, and I'm just really into it.
I've been happy to see you.
Well done.
I've been happy to see you enjoying it so much. It's fun to see people enjoy something.
Yeah, I've put
You know,
60
like
hours into it, which is.
I mean, that's an incredible amount of time, and like it's I don't know. It's nice to see people like it's such a fucking dire space recently, and has been for years, and everyone hates everything, and everyone's so downtrodden, and it's like it's just cool to see people kind of. I mean, a lot of people don't like this game, obviously, and we'll talk about that too. But it's cool to see someone that I like and I know like something, and kind of just I know you're looking forward to a Bungie game, and so it's good. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I thought it would be fun, but it's different. Like I didn't think it would hook me like this much. I didn't think I'd be going to sleep at 8 a.m.
Yeah, I mean that's hard. I don't even do that. So that's
no, it's fucked up. It's got to stop.
Soups wrote in. I don't know if you know anything about this. He says, "Hey fellas, this question is for Chris. Given that it's been established that the Clinton administration is canon to the Marathon universe, what do you think the odds are that Bungie releases a future map update that takes place on a certain private island? Maybe even a raid where we take down evil financiers and inject adrenochrome into our veins to gain purple shields." Just saying, it could happen. So, and on one hand, it's not that surprising that all of those administrations would be in the lore. I guess. Did they specifically mention the Clinton administration or something?
Well, so Marathon is so technically all the Bungie games are connected. Even Halo was at a certain point until they, Microsoft bought it, and now they kind of went in their own direction or whatever. But like, it was always kind of the intention that a lot of Bungie games followed sort of. Do you know anything about like the Song of Roland? Like that it's like a very old kind of like I don't know if it's a poem or like an old like kind of folklore thing, but a lot of the games are like kind of built around that. Like a lot of the characters are named after the weapons. Like Durandal from the original Marathon is a sword, and so is Cortana, who is Cortana in Halo. So it's like a lot of it is drawn from that. But Marathon is kind of also like unofficially a sequel. Like the original Marathon is unofficially a sequel to Pathways into Darkness, which is Bungie's like really, really old first person kind of adventure game about a special ops Marine or a special ops soldier in 1994 who is sent into a mysterious pyramid that's risen up out of the ground to kill a sleeping god, basically. It's fucking awesome. But
that's super cool.
But that game's very, very weird. But like there's aliens that are mentioned in that game that like are ancient in Marathon by the time Marathon happens because it's so far in the future. But like in Pathways into Darkness, it's 1994.
Cool.
And what happens in 1994 in that game is that like an ancient alien like shows itself to the American administration, basically, who was Clinton at the time, and they tell them like, look, there's a sleeping god on your fucking planet, and we're gonna come here in 8 days, and if you haven't figured this out, everything's done. That's so awesome. Technically, Bill Clinton is canon.
I love that. By the way, the Song of Roland, according to Wikipedia, is an 11th century chanson de geste, which means medieval story, based on the deeds of the Frankish military leader Roland at the Battle of Rossonvaux Pass in AD 778 during the reign of Charlemagne. Europe alert! Europe alert! But okay, so this is what you're talking about here. Just so you know, I never heard of this. That's very interesting.
Yeah, so, a lot of Bungie lore is like kind of like predicated on a lot of like the concepts in that.
That's too highbrow for me.
It's all really cool. Like a lot of them are just remixes of the same. I like the fact that they're like they kind of just take the same ingredients and like mix them up a lot. It's kind of makes it flexible but also familiar. It's cool. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing Earth anytime soon. And I mean that would be really cool. I just don't know how you would. The story of this game, of which there is a lot of, I don't know if it would make sense for runners to be running around on Earth at all.
Well, you're in Tau Ceti, right? Like you're in another system.
Yeah, you're far. The whole point is that you're like so far away that it's.
Do they do it with faster than light, or do they do it with generation ships in that world?
They did it with generation ships.
Nice, love that.
Like it's a 300-year generation ship, and then people, there are people called Bobs. They're born on board.
That's cool.
And they just kind of, and then eventually they just got fucked up, and aliens came and ransacked them. I guess you don't technically know that in this game because you're kind of trying to figure that shit out. But the story is like the planet is basically just like no one knows what the fuck happened. And at the time of the original Marathon trilogy, a distress signal goes out, but it's so far from Earth that it takes like forever for that signal to reach home.
Right. Yeah.
And by the time they know something's wrong, it's already been like way too long. And so like the conceit or the story is, and I think I mentioned this last time, is just like the ship and all of the original corporate sponsors that like provided the food for the ship and provided the tech for the ship. They're like, well, fuck, we invested a ton in this colony. We gotta, what the hell? We don't know anything about what happened. What happened? How can we prevent this from happening? And also, more importantly, how can we recoup our losses? Yeah. And they can't send anybody down to the planet because the planet's now like undergone this crazy metamorphosis where people can't go down there. Like it's like a hostile environment now. So they use like these disembodied consciousness in robotic shells as like mercenaries to do wet work and go down there and like figure out like grab important tech and like grab important files and documents and figure out what happened.
It's super cool. I love that.
That's
all of it's really fucking cool.
The part that I thought was really cool, and I thought of you, Colin, as really enjoying this, is that your different missions that you get are from different entities that each have their own goal. So the one company, Chris, I think it's the company you start with.
Cyberacne. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, it's Cyberacne, but then there's the ones that make food.
A New Caloric.
So they sent a bunch of stuff on the original ship. And so they're hiring you. They're like, yeah, we got to reclaim some of our losses from this. So we need you to go do that. Then there's the company that made the shells themselves. And so they're like your PvP oriented group where they want to use you as research to see how the different shells interact in combat. And then there's like the resistance group that Chris, you know all these.
Mida, yeah.
And they look sick, dude. The first time you talk to that guy, he's like has like weird like glowing like almost blacklight effect on him. That's been the coolest part of the lore. It's like, whoa, there's all of these entities involved that are swarming this place for the different resources or different things they can get out of it.
It's kind of morbid. It's like a gold rush to this like abandoned colony of dead victims who just like, and they're just like they're trying to scrap. Pick them for scraps, and it's like it's I don't know, man. It's surprisingly like there's a lot more here than I thought there would be. Like just straight up, like I was expecting just a good. And I just remember Destiny 1 being like kind of light on story, so I was like, you know what? I remember falling in love with Destiny over time, and I remember like liking Destiny pretty immediately in spite of that. So like if that happens again with this, I'm like kind of down for that. That's fine. But there's just so much here. The codex I think is just fucking. It's really good. Like it's shockingly good.
I love that shit. I love the good writing. It reminds me of Mass Effect a little bit, where it was just fun to read everything.
Oh, exactly. It's a lot like Mass Effect in that regard. Like this, and it's nice that it's actually in the game this time. Destiny had a great codex too. You had to go to the website to read it.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand that at all.
It felt you fucked up. That like it was good, but like I don't know why you did that. You could have just put it in the game and had a win really easily.
Yeah,
people love codexes.
Yeah, dude, I love the in-game writing in a lot of these. You know, some of it could be a little dry and stuff, but generally speaking, and it's funny. Like Marathon sounds really fun. I know it's almost certainly not a game for me, but it is funny that, and we talked about this in the past, is that I kind of unintentionally played an extraction shooter when I really loved the Division and the Division 2 because of the Dark Zone stuff. And since I'd play alone, I was joking with you guys and making you laugh because I was like, I never one time got out of the Dark Zone. Like I would go in just for like to see. Once in a while and like slink around and try to get out. And some funny and memorable moments of like running, like just full bore running to the exit and like almost getting there, you know, and like being chased by an entire team of people. There's something really fun and interesting about it. And sneaking around in that world, I think would be really cool too. But
yeah, you can't really sneak around in the Division.
No,
because it's more of like it's more straightforward in like the Gears of War kind of like chest high walls, kind of cover to cover. But in Marathon, you have a lot more flexibility. Like there's characters that go invisible. There's a particular character that I like that I didn't think I would. It's called the Rook Shell, and what that is basically like you go in by yourself. You can't bring anything, and you start at the middle of a match already in progress. So the match typically starts, I think, about like 24 minutes, and the Rooks come in at around like 15 minutes. But you're alone, you're by yourself. Your only abilities are you can blend in with the AI on a timer, and you can heal yourself kind of with an ult. But that's been really surprisingly compelling because you know that you're in a match with like teams of 3, so it's mega tense. Yeah, but if you manage to wipe a team of 3 as like a lone guy with nothing, it's so, dude. The highs are so good.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very compelling.
Interesting game. Very weird.
I'm excited to see it when we stream on Monday. Be interested to see, especially at your higher level play. I think that'll be really cool.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
A few more things to get into here, Chris, and Dustin, you can sound off on these too if you'd like. Parker Freese wrote in and said, hey guys, this question is for Chris. What are your thoughts on the lowish player counts for Marathon, and how much time do you think Sony will give Bungie to develop this game? According to Paul Tassi of Forbes, Steam is the primary player base for Marathon, which is average 60 to 80,000 concurrents. So it is surmised total player counts will be somewhere around 100 to 150,000 concurrents. This is probably well below Sony's expectations, probably hoping for ARC rater numbers. I really don't know if they were that unrealistic, man. I really hope they give Bungie a decent runway because I feel the core of the game is great. Thanks, and I will hang up and listen. So yeah, what do you think that? I'm curious, does the community of players that are playing and engaged, like, does that feel like it is sufficient to see this game through?
That depends on. I really think it all comes down to this raid level that comes at like this, because that's gonna be the Vault of Glass moment. There was reports of like Bungie asking like outlets to kind of hold off their review until Cryo Archive came out. I saw that,
yeah.
Because they have experience with this already. They know they know what happens when they put out a game and it's just like, oh, it's fine, and then something comes out 2 weeks later that changes the narrative and it's too late. And so like if that hits, like I don't know, like this was playing this game as deeply as I'm playing it, like this was never really geared to be this kind of incredibly approachable game in the way that like Fortnite is, or the way that Arc Raiders is. This feels like a deliberate attempt to make a very hardcore game that's going to latch onto a lot of people, not millions and millions and millions and millions, but many, many, many hundreds of thousands, maybe even potentially like down the road. This game feels like a game that is going to hit its higher player count later. I get a sense of like Rainbow Six Siege from this game, where like this is not particularly approachable, but the people who are going to play this are going to be really fucking into it. And everybody I've seen so far, everybody that I've met like normally in game, right, like just by matchmaking, is like really into it. They're engaged. I can see them. I can see the skins they have. It's like you bought that skin. Like I can't get that skin. That's a good sign that the players who are engaged really heavily are like interacting with the MTX. Even though the MTX kind of suck. Like I was looking at the battle pass and like that kind of stuff. I was like, I don't know if I care about anything in this. I'm not necessarily a mark for that stuff anyway, but like this doesn't strike me as anything all that interesting. But people are playing it, so like I don't know. It depends on what Sony's internal expectations are. They knew what this game was ahead of time. Like they've known what this game was for a while. It's a hardcore extraction shooter. So I think part of me knows what they were getting into, but these numbers are soft. There's no doubt about it. In my view, you know, whether or not they're so soft that it's like they're done, that's a different question. I do think this game has a long life ahead of it if they're willing to like really give it to it. And I also think it could be done for fairly cheap. Like I don't think that it would cost a lot of money to support this game in comparison to like Destiny, which required like, you know, all right, we're going to motion capture entire fucking, you know, 40-minute cutscene, you know, 40 minutes of cutscenes for the entire expansion or whatever. And, you know, build, you know, bespoke, you know what I mean? Like it just doesn't feel, it feels like you could do it and have it be successful. Whether or not they're willing to do that is a different story. Like I really have no idea. If they let this game die, though, it'll be another Titanfall 2 situation. It would just be another tragic masterpiece, in my opinion, that would just be like thrown under, which is possible, but like who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wonder, because I don't want to compare it to Tarkov because I know it's a much smaller game, like much smaller budget game, but obviously that's like the touchstone of hardcore extraction shooters. And Marathon and its all-time peak is 47,000. Like, so I know, and it's only on PC.
True, but I think Tarkov wasn't always on Steam.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
So I think it probably had a. I don't know what. I have no idea. I can't imagine that Tarkov would have been that high necessarily. Like I feel like it would have been like also fairly modest in comparison to like, I don't know, your you know, day one 2 million, you know what I mean? It's not going to be it was never going to be Grand Theft Auto. So I would imagine that Tarkov in general, based on the hardcore niche of it, would have also been fairly soft. But I don't think that's necessarily I don't think the Steam counts are fair.
That's fair. Okay, fair enough. That's good insight. The other thing I was thinking was, it was what you were saying was, listen, I've been more critical than almost anyone of this Bungie acquisition since day one. It was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I always said, like, they're going to be judged based on the amount of money they make back on their games, and if they can justify this cost of purchase. I don't think it's fair to assume Marathon at its best would, and I remember saying this, it's like Marathon, there's no prayer that Marathon is going to be the game that fixes this for you, but it can buy time and stabilize the company if they're able to do something with it. I'm sure this game was fairly expensive to make. The numbers probably are a little soft. I would agree there as well, but I also think it's just a more hardcore game. Like I look at people kind of judging the player base during the server slam and the fall off of the numbers even during the free period. And it's like, well, I just think it's okay for people to try something that's free and realize it's not for them. And I think a lot of people realize that it was probably just too hardcore and too demanding. I'm not saying it's the best game ever. I don't know. I just think that people, the whole Steam number thing I think bothers me to begin with. We'll get into that here. Grant Davidenko wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, I'm curious what your thoughts are on the hate campaign directed at Marathon and its effects of the future life cycle of the game. Personally, I had low expectations for it, but I can't put it down. The way current day Bungie has honored their original franchise with this game is nothing short of impressive to me. I think the risk they've taken rebooting a niche franchise is commendable. I don't know when retarded slop tubers who snipe with SMG iron sights became the arbiters of discourse on games they are unable or unwilling to approach with an open mind because of perceived wokeness. But I suppose this is just how things are for gaming critique now. Staring at Steam charts, hoping for games they don't like to fail. I'll sit back and listen and hope to see some fellow hogs on Tau Ceti 4. Take care of boys and let them oink. Thank you for writing in, Graham. I wanted to sound off on this for a minute. I'm curious if you guys have anything you want to add. Is like, we've spent a lot of time, maybe even too much time, talking about cultural reactions to things recently and the loudness and the boisterousness of certain sectors of our gaming industry. But I do think there is something distinct, which is it's okay not to like something. It's okay to be critical of something or make fun of something. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. This idea that like we should be watching Steam charts like it's the score of a baseball game is I think kind of, it's, the only way I can put it is it's deeply off-putting to me. Like I listen, dude, we talk about Schadenfreude sometimes, and there are certain things that I want to fail. Like, and I want you to, but like in and out of games, but generally, and people and organizations, whatever. But generally speaking, like I'm somewhat agnostic on it. It's like, I don't, in a perfect world, like lots of money would be spent on games. People would be mega engaged with tons of games. And I don't really feel good, even if a game's not for me, or even if I think a game is bad, when I see its Steam chart numbers and people reveling in its destruction. I find it all quite strange. And I'm a little confused why Marathon is being targeted. Like, I don't know, like Concord's obvious. High Guard's more obvious, but Marathon, like I don't, what's woke about it, or what is unlikable? I don't get it.
It's because we've kind of forgotten. So like, I want to speak on a couple of these. I think the Steam charts thing is interesting. It's kind of, if anybody's like a fan of like music or like keeps in touch with the music industry or like how that works, Steam charts is kind of like, this is like the Billboard kind of 100 shit all over it. Like that's the equivalent almost, where it's just like, oh, look at what's on the Billboard. And it's like, it's all generally stuff that like, you know, who gives a shit? it's like, I don't know, Bruno Mars or whatever, you know? Yeah, it's good. Cool.
Right.
It's not really a mark of quality. If that were the case, then Roblox would be the best game ever made. And it would be, and every game would be embarrassing in relation to it. And obviously that's not true. I don't know. I think the reason why Marathon, there's a couple of reasons. I think there are a lot of people who are performative. I think there's people who are like, I can't believe they did this to my favorite franchise. Like, motherfucker, you did not play Marathon. You are 23.
He was a Mac gamer.
Yeah, there's no fucking way. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I barely played. Like, I played Marathon and Marathon Durandal a little bit. You know what I mean? I think I beat Marathon Durandal. I didn't finish the first one. They're old fucking games, and it's fine. You know, like, and I remember really being into the stories or whatever, because I remember I read up a lot about them. But there's like a performative nature of just like you turn this single player game into a multiplayer game. It's like how disrespectful. Even though the original game told its stories through codex entries, which is like, this game's actually surprisingly faithful to the original Marathon in a lot of ways. Outside of the fact that like there's other players in there now that can fuck you over. It's like it's really kind of shocking how much of the original Marathon is in here. There's even the same terminals and shit that you're interacting with. So there's a performative angle of that. Then there's the revisionist history angle, and this pisses me off, dude. I can't believe they went to they killed Destiny for this. I was there. I was there day one.
Yeah, everyone hated Destiny.
Everyone hated Destiny. I'm sorry. You can say all sorts of shit. I loved Destiny from day one, from the alpha. I was into it, like hardcore. Okay, I remember streaming it. People were like, "What is this shit? They let Halo die for this?" Oh, that sounds familiar. It's like, oh, they let Halo die for this. Now suddenly you love Destiny. No, brother. You can't do that. I that bothers the hell out of me. But I think the bigger part of this, really, in my opinion, is that we've forgotten that multiplayer games can be really, really high quality purely because we started referring to a lot of these games as live service and live service only. I don't know what people assume about the multiplayer games that they grew up with, that they loved, but Halo 2 and Halo 3 were live service games. They were games that had updates. They had map packs. They were consistently given new content. They just weren't called live service games because we didn't have a thing to call them.
Yeah, there was no nomenclature for that
point.
At that time. Yeah.
But I think now, like, if a new multiplayer game comes out, like, we look at it through the lens of live service instead of the way that we should look at it, which is just like, this is a new multiplayer game, of which there are many exceptionally high quality versions of those games. And I don't know if it's like a lack of knowledge or a lack of context or just like a deliberate uncuriosity about like how things work or how the industry evolves, but a multiplayer game being multiplayer is not, by virtue of that alone, a mark against it. I don't know what the fuck happened in that regard.
Yeah,
like, that's very strange, especially because, motherfucker, we see you.
Mm-hmm.
These are the only games you're fucking playing.
Right. That's why when people always bite back at me about my want for Sony to find success and to continue to invest heavily in games as a service, it kind of like people's reaction to that just goes in one ear and out the other to me at this point. Because it's like, come on, man. Like I actually was saying it on the stream with Jaffe, where I'm like, we're getting to a point now where people need to speak a lot less and listen a lot more, because there's too many people that don't understand what time it is. Like, they just don't get it. And they think that you're speaking, or I'm speaking specifically from a place where it's like, this is what I want. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm just observing the obvious. And
yeah,
it's like, if it was for me, we would all play $70 single player AAA games only, and like weird indie shit. And like, if everything was, I've long understood that the industry is not focused on me. I've known that since I was a kid. You know, like, I'm not the average games consumer. You have to look beyond yourself and realize what people are playing. So you're absolutely right about the just the games as a service thing, and we didn't have a word for it. And
can I say this too? It's like, I'm finding a lot of hypocrisy, obviously, which is nothing new. There's all sorts of hypocrisy everywhere, but like, there's always this thing. It's just like, we want something new. You know, we want new shit. We don't want the same thing over and over again, right? And then so Bungie's like, all right, hey, let's we just did Halo. We did, like, you know, single player story campaign. We did, you know, robust multiplayer suite, map maker, you know, theater mode community stuff. We're going to do an MMO FPS RPG. We're going to tell a story over the course of the next decade. A story that, by the way, they ended in a way that's satisfied a lot of the people who were playing it, which is crazy. So we did that. It's like, all right, well, we did that. Let's do, like, there's Tarkov and there's this extraction loop, but let's make it kind of class based, and let's put a lot of effort into like the storytelling, and let's put like a deep codex in there, and let's get some Destiny build crafting in there. Like, let's shake up the genre a little bit, like do something that's not really in, you know, Arc Raiders or Tarkov or like Hunt Showdown or anything else. Let's like really make this kind of different. And then they're like, why didn't you just do the single player campaign with the multiplayer suite again? It's like, do you want new things or do you want the same thing again? Because I guarantee you, if they did Marathon and it was just like, okay, here's a single player in the multiplayer suite, and it was the same thing as Halo, people would be like, fuck, dude, what a creatively bankrupt studio. They're just doing the same thing as Halo again. And by the way, Marathon looks the way it does now because if it looked the way Marathon looked originally, it would look like Halo. So like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell people. It really is kind of like, and by the way, it's one of those things where it's just like, if the game's not for you, that's fine. I do think this game is more for, I think this game is for more people than more people would expect. I just think it's kind of one of those things where like you do have to kind of learn it a little bit. But people are going to bounce off it if it takes too long, and that's fine. That's normal. It's normal for things to not be for you, and there's a lot of things that are not for me. Like Baldur's Gate was just not for me. I'm not a turn-based guy. I don't really love fantasy that much, so it was kind of like it wasn't for me. But I look at that and I'm like, that's obviously like I look at the design of that game and I look at like how people who interact with it deeply like love it, and I'm just like, there's clearly something there, and that's a clearly exceptional game. And the inability to step outside yourself, I think, is like a really sad thing.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't know.
It's like the people that we make fun of that can't see the apple in their head. It's like there's a Dustin, I want to get you on this if you have anything you want to say, but I will say this, that I mean, I've long been critical of the way people talk about games or whatever, but like the behavior is becoming such loserish, degenerate, hopeless. Like, I don't need to call you a loser if you're like, listen, if you observe a game fails, you didn't like, you're like, fine, whatever, good or whatever. That's different. But like reveling, focusing, following games you don't like rooting for their downfall. It's like, I don't need to tell you you're a loser if you do that. Like, cause that's not a thing normal people do. And I'm not saying it because of Marathon. It's anything. I remember I was pretty upset about the way people were talking about High Guard. I don't give a shit about High Guard. Concord, yeah. I totally understand. I just think like games die or should live or die based on more than the loud boisterousness of, like someone that doesn't even know how to play a game. And there's something unnatural about it. And I don't mean unnatural in the way you're acting, like towards the way it bends the market. There's something actually unnatural. Like people can't be excited or curious. And there's like a prevailing thing. Like you don't want to play the unpopular thing. You don't want to be called out. People talk like we all, I think, are like this and have been for a long time. Is like the amount of shit talk towards me, right? Like the amount of horrible things people say about me. It hurts once in a while, but over the years become so used to it that you just kind of do your thing, right? It's like, yeah, but I like this. Like when 311 day was yesterday and I posted my thing on 311, you didn't think I didn't know people were going to make fun of me? It's like, yeah, at some point you kind of get used to it and you're immune to it. But I also try to think of and I know this is a little silly, but I also try to think of the normal person out there who's like on social media, wants to be liked, maybe a fringe player in YouTube space or a podcast space or something, and they don't want to go down that road and be the guy that likes the game that no one likes. Right. They don't want to be the guy that streams that game or whatever. And I'm like, that has some sort of detrimental effect. It's unquantifiable, but it has some sort of detrimental effect on the space. And I think it's worth noting,
yeah, no, for sure. Like, I mean, there was that, I think, I saw a clip recently of like, what is it? I don't remember who the streamer was, but it was, I think Burnt Peanut was on his call. And the thing was like, Burnt Peanut doesn't stream, has to play Marathon off stream because people like bitch in the chat about it.
Jeez.
But he's still playing it. You know what I mean? Like there's like, that's kind of like, I don't know, man. I think I really have a strong belief, and I understand that I have a bias towards Bungie, but like, it's also one of those things where like, if they made a game I didn't like, I would just like, it'd be over. I'm actually surprised that it hasn't happened already. Like mathematically, like I would have assumed that like by now it's like, yeah, it's about that time. And it hasn't happened yet. Maybe the next one's got to suck because like, that's kind of crazy. But I do think this strikes me as one of those games that is like there's such a deceptive amount of depth in this, where like there's going to be articles about this in like years time. Like if this dies or whatever, or if however it goes, there's going to be articles about it. And it's going to be like how this is was like a misunderstood like modern masterpiece, especially when the AI slop starts coming in. Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
in like 6 or 7 years, when like we've got like AI slow, when Tung Sahur comes to fucking Fortnite,
right,
and you've got all this like and there's no more AAA games anymore. You're gonna be looking back at Marathon, being like, oh fuck,
we didn't know we had.
We Titanfall 2'd that hard.
I will say this.
I think it's exceptional.
I will say this though, Chris, that I will say what I said before the game came out and before we knew that like what it was going to do, is that like I think Marathon's going to be fine. Like I don't think they're pulling the plug on Marathon. I don't think Marathon's going away and in the years to come. I think it's still going to be played, and I think it can be played with a base of tens of thousands of concurrents that are equivalent to hundreds of thousands of players as they try to figure it out. I don't think that's a plan for like long-term Warframe style success, but I think it's not going away. It's, in my opinion, these numbers don't show a game that's dead or dying. It shows a game that's struggling to find an audience that will give it a chance or enjoy it. But I think there's something kind of there. So I stand by the original prognosis of it, which is that like I think it's going to be fine. It was never going to be Concord. It was never going to be High Guard.
It was never going to be Arc Raiders either.
No, I also agree with that, because I think, and it's not an insult towards Arc Raiders, I don't play these games, but as I understand it, that's just a more accessible game. You know, like, so of course more people are going to play it. It's like saying it's more people go to the Britney Spears concert than the fucking death metal concert down the street. It's like, yeah, no shit. You know?
It's more, it's like that game's more, it's more accessible. It's more PvE focused. And it's a lot easier to kind of like digest, like jumping into a game where you're just going to be fighting AI with your friends. Primarily, like there's going to be fights with other people, but like it's primarily a PvE game. Marathon's it's shoot on sight pretty much the entire time. And if it's not shoot on sight, it's like if people see you first, they're stalking you to kill you later. And it's like really like bloodthirsty. So it's like it's inherently like it's a very different thing.
Yeah, I think that's what taking into account.
Yeah, but I think it's I don't know what their internal expectations are. I look at the numbers and I see a little bit softer than I would have assumed that they would have assumed. But I also feel like this is the strongest live service game that they've ever made. And by the way, like I don't include Helldivers purely because like they don't own. Like Helldivers is obviously like their big breakout live service success, but they don't own that. You know, they don't own Arrowhead. They don't really have a lot of control. And so like this is one that they're like kind of in on the ground floor. They're getting a lot of people early, and the people who are in are hardcore in. And I think they would be dumb to throw that out after all of the investment that they've made into this space, even if it's softer than they might have initially expected. Like I said earlier, I think this has Rainbow Six Siege level kind of like growth ahead of it if they manage it well. If Cryo Archive is as interesting as they say, maybe even retooling things and making a more accessible play space. Maybe that'll get more people in. I really don't know, but I think it's great. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm happier with it than I expected to be, and I don't know if I'll have much more to say about it. I guess like by this time next week, that map will be maybe out. I think it's really all dependent on how far the community gets in unlocking it, as far as I'm aware. So there's no like set date. But I would imagine by this time next week, I'll have more to say about it on that regard. And then after that, I don't know if I'll really talk about it too much, because it's just like, it's going to, you can just assume that I'll be playing Marathon pretty regularly.
Well, we'll stream it. And then I would like to, I don't know who else is playing it like deeply, but it would be cool to get a spoiler cast going in a couple weeks too, like a review discussion, like get deep into it for those who are playing, and then we can let it go for now. Yeah. I think, also, to be clear, number one, I made a Britney Spears reference, so very timely. The second thing is that
I don't even think I caught it.
Just to be clear, Chris was noting like Sony owns Helldivers, but doesn't own Arrowhead, and so like having
right.
So the long-term success of that game and what they did is really not Sony's, because they're going to either have to pay a premium to keep them, or they're going to move on, and you're not going to be able to kind of replicate that success. They're very lucky that they had Helldivers.
Yeah, I should have clarified that. Thank you.
Dustin, do you have anything you want to say about any of this? We've been going for a while.
Yeah, I want to put more time into Marathon. I just haven't yet. As far as like the wishing for the downfall of the game, I think that in some ways it is a bubble problem that only exists in our bubble, but I do think it has influence to some degree. It's very easy for content creators to say the thing that everyone's saying, and get it out and be negative as quickly as possible. But it's much more difficult for someone like Chris to go and make an in-depth video on why like Marathon's actually a masterpiece, you know? So I think that as time goes on, we're, you know, and I'm not speaking from my own experience, but from Chris's, like, if Marathon really is this like great thing that, you know, is just being hated on for the hype, then I think that eventually will start to trickle out and the tune will change on this game. As we've been saying, it's like, it's not immediately approachable like these other games, like Arc Raiders or whatever. Yeah. And I think that does have it going against it. I think there's an element too that some people don't have, I don't know if empathy is the right word, but there's something missing in the conversation that I see a lot where people are like, I don't like this, therefore why would anyone like it?
Right, yeah.
And that's one of the things that bothers me deeply. It's like, oh, you know, I don't want Sony making multiplayer games, even though I play multiplayer games, you know, something like that. And it's like, oh, well, I don't like it. And actually, those people, it doesn't even matter what it is. I think some Sony fans in particular have a bone to pick with Bungie because of all of the stuff where there was the rumors about them being the point team behind canceling The Last of Us Online. And they're kind of been at the core of this live service initiative. So I think there's some rooting for it to fail on that point. But I don't know. The idea that it's like, I don't like this, therefore everyone should not like it is just stupid to me. But it's like I said, it's so easy to make a YouTube video talking about the most, you know, the common take that's negative.
Yeah, it's so boring. It's so boring too. It's like, yeah. I'm not saying people are right or wrong. I just think, yeah, where's the bravery to say things the way, like, for like the differentiation of opinion and all of the rest? I think it's being this one track mind towards rooting against things. And I also think you're right, Dustin, that you made a good point about there's some sort of aggravation with Bungie and the Sony ecosystem, which I totally understand. Like, I'm aggravated with them too, but I'm more aggravated with Sony. Like, it's not really Bungie's fault that they got. Like, Sony should have never made this investment to begin with, and we wouldn't be in this position. But like, rooting for Bungie to fail now is cutting off your nose to spite your face, because if you care about the PlayStation ecosystem, Sony has already written down some of the cost of Bungie, understanding that they're never going to get the money back. So we've already seen that in the financials, but not all of it, not nearly all of it. And if that happens, that's going to be bad news. I mean, that's going to trickle out far beyond Bungie. And so, yeah, be angry, be upset. That's a Jim Ryan thing, a Herman Hulst thing. We've already lost Jim Ryan. Herman Hulst shouldn't be in his job either. We've been saying that for a long time. But like, Bungie is one of ours now. And so, like, just for the overall health of the studio ecosystem that Sony has, it's like, even if the games are not for you, and even if you disagree with the direction or whatever, like wishing for them to just blow it is going to be really bad for PlayStation Studios. And so, like, from that perspective, I don't really get it either. I mean, I understand it viscerally, but I don't it's like, think about it for just a minute. They're the biggest studio, and like the most expensive studio Sony has. You think that that's not going to have some sort of crazy cascade? Right. It's not going to be good. So, but I think they've bought themselves time. I wouldn't be surprised if Bungie had more layoffs, because I think the studio is still way too big. But I think the next game, whatever that might be, Destiny 3 or whatever, will be the one that makes or breaks the team. And who knows if and when they ever even get to that, you know, or if they do something else new entirely. But I think the obvious move is to make a Destiny 3. In my opinion. I think they should. I mean, I don't know. Destiny 3 is like the obvious thing to do. If I were there, I would be pitching that. I'd be like, we should have been doing this earlier. Yeah, hopefully it's going already. Hopefully,
but it's arguably maybe a little bit better that we waited, because now there's like some more tech to take advantage of. We've had some time away, so people kind of. I've said this before, where it's just like, I do wish there was like a bit of a break, you know, like more like that there were more breaks between, almost like the way that Naughty Dog did Uncharted 3, and then they did Last of Us, and then they did Uncharted 4 again. Like, if Bungie wanted to do Destiny 2, Marathon, Destiny 3, I think that'd be pretty welcome. I think that'd be nice, and that would be a good, because a lot of the frustration too with Marathon comes from Destiny players who are just like, well, where's our attention? You know, what are you doing to our game? Where's my? I've been playing this game for 12 years.
Yeah,
I can't imagine. Like I was playing Destiny for a long ass time. I was more than happy to be like, when they finished the story in a fucking definitive way, I was more than happy to be like, all right,
it's time to move on.
Wait for the next thing. Like, I don't know, man. It was very clear to me that the next time that Destiny would be even remotely enticing would have been a Destiny 3 anyway. So just wait for it. You're not going to get Destiny 3 if you want Marathon to fail. Like, that's what I'll tell you that much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, if Marathon fails, it's over. So
yeah, like, what are you talking about? But yeah, I don't know.
Totally agree there. Yeah, that is the definitionally cutting off your nose to spite your face. You better hope that Marathon makes enough money for them to survive it through that game.
Yeah. You might even get a better Destiny 3 out of this, because now all the people. I said this, I think, on Summon Sign or whatever, but like this game feels like the PvP people at Bungie who weren't really doing much at Destiny, we're just like, we gotta do a PvP thing right now. Like, we got blue balls from not doing good PvP for a long ass time. So maybe that can be the focus. You know, they'll have all their PvP guys on this thing, and focus Destiny on what really draws people to Destiny, which is the PvE and the raids and that kind of thing. Like, that might be a smart way to divvy it up.
All right. Dustin, do you have anything else you want to say about this before we...
Nope.
Okay, cool. I'll go quick. I platinumed Resident Evil Requiem. That's platinum 203. I beat the game 4 times. I really love the game. I think it's just a phenomenal game. And I highly recommend it. I'll be so eager to see what you think, Chris, when you get home.
Yeah, I'm thinking... I haven't looked at... I was going to, after this, look up like how the performance is on Steam Deck, because I think I'm just kind of like, I'm tired of waiting at this point. And I think I might just like play it.
It'll probably be pretty good
on the plane or something. Maybe, if it's not too bad.
Yeah.
If it's bad on Steam Deck, I'll wait. That's fine. But like, I am getting antsy about it, where I'm just like, the other day I narrowly avoided a spoiler, and I was like, okay, it's getting. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a little dicey out there. So many millions of people have played it. You know, you'll find that I thought this was interesting. So we have 5 million sales of the game. It's probably more like 6 or 6.5 at this point but let's keep it at 5. When I platinumed the game, and I want to see if the number even went up. It did. The number was 5.0% even platinum the game. It's 5.3% now. That's 250,000 people. If you just count it across all the sales copied and assume they're all PlayStation games, which are not, but like the equivalent of getting all the achievements or whatever. I'm like, that's a fucking... Resident Evil fans are so hardcore. It's like, it's so interesting because you have to beat the game multiple times and do a lot of unlocking and a lot of very specific gameplay style things. So I won't get too deep into it here. We've talked about it extensively. The spoiler cast and review discussion will be on Patreon tomorrow from when we're publishing this on Patreon. So please look forward to it. It's been recorded and sitting there. So you'll enjoy that. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. And all right. So do I have an inquiry here about this? Yeah, we've been going long. I don't need to read that. So I bought Scott Pilgrim EX.
Oh.
Now, I was a little confused about this. So that's a tribute game. There's a lot of confusion about this game, and I understand it because I too was confused about it up until after I bought it. So people know that in 2010, Ubisoft created Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the game, right? And this was created by UB Montreal, so they're like their home team. It was a surprising game to come from them. They were into smaller games at that time, of course, but it was really good. And it came out to PS3 that summer. In fact, people might remember it was like for a short time a PS3 exclusive, which was especially weird at that time. And it was later re-released for PS4 in 2021. I thought, up until after I bought this game, Scott Pilgrim EX, I was like, oh, it's the old Scott Pilgrim beat 'em up. Just like a redone, they redid it, and maybe it's the original people. I didn't really think twice about it. I thought it was a little weird that it was $28.99. I was like, that's kind of expensive, but all right. And I saw guys at Tribute talking about how it's not selling very well or like implying that it's not, because I think of a lot of this confusion. But Scott Pilgrim EX is a totally different game. Now, I understand they're calling it Scott Pilgrim EX X, all of that. I should also be clear, I don't give a shit about Scott Pilgrim. Never saw the movie, never read the comics. it's about like a slutty girl, isn't it? That like is with all these dudes and the guys like going, it's like I'm good. Like
no, it's not exactly that. I mean, there's an aspect of it, I guess.
No, I know. I'm just sure. But it's like he has to go fight all of her ex-boyfriends or whatever. That's the whole thing. It's a cute idea. I know it was like really popular, but I don't care about the IP. I really did like the game because I like beat 'em ups, and they were a little more scarce at that time. That was what was so enticing about when Castle Crashers came out, as we talk about all the time. It's like I was like, this isn't very. Now these games are more common these days, but when I saw Scott Pilgrim EX, I was like, oh, I don't know. I just thought it was the same thing, but it's a totally different new game. Now so I bought it and I was going to sit down and play it with Micah. We even charged the second DualSense, and then she told me, to her credit, she's like, I read online that the trophies are broken, and I went and looked it up, and I'm like, you're right, they are. So we're waiting on that. So I went and bought another game that a lot of people have been recommending to me, and a lot of people wrote in about it this week. I didn't use any of your inquiries because I didn't know I was going to play it when I had written the show, but Minishoot Adventures. And I bought it last night, and I played it for 2 or 3 hours. It's a really great game. People had described it to me, or someone specifically at some point was like, it's like old school Zelda if you're playing a twin stick shooter. And it is that. That is what it is. There's an overworld and you're fighting enemies and you're going into dungeons and you're finding heart pieces and keys and items and weapons. And you're upgrading things. And it's really, really cool. But you play as like a spaceship. It doesn't make any sense. There's no dialogue. Like it's quite good. And it came out in 2024 on PC. So a lot of people have played it there already, but it recently migrated to console and a lot of people are recommending it to me. So yeah, you're right on. I really, really enjoy that game. So that's what I'm playing now. And I don't know what I'll be going on to from there. I mean, Crimson Desert's coming. I'm going to wait to see what people think of it before, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great, but I'm not going to buy it day one or anything like that. And so I think I'll spend a little time with these games moving forward. Minishoot Adventures, and hopefully Scott Pilgrim EX will get a patch and fix the broken trophy so we can get into that as well. So I'm really looking forward to playing those. But were you guys confused about Scott Pilgrim 2, or were you in the know on that?
I didn't know, but I also kind of was like, to be fair, I didn't look into it because I wasn't that curious. I liked the Scott Pilgrim beat 'em up just fine, but I too like Scott Pilgrim. I remember going to see the movie and coming out pretty high on it. I like Edgar Wright stuff. I know a little bit about the I was never that into it. I enjoyed it well enough. So when I saw this, I did kind of assume that it was like maybe like a Redux.
Well, it's like the same kind of game. That's what's so confusing about it. They're both the same game, like in terms of like they're both just.
Yeah, it's the same pixel art, I'm pretty sure.
And they're both they're Double Dragon brawlers. So it's just weird that they're the same genre. I don't really quite understand all of it, but
yeah.
I knew it was a new game just because I bought, when they re-released it finally, the complete edition on it. But I was confused, like what it's a new. I didn't know there was new Scott Pilgrim stuff to make a game out of. But I love the movie. I've seen it many, many times, but I'm not connected with like the graphic novel or whatever.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know anything about it. It's Canadian, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. They've got a good Seinfeld bit in the movie, Colin.
Oh, really?
I think I mean, it's like I don't know. It's very weird. I remember I laughed out loud at the theater. I was just like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, interesting. I'm on Steam right now looking at it, and Castle Crashers is one of the recommendations. Smart.
Good.
What a game. 44,425 reviews. Overwhelmingly positive.
I love that era of just indie game just on the store was so good. Do you remember do you remember N+?
Yeah, of course.
I played the shit out of that.
And then there was like N++, right? Or something like that. And like
there was N++. Yeah. That was a game where like what I remember viscerally about that game is like it had a really good physics engine because there was a lot of like floaty like platforms that would like you could use to propel yourself upward, but also there was a button dedicated to killing yourself.
Right.
And I identified with that very heavily.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
This is my kind of game.
There were so many good games back then, like so many good downloadable, deliberate. Like I always think of Geometry Wars and shit like that, and and Shadow Complex comes from that era. Yeah, Xbox especially was really.
I never played Shadow Complex.
Oh, I love that game. You should play that on your Steam Deck.
I should. That is like a weird gap because I played a lot of those because that was Xbox Live Arcade or like that was the summer arcade.
Yeah, I think it was 08 or 09. Yeah, summer. Yeah,
I should play Shadow Complex.
That's a good one.
That might be a thing. I'll do.
All right, that's it for what we're playing. What we're playing section this week, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, let's finish with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. You submit your inquiries on the thread on the newsfeed each week. We publish them on Wednesdays, delete them on Thursdays for this show. There are threads for all of our shows in our network, of course, so you can take advantage as much as you want if you support us over there on Patreon at the appropriate levels. We begin with Jambi, who says, hello, SS Crew. I hope you're doing well. In a recent episode of Summon Sign, a listener wrote in about the struggle of avoiding pre-orders to wait for reviews, only to have the physical copies sell out in stores for days or even weeks. Wouldn't it make more sense to pre-order the game anyway? If the reviews turn out bad or you change your mind, you could simply pick up the pre-order and return it on the spot. Just a thought or a big brain move. I'm going down with the physical ship. Also, Colin, Ward has been acknowledged by Nintendo after all these years. Anything is possible. Stay safe, gents. Now I'll cut my life into pieces and listen. A little Papa Roach reference. I saw the Wart appearance on like the poster or something. Too small. So I'm still upset.
He's in the movie.
I know, but I'm saying like, why is he like a bit character? Like he's the same size as Mauser.
Oh.
Come on,
What
guys.
the fuck is Wart? What is this?
He was the bad guy from Super Mario 2. That I
Also
always
known
complain
as
like.
Doki
Oh,
Doki
you
Panic.
guys doing a fun fact?
Oh man.
I wrote Wart too because my brain got cross while I was like talking and
You don't
Well,
want
this
to.
is
You
not
don't
great.
want to see Wart.
This is not great. It's not a great. That's not a great page to pull up. Wart Mario. This is even worse. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I do remember.
He's like the
this.
bad guy in the dream world or whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't even look.
He's awesome.
He doesn't look.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. Spoilers for Doki Doki Panic Literature Club.
Did you see, by the way, that there was that thing for Doki Doki where like suddenly? Did you guys see
Oh,
this?
where was that?
It was in like it's like Lebanon or something,
Yeah.
and like they like one of these like Middle Eastern countries released like an alert about the game. I think they might have banned it or something, being like it's because it's like it's deceptive and it's startling or whatever. And I'm like, the game is like 10 years old, dude. Where have you been? Plus, I think bigger things are going on around you right now. Worry about that later. I wanted to, Dustin, ask you about this specifically. This question from Jambi caught my eye because I was just talking to Micah about this. Micah is obviously a pre-order, a physical gamer, and she often pre-orders things. And she actually pre-ordered the Pokopia from the Pokemon company itself, I think, because it became, or like one of those things, because it came with a special stuffed animal.
Yeah.
And it like wasn't available on time. And I said that exact thing. I'm like, what's stopping you from just pre-ordering games and returning them if you don't want them? Is that something that you do to keep? Because it does seem like physical games are becoming more scarce. I know a lot of things are being underprinted, and reasonably so. People don't want to sit on this stock, and then suddenly you have this big hit that you might not have been able to either pre-buy or get a requisite amount of copies, and so you're a kind of shit out of luck. So it kind of forces you to pre-order. In other words, it's kind of a bummer that if you're a physical gamer, you kind of still have to rely on that. You really can't go into stores and buy shit reliably.
Yeah. Yeah. It's become a lot more annoying. I'm glad he said this is a big brain move though, because I've done this before. It was long before the true downfall of physical games, but it was Mass Effect Andromeda.
Oof.
I pre-ordered that game. The copy came on release day, and I was like, you know what? This was at a time when I was, Holly and I were just recently married, living in an apartment, and I could still buy games, but I had to be a lot more choosy. And I was like, nope. And I returned it to Best Buy because I was like, I don't want this. I would rather save my money or buy a different game. So that is definitely an option depending on where you pre-order, particularly if you pre-order from a place that has brick and mortar locations where you can easily do a return. That's a great way to do it. If it's a more niche game, then I will pre-order it. And I guess that could be a situation. I haven't had to do that since then. But a lot of times with certain games, I'll just make sure to go buy it in store on release day. I did that with Pokopia, and then I was really glad I did, because clearly Nintendo didn't know what they had with this one, because it's selling out everywhere. And it's funny because it's a game key card as well, which just goes to show
surprising. I'm surprised for their own games they don't do like the normal thing.
They have. This is a weird anomaly that is confusing. So not sure why this one in particular is a game key card, but so yeah, I think this is a good option for some people if you want to make sure you have the game. My problem with pre-ordering games and then getting them shipped is that they no longer arrive on release day, almost ever in my case that I've noticed.
Yeah, that's rough, dude.
So that's why, yeah, I'll just, with bigger games, I will go out on launch day and find it somewhere. Luckily, you can still do that most of the time, but certain other games like, it was like Lunar, I had to buy and order online. Some other things too. That Croc physical edition, which I recently canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck them.
Did you see that thing with Chained Echoes suing their publisher?
I did see that. Good for them.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're taking care of their people too.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like, especially because I know we're going to, Saint Slayer will be our third physical publish when we finally get to it later in the year. But I know how it works now. And so when I see things like that, I'm like, what happened? Because like, it's not rocket science. Like what happened? Why aren't you, we can do it. We do it out of our house. Chain Echoes is like this big game that's working with like an established publisher and they just don't publish the games for 2 years. It's like, what? Yeah. And they're suing. So they're suing those people. I didn't include that because it's kind of insider baseball, but people can go look into that. That lawsuit's going to be interesting, I think.
Yeah. For the Croc stuff, for the context, for anyone who doesn't know, because I think we talked about this on stream, they partnered with a company called Rocket Games, and it's been multiple years, I think, too long. And to be fair, they did do the whole platinum version of Croc, which delayed it, but their lack of communication around it has been unacceptable. So I think Rocket Games has the pre-order for that Marvel beat 'em up we played. I would caution against it personally. Yeah, I'm waiting for my refund from them because they have to mail me a check because it's been so long that their Shopify or whatever they use like can't do that anymore. When did I confirmed with them my address for the refund on February 24th.
So soon you'll probably get it.
I have not received anything.
I do it in patches.
When March 24th hits,
it's on.
If I don't have a refund, I'm going scorched earth on Rocket Games.
Yeah, you got to do it. I mean, it's funny too because you're saying like so they changed the build of the game and whatever, and that is a complicating factor. But in my experience, getting the game published is the easiest part. It's like it's sourcing all the other things that you have to do, like all the special accoutrements. That's difficult. So like when you just it's the same thing with what happened in Chained Echoes, I think, because I think they got like the PS4 copies out or something, but not any of the other builds. And it's like, but what? Like a lot of the stuff happens at the same factory. Like what is going on? You often put the things in with the same order. And I discovered again, because I did look at Switch games more earnestly for Saint Slayer, and the minimum publish is 5,000 still. I'm like, just can't do it.
Nope.
Can't do it, man. Sorry. Owen Wilson and Meet the Parents wrote in and said, hi, y'all. I'll keep it pithy so Colin won't ignore me anymore. My question is for anyone who wants to answer. Recently, a new trademark for Quake has been filed by ZeniMax. Do you think a new single-player Quake, in the same vein as the new Doom games, is a viable project to undertake? And what could be done to differentiate it from the new Doom trilogy? Thanks, and have a fucked day. See, I don't appreciate that.
Oh.
Because, like, why?
Maybe he wants you to get fucked in a good way.
That's fine. Cool. I might. You never know.
Might get lucky.
You never know what might happen in this house.
I know. You don't know what's going on with me because Holly hasn't brought in my coffee for quite a while.
Right, exactly. Well, we get it.
I've been signaling. Sorry about that.
We understand that. Yeah, we understand she's pregnant. You have sex. Great. You don't shoot blanks. Great. We're so happy for you. Are either of you Quake fans? Chris, this might be something more up your alley, but I don't know because you love Doom. Quake is obviously the game they made after Doom 2. So at id.
I have limited experience with Quake. I remember playing a fair bit of it at I think at school, at Catholic school. Weirdly enough, I think it was on the computers, and so I would play. It's all of that is very funny, but yeah, like I played a fair bit of Quake, but I only played Quake multiplayer from my memory. I didn't interact too deeply with it, but I remember liking it. It never got its hooks into me, but I've always been curious about it on a deeper level. It would be cool to see them like take a crack at Quake. I don't really know what it entails in a single player context though. Like I know it as being like a really, really heavily movement oriented arena shooter. Like that's kind of my context for Quake, is like running around and rocket jumping, and I love all that shit. But I don't know. I think a pure, I don't know, man, it's tricky. I love arena shooters so much, but like it's like clear that that's not the zeitgeist anymore, and like or that's not, you know what I mean? That's not the meta these days. Because what's that game? The Portal one?
Splitgate.
Oh, Splitgate.
Splitgate's very good. And like I remember playing Splitgate quite a bit, and I remember being like, this is good. This is like a really solid arena shooter. I dig it. Like it's got some issues or whatever, but like this is really solid. And people liked it for a hot minute, but like they kind of just gave up a little bit quick with it. I think there was another arena shoot, like Farscape or something scape. There was like a something scape. I can't remember what the fuck it was called. But that was another arena shooter that people really, really liked, and it just kind of didn't hit. So I don't know. It would be cool to see them like commit to like a multiplayer arena shooter, with maybe a single player tacked on campaign. I don't really know what you would do, but I'm interested. I'm curious about a Quake, and I would be totally into it if they decided to do it. I think if they could do to Quake what they did for Doom, that would be fucking. I mean, that'd be like a no brainer. The only difference is like Doom to me, like I recognize as single player first. So I know on some level what that looks like. Quake, it's way more alien to me.
Yeah. It's funny. Like I was a little bit familiar with Quake as a kid because I had PC gamer friends, specifically the first one. I remember the box art. That was when you bought PC games in person, of course. And it had that it was very gritty, like the dark logo, the circle logo with like the slash through it. And it just said Quake. Yeah.
It almost looked like an ancient book or something, right. Like a tome.
Right. It
was cool.
And I always knew there was a multiplayer component to it. I think Quake 1 and 2 had campaigns. I don't know that they continued onward from there. I could be wrong, but I think Quake was also like when like Doom and Doom 2 are 3D games, but they're not really 3D games. Like that, there's actually like sprites and
it's 2D illusion stuff, right?
What happened?
Oh, you got real quiet, Chris.
Oh, it's 2D illusion stuff, right? Like, sorry, my dad's like hammering something upstairs, so I don't know what the fuck's going
on. Yeah, right, exactly. So I think Quake was a real 3D game with like 3D models and stuff, which was kind of cool too. And then they made Quake. I wrote it down here because I want to be sure. Like Quake 1996, that came to Saturn in 97, and there was an N64 port in 98. As far as I know, it never came to PS1, which is interesting. But it did come to PS4 and PS5 in 2021. And then Quake 2 came to PC in 97. And then it got ports to N64 and PS1 in 99. And that came to PS4 and PS5 in 2023. So you can familiarize yourself with those games. Then there's Quake 3 Arena, which came out in 1999. That came to Dreamcast in 2000. I remember that. And PS2 actually in 2001. I never played that.
That might be the one that I'm familiar with.
And then,
I think.
And then, so those were all it, I think. And then, so what I think happened was Quake had like some publisher, I don't know who it was, and then I think Activision published Quake 2 and 3. Then I think somehow they licensed Quake and gave it to Raven. So you might remember when Quake 4 came to 360, and you might remember this, Chris, I think Quake 4 was a 360 launch game, wasn't it?
Yep.
And
it's
then
one of the ones I had at launch.
Right.
Or very close to it.
And then Quake Champions was the true multiplayer game that came out back in 2022, PC only. So Raven worked on them for a while, and I don't know Quake. I don't know the ethos of Quake, like the story of Quake. I remember being very dark and gritty and brown and gray. So could Quake live again? I don't know. Dustin, do you want to see Quake again?
I think it would be awesome. I played, as I mentioned a minute ago, Quake 4 for the 360, and that was my main experience with it. I don't know how Quake fans feel about that game, but I thought it was really cool. There's like a scene from that game that sticks out to me where there's like a body horror where you get transformed into an alien and you're on like a conveyor belt. And they got like buzz saws ripping you open and shit. I remember thinking it was awesome, but I was also in 6th grade. So I don't know if it holds up, but if I remember right in the lineage of Quake games, the first one is much more like Lovecraftian horror, and then the second one it becomes a lot more sci-fi. And so to see them do something more in line with the original Quake, which also, if I remember right, Trent Reznor involved in the soundtrack on either Quake 1 or 2.
Oh, cool.
So I think it would be an amazing IP to tap into, both from a single player and multiplayer perspective. They did that Quake Champions game in like 2022. I'm trying to, maybe that's when the release on
that was a hero shooter, I think.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
And I think that's still live. It looks like it's pretty dead at this point. But
by the way, it was Quake 1. Credited
for Trent Reznor?
Credited as 9 Inch Nails.
Yeah, okay, yeah, 9 Inch Nails. Because there's like some 9 Inch Nails Easter egg in the first Quake game, I think. So I think it would be awesome and a really interesting direction for it to go back to Quake. I'd rather see them go back to Quake or do something totally new than to do another Doom game. I think we're good on Doom. As amazing as all three of those games are, I feel like we've kind of reached put Doom down for a little bit. Let us miss it.
Yeah, I think Doom. Yeah. I think they wrapped up everything like with the trilogy, and go away for a while. I love those games, but embrace Quake. And see what you can do with it. It was never as big as Doom, but because I remember at the time people being mad at Quake because it felt like that was why Doom went away. Because it's hard for people to imagine at the time, but like there was 10 years or so between Doom 2 and Doom 3, and so it did feel like it was like a really long time coming at that point. And I love Doom 3. I haven't played it in years, but I loved it. That was one of my favorite Xbox games back in the day. There were so many interesting Xbox exclusives, like Doom 3, the Riddick game was awesome. Chronicles of Riddick.
Oh yeah, Chronicles. That was Butcher Bay.
Yeah, I think that was the first one, right? And then, or was that the second one? Return to Butcher Bay might have been the second one. Yeah, I don't know.
Return to Butcher Bay might be the second one, but I remember that was a big one.
Xbox had some pretty cool shit going on. It felt like a more adult kind of machine at that time, especially because I was playing GameCube so much at that point, and PS2 of course. But PS2 is, as I say over and over again, my least favorite console of that generation, probably. All right. Ryback's Shoulder wrote in and said, "Good day to you all. Are people really going to leave established live service games for whatever random title Sony releases? I've invested too much time and money into Fortnite to spend money on another free-to-play game. I also find it difficult to trust them following the recent High Guard and Concord fiascos. Even if I were to play these new games, I wouldn't spend any money on them. Is this a major problem for the future of live service games, or are we all just waiting for the next Fortnite? You guys are great." Thank you for writing in. It's a great point. Something I just wanted to acknowledge is like, if you don't trust that anything will exist, then you won't spend the money on things like microtransactions that might go away. You won't get a refund or whatever, stopping the game from becoming financially successful because you are gun shy. That is an interesting point. It disturbs me a little bit. I understand Fortnite a lot. I do understand like why people like Fortnite, but like that it's self-reinforcing. Because if it's all you're playing, then it's all you're spending money on, then it's all you're going to play, and then it's all you're going to spend money on. It's kind of why I feel like things are never going to, like that it's a permanent game. Like it'll just always exist because of the nostalgia and how much people play it and spend and all the memories and all the rest. And the same thing with Roblox and all the rest. So we talk about the time puzzle, but I wanted to say that, yeah, that is a good point, that even games that have more promise might never be able to achieve that promise because of people's resistance towards spending money in something they don't know if it'll exist. And by the time they have a focus on if it exists or not, it might be too late. And that money might have saved the game. So I don't know, something I wanted to bring up. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say about it. Writing my notes down here.
I think there's some element that this isn't exactly tied to the question, but can Sony make a game that will make people leave established live service games? I think certainly. I think it's much harder, but there's been a take of like, oh, there can't be another big live service game, when literally Arc Raiders was and pulled people away. Maybe not totally, but certainly people feel a lot better about Arc Raiders right now than they do Battlefield, which is what we were talking about earlier. So it's like, yeah, newcomers definitely can come along, but they actually need to be really good. And Sony has not been able to fully pull that off outside of Helldivers so far.
Yeah, it's an interesting component to the puzzle that I never considered actually too deeply, which is good money after bad kind of mentality of like, well, like, yeah, like if people spent money in Highguard and they don't get anything to show for it after just a few weeks. And so Concord was a little different because you got your money back. And I think you're right. Arc Raider's success was so startling in a good way. Startling is not even the right word. It was stunning because it does show it. I hate to say it for people that hate this games as a service push, but like people at Sony probably saw that and said like, see, like it's not a dead end at all. Like we had it with Helldivers, obviously, but this isn't a dead end. If we continue to invest in this, it is possible to breach the precipice and fucking get the money like Arc Raiders and Embark have done. I mean, it is a good point. Battlefield's a little less of a good point because from my perspective, not that you're saying this, but just it's an established IP. So it had a chance. People like Battlefield. Anyway, Greg K wrote in, said, hey fellas, do the inmates running the asylum at Sony, by this I mean, do Sony's top studios, Naughty Dog, Insomniac, Sony Santa Monica, Sucker Punch, Guerrilla, have too much say when it comes to deciding what the studio is working on and what happens when they're with their old IP? Did these studios lead to the closure of Bluepoint? Did Bluepoint not remake a first-party title from PS2 or PS3 because the studios wouldn't give up control? Sony didn't want to upset From with a Bloodborne remake. Sucker Punch said no one else could work on Sly. Sony Santa Monica is wasting our time with the God of War remake, and it believed a terrible idea for a Freya game. Is it Freya? I thought it was.
No, it's Faye.
Faye,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Is it
the wife?
Is it crazy to think Sony management is scared of upsetting the top studios? Having a premier remake studio was a sound plan, especially considering all the titles stranded on PS3. Something doesn't seem to add up. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I do. I've been kind of the mind that I think the idea, it's like we let the studios build what they want to build, and I'm like, I don't know if you should be doing that. Like, I don't know if that's a good idea. You obviously want to have them have creative buy-in, but you bought them and they're part of a team. They're a family. Everyone has to bring like different ingredients. Everything has to pull their weight, do their chores, right? And you don't want 2 people cooking dinner. You don't want 3 people mowing the lawn, like that kind of shit. Like you need to have a father figure, Herman Holst, in there somewhere saying, this is like, hey, little Billy, we know you're good at action adventure games. Like, what are some action adventure games you want to make? Okay, that looks good. You guide them and you shepherd them. I did get the vibe from the Bloomberg piece that was written specifically about Bloodborne that, I mean, they said it. I don't know what explicitly was said verbatim, but it was said that studios that were being pitched spin-offs or sequels to their studio for their games don't want to cut away their own team members to focus on this outside game because they themselves are under increasing financial pressure from Sony. So I think you have to find a balance of the creativity and like the business sense. I think a lot of studios would hang themselves with all the rope they got if you gave them all the power. I also think you have to earn that power. And I think some studios in Sony are kind of a little too empowered, and then some studios are probably not empowered enough. It's clear that what happened with Bluepoint and the Bloodborne reporting and all the rest is going to haunt people for a long time. And actually, this brings us to the. I'll read this one next. I'm going to skip this one up ahead of time because I loved this message and I totally forgot about this. Simon wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Squad. With the upcoming closure of Bluepoint, I have only one question. What was the point with that cryptic tweet they did 6 years ago? Was it supposed to just tease Demon Souls? Here's the tweet in question, and he sent it to us. And here, I'll put it in the chat, but it's in the document as well if you need it. On October 31st, so Halloween 2019, and we reported on it at the time, a long time ago. They wrote, so calm this spooky night, a symphony of rumors, not one but two return from shadow. A resistance to dart home as black monsters escape twisted hills to wander lands and siphon souls. Filter your candy collections, soft from solid, and be eco-friendly. Have a metal Halloween. Go fuck yourselves. How's that?
Dude, I love it. To me, this is just purely trolling.
It seems like it.
We like to do a little trolling. Mm-hmm. That's what they were saying at Bluepoint with that one. Like how it's like, looking back on this now, I have no idea what I said about it then, and it's irrelevant. Looking back on it now, I don't know how you could look at this and not view it as anything other than trolling, where it's like, you got, what was it? I just had it up a second ago, from solid to soft, from solid, Dart home.
Yeah, like Symphony of Rumors,
Siphon Souls.
Yeah, Return from Shadow, Resistance, Dart, Escape, Twisted, Hills, Wander, Siphon, Souls, Soft to Solid, Eco-Friendly, Metal. These are all references to games. Some of which they didn't work on, which is why it was so confusing. It's like, why are you referencing Castlevania? Why are you referencing Resistance? Why are you referencing Legend of Dragoon? I mean, to be fair, it's like it was kind of a shitty thing to do. You know, this was also 3 years before Sony bought them and a year before Demon Souls came out. And probably before Demon Souls was even revealed. So it is a funny thing, Simon. I don't know. And I remember Chris and I just going over this, and it's haunted people since. But I did forget about it. It like left my mind until I read that message. And I had to bring it back up again.
I totally forgot about it.
Go fuck yourselves. How's that?
Well, they're not around anymore to do that.
That's true. That's true.
They'd still be around if they didn't tweet that.
I know. I wonder what the whole point of that was. They don't really seem to tweet at all. They last tweeted on in 2024 anyway. I mean, they don't exist anymore, obviously, now, but. All right. Finally, Agamemnon's Erection wrote in. To Colin, let's talk about Starfield. I feel like as a longtime listener, if someone asked me to recommend you a game, and I know you're not a fan of having games recommended, I would suggest Starfield. On last week's episode, you still sound indifferent to it, but given the space setting, the Mass Effect style exploration of planets, the Fallout 3 style of combat, the Borderlands 3 style mini worlds to explore, I'm not sure what you're on the fence about. Sounds like a game that was made for you. As a Starborn myself, I can attest to the fact that the game is in fact brilliant and would urge you to fall on the fence and embrace the stars and become Starborn. It is the way people reacted to it. We were talking about it like the contagion of the way games are talked about and how that can affect you. I remember saying back in 2022, I might buy this game on Xbox. You know, my wife plays on Xbox. I have access to an Xbox Series X, no problem. And then the more and then it was like, this game sucks and I hate this fucking game and all. And I'm like, all right. I mean, that was literally what did it to me. And so it is my hope that maybe I was wrong from the beginning, but that maybe what they've done to the game, which remains to be seen. I think Maddie, like people have seen it, right? Like, didn't Maddie say that he went and saw it? I mean, not even Toss. I thought that people said that they went and saw it. It's like not a secret. Like months ago or something like that.
I think I heard news about it, but I don't know if I heard it from any. Like I can't remember if it was like a leak or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not saying anything that wouldn't like that was private conversation. I thought that that's what I read, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it was not Maddie, it was someone else. But I'm open to it. I just want to see it again. And yeah, it is a little surprising that I wasn't into it, but I was just like, I felt like no one liked it. And when you see a game like that, you're like, well, why would I like it?
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, Colin.
What are you going to say?
We're talking about you here. I mean,
Colin 7.0 Moriarty.
Respectfully, this is a prime Colin game in that reason.
Yeah,
it's a lot of hate.
It's an underdog. It's an underdog game. I liked it quite a bit, actually. Like I remember playing it, and I put almost 100 hours, I think, into it. I think there's parts of it. I don't know, because sometimes I think about Starfield and I'm like, Colin would vibe with a lot of this, but I think the parts that you don't vibe with would be so apparent that they might get in the way of the things that you would. Like I think you would dig the vibe of it, like the aesthetic. I think you would dig the NASA punk kind of look of everything. I think you would enjoy like the more small scale approach to the environments. It's not just like meandering long distances for nothing. It's just kind of, they're very focused kind of areas. But also like, dude, like the RPG, like the thing that I remember being a problem for me, even as somebody who did like that game quite a bit, was that like, dude, it just took you forever to level up in that game. Like it's like the skill points were cool and they were like meaningful and interesting, but like it took you like hours to get skill points, and it's like, that is crazy. You know, and there's a lot of loading screens too. It feels a little disjointed. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know how you would react to Starfield. I think you would like it more than most people think you would, but I don't know. I don't know.
We might find out.
I'd be curious to see what you would think about it.
It should be announced any time now, I think, and for a launch on April 7th, according to insiders that already have access to the SKU is loaded on PSN. Apparently, we just can't see it. So We'll find out. I mean, I don't know. I keep talking a big game and it's going to come out and I'm not going to play it. But I do want to keep an open mind about it. It just depends on what it comes out around. If it comes out April 7th, that will be 10 days before Pragmata. And it is one of those games that will take a lot of time. So you can probably play other games in the background as you're playing it. We'll see what happens. And there'll be the expansion maybe and some other things too. So I don't know. I'm trying to be open-minded about it because it does sound intriguing, but everyone's vulnerable at some point to groupthink, and I was like, yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to play it.
It's definitely like, even in my opinion, I think it's fine. You know.
Well,
I dug it, but it was definitely fun.
We're gonna find out soon enough. People really want me to play it though, based on some of the inquiries we get and so on and so forth.
I would like it a lot more if it just had VATS in it.
Yeah. Then you don't have
but VATS is just cool. Like, it's kind of cheating. Fallout cheats a lot because VATS is so cool.
Yeah, VATS is like a workaround to make bad shooting, bad action manageable too, you know, and it works within the world of the Pip-Boy and stuff, which is cool. That's it. That's all we have. This episode is done. It's time to go. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. So you're heading out in the days to come?
Yeah, this weekend, I think. Gonna head out. Hopefully I won't get fucking drone striked out of the air.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see how that goes.
Well, okay, good. You'll be back in California. Is anyone watching your place, or no one's been there for weeks?
I mean, I have friends with spares. I have a Ring camera that I kind of set up.
Oh, cool.
When I'm gone. Just because I always get anxiety. Not even necessarily that I think anybody's gonna break it and steal shit. I'm almost never worried about that. I could give a fuck. But like, I don't know. Like, sometimes, like, I remember one year I went home and I flew and I couldn't remember if I left like a candle on.
Oh, that's the worst.
And I couldn't remember if like it was around anything that might, you know what I mean? And so like for like hours, I was like, I don't even know if my apartment is still there. I might have. I was like sitting home in my parents' living room, being like, I might have killed like 20 people today. And I don't even know. And so like at that point I was like, this is too anxiety inducing. I'm just going to get a camera just so I could like peek in and make sure everything's like at least still there. So like I'm fine. I got people stopping in and getting my mail and
dude,
stuff.
I feel that so much because when I used to travel all the time as a journalist, I would, if there were people still in my house, I was living with my girlfriend at the time, Greg was there. Like if they were around, then I wouldn't give a shit. But if I was like the last one leaving and people weren't going to be there for a while, or like people were at work, I would literally take pictures on my phone of like the stove, the back door locked, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I would never look at it. That was the funny thing. It's like, It's like I would just do it to know that I have proof that like the stove is not on. Like, here's a picture of the stove.
Right.
Here's a picture of the back gate. It's locked. Like,
and just to know, right? Just to know that you have that if you need it. And then when you get home and everything's fine, you know that you don't need it, so you just don't care to. Like, there's almost never a reason to look at it unless something's obviously
absolutely
wrong.
That's the whole thing. It's like a little crutch to get you through to not concern. And then, dude, I have every blue moon, because it's always like, oh, did I leave the garage door open? Never open. Did I lock the back door? Back door's locked. But every so often, like I'll be like, holy shit, the stove burner is on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like when you think it's the times when you're so sure that nothing's wrong.
Yeah, and I like look at it and be like, oh my god, like. You know, like I actually, and then that reinforces all the fear, and you're like, now I got to do another 10 years of this, you know, of like this incredible overwrought concern for everything. Oh my god, it's funny. That speaks to me.
Yeah.
All right, well, be safe. We'll see you when you get back, and we'll see you on Monday for Sacred Streaming, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well.
Goodbye.
Any plans this weekend?
No plans this weekend, which is nice. I feel like I've been out and about this week because we had to pick up my parents from the airport on the day that we were already in Pittsburgh, which was nice. We just had to stay and hang out in Pittsburgh almost all day Tuesday. So, you know, we went out and had a nice dinner and stuff like that, but no plans right now other than I'm going to watch more of the One Piece live action season 2. And you know what? I like it. I'm enjoying it more than the first season. It's not bad.
Good for you.
I'm not saying it's great or I'm want it to. I am so happy for it, but there's been some cool parts so far.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, nothing happening this weekend. I got to Saturday. My mom's having like a St. Patrick's Day dinner, like corned beef and hash and or not corned beef, corned beef and cabbage. I like corned beef hash. That's not what we're having. I don't really like corned beef and cabbage, to be honest. So I just go to hang out with the family. I'll get drunk. And then I'll probably get McDonald's on the way home.
Oh, drunk McDonald's, dude.
Nothing hits like drunk McDonald's.
Oh, it's
It
been a
is
while
great.
since I've had that. But
Been
it
a
is
while.
It's been a while.
Yeah, and otherwise I'll just be playing games, watching hockey, hanging out, working. And that's basically it. Well, it was good to be here with you guys. And I hope everyone out there enjoyed our episode 402 of Sacred Symbols. We'll see you next time. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access. LastStandMedia.store for merch. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.